Welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us with us. Nathan, myself, my name is Mark, and
Nathan Erznosnik. Excited to be here, Mark.
Yes.
Thanks for having me on today.
Oh, it's so fun to have you. It's been a couple of days, your first appearance on our Spring Fling.
Yeah, all I know is there's always a few questions about, hey, wasn't there this other guy? And all I can say is our team is phenomenal. Mark, yourself, everybody behind the scenes, everybody who's joining us. I just feel very thankful to be here with you guys, and I feel it's a pleasure. So thanks for having me on today to help out with part of this facilitation.
Absolutely, we'd love to have you. It's been a while, Nathan. It's been a couple of days since our last Spring Fling. You know, today is the third day. And with our theme is on my way to something new. I am really curious, since it's been several days between our episodes here, what have you done that is new? What's something new that you've worked on, that you've stepped out of the box, that you're like wasn't quite sure what you're doing, and then you're like, no, I can do this because it's going to be pretty easy?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So make sure to comment if you're on the Facebook or YouTube platforms or even on the Grace Events one. Make sure to go ahead and enter your information in. We have people, Mark, that are joining from all over. So this might be new to you. Is this your first festival with Grace? Curious to hear about that. And again, we're seeing people join in from all over the place. We have individuals just talking about they're glad to be joining their friends. Like I'm looking at Angela from Colorado Springs. We've got, in fact, they're answering your question, Mark. We've got a lot of people going through.
Piecing, Kenny with paper piecing. Other ones use Minky for a book baby quilt. Minky is fun to quilt with too. So
maybe we can look, let's bring some of these up so everybody can see them. Let's kind of share some of what you're doing. Again, on my way to something new is the theme for Spring Fling this year. And we're excited. I know for myself, there's a few things new that we're doing. I know Mark for yourself, for the team. I'm looking at this right here. I have somebody, Robin Anderson. This is her first festival. Welcome. Thank you, Robin Anderson, for being with us. Wonderful. Thank you very much. We have somebody who's saying it's third time, which is great. Here we go. Chris Vigel is what I'm going to say. I've tried the half rectangles. Very new for me and a bit of a fear. Hold on to that fear. Give it a try. I know that you'll have a little less after you go through it. So I want to encourage you to step out into something that you might not be comfortable with. You'll love it.
That's right. Brenda, I'm looking for a new quilting machine. Ooh. That must be new for her, looking for a new quilting machine. And you know what? We have them.
We do.
We do have them, and we have some wonderful deals that we talk about during the Spring Fling. So this is your first time watching, Nathan, we have a lot of deals. We'll go over that here. But I'd love to see Tequila. Well, nothing with crafting, but I repaired a piece of wood furniture and was...
Way to go.
Yeah.
Way to go. That's a fun thing to do. What else have you done? I know for myself, I had a little bit of a journey last week, new for me. We're back at traveling again with Grace Company, so I had a chance to join an event. It was a fun event. In fact, it was an exclusive event with about 132 sewers slash quilters. And so it was fun for me to go down. New for me to see a couple of the talents that were down there. Quilters, as you know, you're there, you're around the world, you're here in the US, you're here coming from other countries. Always a chance to maybe try a little something new. And I would maybe say if you haven't done something, because Mark, I don't know about you, sometimes I feel more comfortable with what I've been doing versus always trying something
It's always
new.
that way, right? You're in the box, you feel comfortable. Let's step out of that box.
Yeah, step out. Here we go. Lourdes Ruiz putting together a quilt with lots. Did I say lots of 2-inch squares? Woo. Now my next question is how big is that quilt? Because that can determine. Now the other question, are those 2-inch blocks going together in 9-piece patches? Are you then subdividing them? So that's a fun one. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Yep, Karen quilted covers for a weighted blanket for an anxiety friend. Those weighted blankets are nice. I know my daughter, we got some stuff to build a blanket. My wife quilts. We got some stuff last year to do this, and we haven't started it yet. Not that she's scared.
Not yet, huh?
Not yet, yeah.
Coming.
There's a weighted blanket, so that's going to be really nice.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I know I've felt some of those. In fact, when we received one time, I didn't know what was in it. I'm like, maybe this is a bag of rice. Well, it's pretty heavy, so they definitely can do a bit here. Mary Linden tried 2 quilts on one background a couple days ago. Well, wonderful. There you go.
Nice. Yeah. I love seeing these.
With that, I know we have others. If you're joining us, let us know also where you're joining from. Maybe another question we can have you answer right now as we're going through this is we do have 6 different quilting categories. And I'm curious, do you know a name of any one of those quilting categories? So name a category that we have here in the Quilting Festival.
That's a good question because there's a lot of good, and going through those categories, a lot of great quilts too, Nathan. So many wonderful quilts. So keep putting those pictures on there, put those comments in there because they're so fun to see. Good question.
Really quick, let me kind of come back to that. Mark, I've heard different people comment over the last about year and a half, 2 years since we've been doing quilt festivals like this. And one thing that we hear quite frequently is they feel that this is a chance, unlike major judged ones, because we have categories of unfinished or mess ups and all sorts of things. We're grateful that you're willing to participate and share with us where you're at in your quilting experience. And so I know it's been an opportunity for others to share where they're at personally, not being worried about the world necessarily judging, but being able to share a little about what they love. And here we go. Pamela Mitchell, Quilts in Blossom. There we go. That is one of the categories.
Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And Oops. Oops was a big one that was going through, right? Blood, Sweat, and Tears. So I kids quilt. So that's great.
So what might you do? And the other question, I know that you've had, your daughter was on our fall festival with your wife.
Yeah, they
loved it. And she had completed her first quilt too, which was fun.
Yeah, at the time she did. She was, I think, 6 or 7 years old, did her first one, and she's done a couple since. She's 10 right now, and she absolutely loves it. So if you have kids or grandkids that are wanting to quilt too, it's so fun to see the journey of the young ones doing their quilting.
It is. Now, as you're joining us, continue to stay with us. We have a pretty amazing day lined up. And Mark, I know there's several things we're going to talk about. The kind of, there's some safety things just as we're going through this. And I know you have an agenda of what's coming up. Maybe we can look at that. Then let's come back and recognize a few more comments that are coming through. I see a lot of people commenting. If you're here, we'd love to hear it. Continue to throw out the ideas and the thoughts. Answer our questions as we're doing so. Throw out a couple questions you might want us to answer for you as well. So
So before we get into Denise, she's been quilting for 25
plus years.
Yeah, so that's great. So keep that up. But Nathan, because it's been so long, it's been a couple of days in between, I'm going to go over how to register again. So we have 3 winners we're going to give away during the segment. 3 winners from the registration.
Yeah, and they're not just small prizes.
No, they're all big prizes.
I was looking at that and I'm like, was I part of the authorization on this? Because that's a pretty good set of gifts we're giving away
today. We'll fill you in what goes on.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah. So we got giveaways. So if you haven't registered yet, let's take just a quick walkthrough on how easy it is to register. Go on our website. It's really, really easy. If you haven't done it yet, I know there's a couple first timers for this event. So if you haven't registered, I'm going to quickly walk through the process of registering so you guys can have your own chance to win a prize. So here's our homepage. This is when you go to graceframe.com. And right there you can see join the festival. So we're going to go ahead and click on that. And when you join the festival, you can log in. So once you log in where it says My Account, it'll have your information. It'll say welcome, your first name, and it'll bring up all the list of stuff that we have going on. And what's really nice, this is where you can see the event schedule. So it's been a couple of days. Let's go over the event schedule because we have a packed full day today, like you had mentioned, Nathan. The first one is obviously us. If you go down, we're going to be introducing the free motion starter kit with Karla.
Oh, that's going to be fun. You're going to love that to death, I should say. Love it. Long time in coming.
Yes. The next one is Hazel and Henry challenge. This is going to be a fun one. They're going to have a challenge on who can create a hedgehog cushion faster than the other. So that's going to be a great one to watch.
2 fantastic individuals, by the way, when we're looking at this, some ambassadors of Grace Company. Mark, I've had the fortunate opportunity of engaging with both of these.
You have.
I've traveled. I've actually taken a personal class from Jackson. I made actually a little thread basket. He has this great concept.
You have it here at your office?
I do have it here in my office. It's one of my pieces of pride that I've been able to create.
Yeah.
So, but but it's great. So I really love it. He had some great ideas just on a standard domestic machine with some concepts. And Lizzy Allen, she's been with us as an ambassador for a long time and with Grace for years and years and years. She's an award-winning quilter as well, and it's really fun. I've had some chance to look at some of her amazing works. And not only that, but she is a phenomenal educator as well. So it'll be fun to see the battle ensue with them.
That's right. Before we go on too, we have a lot of things that we have Instagram, right? We have social media. There's a lot of ways to continue to follow what's happening new with Grace Company as well. Our theme is on my way to something new. Grace Company, We have stuff Karla works on often. So please follow us at Grace Company Quilting, and then please follow Karla as well at Karla Quilts for Grace. So please follow those two, and you can find what's coming new. Karla does a lot of stuff on her Instagram, so please follow that.
All right, let's go back and look at that agenda.
Yep, the next one, Live with Grace. And so this is going to be great. This is going to happen later in the afternoon, and that's going to be fun. So stay tuned, because it's going to be Nathan, Kourtney, Karla, and LJ with that one. What's also nice with these is you can add them. So if you want to have a 1 o'clock and you're going to go somewhere, put it on your calendar for the reminder. So when you come back, you can be reminded to watch this 1 o'clock Live with Grace. Later on, we're going to have the trunk show with Jackson. That's going to be fun. Trunk shows are always nice, Nathan, because it shows what they're working on, the different quilts. So those are always fun to be part of.
Let's just talk about this for just a minute. I love seeing this. So here we have Jackson. He's a younger individual coming into the quilting arena. Now, he's done quite a bit of sewing. He's doing quilting. And this is a great encouragement. If you're out there and you're not quite sure, what your comfort level is or not, hopefully individuals like Jackson can give you some inspiration as you begin part of your process. I love to say, as I've seen different individuals come into it, I know my daughter has had a couple experiences, and I know when she's been able to engage with the machines and quilting and some of that process, I'll tell you, it can be a little bit more soothing. And I know a lot of you that are out there, I'm just gonna throw this out there. How many of you love the puzzling? Give me a 2 in the comments. I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of you. Part of that is there's kind of this way that it takes your mind out of the chaos that's around us, right? And we get to put and build those quilts. And I think there's a lot of what I want to say, emotions that make you can feel like just a little bit more happy, successful. I would say you're completing these projects, and so share with me. I'm seeing them coming through. We're going to blow up. We're going to get rid of all of our other things. Here we go, coming through. Maybe why do you love the piecing? Give me that comment as well.
That's a great question.
Other people don't necessarily move into quilting because the quilting becomes a struggle, right? And so I know we'll talk later about some solutions. Grace Company, that has been where we have really migrated as a business. Is our goal has been to help provide these tools that most often we hear from you that are challenges and struggles, and so we try to find solutions for those. And so again, look, they're all coming through. Here we go. Love to see the end products. We got Robin Anderson making a couple comments. Love to quilt through the puzzles number 2. And again, so that's a true piece. And I'm gonna I hope I don't steal this thunder from Karla, but I was talking with her the other day, and this is a true conversation. And the question I have is, how can we do more of this? She says, Nathan, the world is filled with chaos. And some of us, I try not to pay attention, but she says sometimes our quilting rooms and our space is a place where we can go to kind of get away from it all, right? So it's a place where we can kind of decompress, a place where we can kind of separate to do some of those things that we love most. And what's been most impressing to me over my 16 years in this industry is a lot of what you finish as quilters go to loved ones and go to others. And so I love part of that process. So I know it's a little bit of a divergence, starting with Jackson again. We'll go back to the schedule, but part of this is don't worry about getting involved. Again, on my way to something new, and I would encourage you to try, to be willing to reach out, connect with a friend on that. You might have somebody who's done some of this. Ask them a couple questions. It's not that complicated. In fact, again, you'll see some of our products today that we're going to do that will help you potentially do something a little bit new. So sorry, a little bit of a deviation. Love Jackson, love the process. Thank you, quilters. I love part of what this means, not only to you, but what it means to others. So that's my little shout out.
That's wonderful. And I just love to see a lot of them coming in with, it is a great relief. You know that you're in your room, you get away from what's happening, and you're just on your world. So I'd love to see all these comments. Denise, exactly, the sewing room is away. My quilting room is my sanctuary. So that is so fun, so true. With this, Nathan, before I go further, we have a lot of giveaways. We do a lot of giveaways. We participate in a lot of things, and there could be some sites that are not Grace Company sites. We just got to make sure we're careful with when you get an email from us, that it will be from graceframe.com. Just be careful out there. There are a lot of people trying to get you to give money to another group or for the prizes. So just be careful on these Spring Flings.
I know on our comments, they do show up as Grace Frame because we're logged on and commenting as a company. So, and I just know this because this does happen. In fact, I saw a couple emails come through this last week on other businesses in our quilting industry where people are trying to replicate or impersonate those companies. Again, just always be aware. Know it's from Grace Frame. It will be from graceframe.com. Right now, our comments are there as well. And again, any of you that are joining with us, just so you know, to join this, it's a free registration. Yeah. So make sure to go through part of the process that Mark talked about, because it's free for you to join this. And not only what we have now, but I know there's a bunch of stuff with watch agains and things. So sorry, I think we can come back to, I keep on getting digress. I digress a little bit. Let's
No, that's perfect. It is free, and that's a great thing to bring up. So please register. Let's go back to the agenda. We're going to have next, Karla will be later on. So Karla's going to be talking about her cactus flower tutorial part 2. So if you watched the first one, this is the second one. The first one was fantastic. So this is happening later on this afternoon. And then Nathan comes back.
Oh, I'll be back again. Yeah, yes. Oh, demo.
With our quilt motion automation. Now the automation demo, if you've been looking or wanting the automation and you are excited, you're ready, and you've been watching videos, watch this one by this guy. Nathan does a fantastic job on going through it, how easy it is, and he really makes it look like you can go through with a breeze. It's not difficult, it's not a challenge, and I think that's coming out of our comfort zone as well.
Yeah, it might be like on my way to something new again as part of our title and our theme. Maybe automation might be another step for you to think about. And I love this, Mark. A lot of people are like, oh, it's because you've done it forever. Now, granted, yes, I have been heavily involved with part of what is the automation. I've created several projects on my own. I prefer it because I feel like I can do some design work and then I can have some accuracy. But what you see literally is as simple as it needs to be. I did a demo last week, to tell you, and somebody had one of our competitors' products, and when they saw what we had, they're like, wow, that's simple. And I love talking about it. What you're going to see is as simple as it is. And really quick, Karla, I wanted to come back. Karla, Cactus quilt.
Cactus.
I just want to say thanks to her really quick as a shout out. I think she's an amazing creator and inspiration for part of our business. And again, I know we have these handles to follow. Let's bring those both back up really quick. If you're following us on Instagram here, I think it's at Grace Frame Quilt.
At Grace Quilting.
Grace Quilting.
Yep.
There you go, Grace Quilting, Grace Company Quilting, and then Karla. I would recommend to follow her. Now she does a Tuesdays with Grace, but if you follow her, it's Karla Quilts for Grace. You're going to see in this industry, she is a leader in what is next. And I know that she's always thinking about you. She knows that some things could seem maybe a little bit more advanced, but she's always trying to simplify them. And I think she has a great balance between getting somebody started while being creative enough that you feel like you want to continue through part of that creative process. So I just wanted to share those couple things.
That's perfect. I'm glad you brought that back up again. She is fantastic. A lot of people are going to be excited for your QCT, so stay tuned for that. That's later. If you're wanting to, put it on your calendar so you can be reminded, because it is later on the day. And the last one we have, we're going to be talking about fears I faced. So the panel discussion, fears I faced. And that's a good one, because again, when you're on my way to something new, that could be a fear. So how do we face that? So that's going to be a great one to come in and look at. And then the last one, return to Poncho. That's going to be a really good one. And all these that if you've missed, or even our previous one, if you go through and watch our previous ones, you can watch these again. So don't feel like if you missed it, you're out of luck. You do get to go back and watch it again. So don't forget to go and watch them either on your YouTube or on our Grace Company page as well.
Let me just quickly comment. Again, if you think about what we've done today as we go through part of this agenda, again, Mark, you mentioned watch again. There's some phenomenal things that we had showed last week. There's not only what we have today, but coming tomorrow and Friday as well. You're going to want to be with us. So we're going to encourage you to come back. If you can't watch it live, watch it later tonight. Make sure to put some comments in there. Give us a couple thumbs up on that. But again, I just love this, like this whole poncho piece. What a way. Today, quilting is continuously shifting and changing. And I think there's a little something for everyone. It might be traditional, it might be modern, it might be an item that's continues to becoming more popular, like thread painting. It might be taking part of what you engage with quilting and converting it, or making something else like ponchos. Karla's done a couple baskets and bags, some other fun throws. And so quilting, for those, if you're joining or you're new to quilting and you've done one or two, you might have a couple unfinished quilt tops, know that you can do some smaller projects or a variety to kind of keep yourself interested as we move through all those. So
that's fantastic. So we have a fun full day and then sign off. So please go look at the schedule. Before we get in, we have giveaways we got to do.
Oh, some giveaways.
Yes.
Thanks for being with us for that.
Yes, stay with us. I do want to just quickly show you, if we go back to my screen again, if we go and click the Spring Fling right up here on the top corner, it does take you to our deals. So if you go and click on right down here, our big deals. So again, automation, machines, Cutie Frame, anything that we have talked about, click on big deals. We have a lot of savings. There's giveaways. We also have event workshops. It's just fantastic. Don't forget to go in there and click and see what deals we have going on this Spring Fling. It is fantastic.
So as we move through this, Mark, I know that we have a couple giveaways to do right now.
Yes.
So thanks for being with us. We're excited about this. Today, what were some of those that we're going to, I know one of the categories that I think we're going to be doing a giveaway on would be that community quilt block. So please go and participate with that. And one of those prizes is going to be what? Anybody know? Anybody know on the community quilt block? Throw in a comment.
Yeah, put it in a comment.
But what
I'm
is it?
Curious. On the giveaway?
I think it's going to be a cutie frame. I believe it's a cutie.
Yeah.
So that's exciting.
It is a cutie.
All right.
It is a big one. And so the giveaways, I just want to show you this. So these are what you can go find in giveaways. We have done a lot of giveaways. On March 31st, we did so many wonderful giveaways, from a $500 gift card to a machine to TrueCut. Same on the 31st, we did a Cutie Frame and a $200 gift card. So you can see these wonderful prizes from our Hoop Pro, again, gift cards. And then today, this is what we're going to be giving away today. We'll be giving away a Master Cutting Collection, a gift card to Grace Company site, and a Cutie Frame. Nathan, before we do, what on the Master Cutting Collection stands out to you more? Is there one product of the entire collection or all of it?
You know,
it's fantastic, all of them.
Every time I look at TrueCut, if you're not familiar with TrueCut, I'm going to recommend that you take a look at what that product is. In a simple term, is it's making cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. Again, this is an experience. I just had this literally yesterday. Talking with a quilter, I'm sharing with it. One had injured her finger, another had a hard time holding the cutters. Our goal was to simplify the process. And one of my favorites still to this day is what I refer to as part of this is the quilter's combo. And it's the longer ruler, it's the ergonomic cutter that locks over that track, and those non-slip grips we call true grips. Now you probably have seen them or you've heard about them. Yes, it's in the TrueCut lineup. That set is one of the biggest things that I still love to date because it's what you'll use over and over on each one of your products, and again, making just cutting significantly easier and safer, more accurate. That's my favorite part of that Master, but the Master is a big set of collection pieces. That's still my favorite system.
That's right. And listen to this guy. He was actually behind bringing these products to life. So he actually developed most of the TrueCut line. So
well, I developed the My Comfort. I can't take credit on others, but that was one that I started off with a piece of baked clay in order to solve our ergonomic woes in cutting. So yeah.
There you go. So we'll be giving away that. We have a gift card, again, $200 gift card to the Grace Company site, and then the Cutie Frame. So let's go ahead. I think a lot of people have been waiting. A lot of comments been coming through. So thank you so much for participating. We love seeing your comments. So continue to do the comments. So this first giveaway, we are doing a $200 gift card to the Grace Company site. And again, these are winners, pre-registered winners. So we already have their name. If you have not registered, please go on our website and register now so you have a chance to win tomorrow's giveaways and up to Friday. So Friday will be the last day we're doing giveaways. And we have a big one on Friday, so stay tuned on that one.
A lot of giveaways.
Yes. So we have a $200 gift card. Let's go ahead and get a drum roll for the winner on the $200 gift card. Sandra, congratulations.
Congratulations, Sandra.
Yes, so $200 gift card you can use on the entire Grace
anywhere on the
Company
website.
Site.
Yep.
So congratulations. We have your information, Sandra, so we will reach out to you. Let's
Quilting and TrueCut, all that, threads, all sorts of wonderful things.
Yep, threads, TrueCut.
All right.
Okay, our next one we have is that Master Cutting Collection. This Master Cutting Collection has rulers, true grips, cutter, mats, has everything you need. Is a Master Cutting. There it is, you can see on the website. So it's fantastic. You'll love the tracking guide system and that sharpener. That sharpener will bring your blades back to life because blades are expensive and we love having those blades. So again, the TrueCut Cutting Collection. So we do have a giveaway on that. And before we do that, we're gonna...
all right. Let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah,
do we
let's
need
get
a
the
name on
giveaway.
that? So really
we
quick,
do need to
Devin,
get a name.
Can I call you in for a sec?
Yeah.
Thanks. So I'm gonna have you check this out. Let's go ahead and announce the winner on that one if that would be good. And Kourtney, mind giving us that name as we move forward? What's the name of the winner on this system?
And we'll get that name here, so it's coming up.
Here we go. Kourtney, we have a name on that? We're gonna go ahead and get this name for everybody. Joanne. Congratulations, Joanne, on that Master Cutting Collection. Again, that's a phenomenal set. All of those rulers, the cutter, the electric sharpener, a whole set of those true grips, and more. So it's a fantastic, little over $300, about $315 of goods that are part of that Master Cutting Collection.
That's right, Joanne, congratulations.
Next.
Okay, so the Cutie giveaway. Now the Cutie is something we've been talking about for a long time. You can see the picture there. The Cutie, Nathan, tell everybody, if you don't win, you're going to want to maybe buy this. So the Cutie giveaway is going to be fantastic, but tell us maybe a little about the Cutie Frame.
So just briefly, I know our time is getting short because we're going to get into our next section, but the Cutie Frame, today, this last week I heard it saying it's your portable long arm system. So it's a way to take your domestic machine and convert it into a long arm anywhere in your home. It's stowable, it's easy to set up, and it has all the things that we need to do it. You're going to love it. It's been one of our #1 selling items now since it launched a little over a year ago.
Yes, so the giveaway for the Cutie, drum roll on the Cutie giveaway. Catherine Burkett, good
Congratulations.
job. Congratulations. So you are the winner of the Cutie Frame giveaway. We have information. Again, all these wonderful winners are because you registered. So if you haven't registered, please register again. And as you go on our website to register, you can also check out our deals that we talked about. So go register, check out our deals. You're going to be excited. You're going to love what's coming on. Not only for the rest of the day, but check out all those wonderful deals you can find.
Yep, you can check that out at www.graceframe.com, just like we can see on the website. Also know that we do have our tech support, our customer service reps available ready for you to call into 1-800-264-0644. You can also chat on graceframe.com. And then again, we would encourage you to reach out to our dealers. So the specials we have right now, Mark, we have the best deals of the year we've had so far in all of the frames. So if you have a home machine and you're looking to engage or convert it into a quilter, yes, they're just easy to take on and off, but we have frames that are lined up for you. The Unique machines as a whole, from the 15 to the 19s to the 21s, we have an amazing series, and they're all priced specifically for this event, and we're pricing those with our dealers as well. So you can log on to our dealers or log on to graceframe.com, give us a call, or look at chatting with us in order to find out a little bit more about those specials we have specially for you.
That's right. Thank you, Nathan. Now keep in mind our theme, on the way to something new. So as you go throughout our segments, think of what's been new, because I know that question is going to come up again. So you have a lot of projects, what you're working on outside of quilting, crafting, whatever you're doing. The theme is, again, on my way to something new. We are excited. We have a fun, full day of awesomeness coming up. We have more giveaways. We'll be doing Plinko later as well, so stay tuned. You get your free gifts on Plinko.
What am I going to win?
That's right.
On Plinko?
Yeah, so Plinko. So stay tuned. Nathan, it's great having you on. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited. We'll be back with you a little bit later as well, so I'm excited about being here on this third day of the Spring Fling event.
That's right. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come up with our next one in line, which will be the, that slipped my mind, on the next one. It is going to be... I'll just bring up the schedule again because Here
we go. We're going to pull up the schedule.
Back it's going to be introducing the free motion starter kit.
There we go. Free motion starter kit.
So
don't miss
it. Yes. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for joining me today. I am so excited to talk to you about our free motion quilting starting kit. What's really great about this kit is it comes all-inclusive with everything that you need to get started with your free motion quilting experience. I know we all, even including me, and I've done multiple quilts, but I still am intimidated of how am I going to quilt it? Is it going to be just right? Is it going to be the design I make? And it's also intimidating to jump in and start free motion quilting when you're not sure of the movements of the machine and the frame. So going across your quilt, you just don't want to make any mistakes. So this is going to give you the confidence that you need to jump in and start with your free motion experience. So let me open it up and show you what's inside. It's very exciting because we took a lot of pride in making this. So as you open it up, it comes in this cute little box, which you can use for other items. And There we go. We have our little starter kit guide right here. Really important. And this, no matter what frame you have or what machine you have, this starter guide is going to help you through your experience as you're free motion quilting. So we've taken into consideration not knowing what frame or what machine you have, and we put all the instructions in this guide. So not only do you have your guide, we've put some little tracing papers in so you can learn the designs, and then giving you some good ideas and tips to how you can gain more confidence as you're quilting. So that comes included. Then you have all 3 layers of your quilt. So you don't have to go and hunt for a backing or the batting. It comes included in this kit. If you're brand new to quilting, you don't understand and you want to jump in and start quilting as soon as possible, so we've taken all the guesswork out. So we've included the batting, the backing, and the top. And inside it, we have 2 spools of our finesse thread. It's the smoky quartz color. They're not as large as the regular spools, but 2 spools to get you through your panel and to give experience. And then we've included M-class bobbins. So whether you have a quilting machine that takes M-class bobbins, we also have included 2 different styles of the L-class bobbin. Now, an L-class bobbin is for the domestic machines because we don't know what machine you're using. So no matter if you're using a quilting machine or a domestic machine, this kit includes those bobbins. And there's 3 of them, so you won't have to worry about running out of thread. Then we've included a little tracing pencil. Really important for you to draw out your designs before you start quilting. It helps you learn the motions and gives you that muscle memory that will make it easier for you to transition from tracing to actually quilting and give you that confidence that you need as well. So it comes with that, and this is just a little pencil sharpener. And who thought, why would you need that? Well, marking, and it gives you the big one for the fatter marking pencils and a smaller one. So this is a really nice addition with everything that we have in here. This guide is just probably going to be your most helpful tool they have, because I can't be there to show you everything. This is our way of inviting me into your home and helping you through this process. So when we open it up, we have a message from Grace, and it says, "In a world full of options, thank you for choosing the Grace Company." And we really do truly appreciate you choosing us for your quilting experiences. It is our privilege to help guide you through this free motion quilting experience. We hope it will inspire you, your creativity, and spark a new passion. So yes, we're hoping to continue on our relationship down the road, and that this is just a small part of your quilting experience, and that you just grow as a quilter. Then when you open up to the next page, this is a really important page to read because it talks about the guide and how it was set up. So make sure that you read through all the instructions. I know sometimes they can be a little boring. We tried to take the boring out of it and make it a little exciting so that you can jump in and start quilting. But when we start skipping steps and not reading the full pattern, that's when we start making mistakes. And so make sure that we're reading it. In any design or any pattern that you use, it's really important to read through the instructions first and then jump in and start going through the motions. So that's how we developed it. And so right here on this page, it just talks about your materials, your pre-quilting checklist. So this number 1 on this materials, it's going to go through each of the materials that I just showed you. Then the pre-quilting checklist, really important. It's always important to make sure that your machine, your frame, and you are set up for the best experience possible as you're quilting. So this pre-quilting checklist, really important, and it'll help mark off all those little items that can stop you or interrupt you and you have to fix. So really important. And then it talks about attaching your quilt to your frame. So like I said earlier, no matter if you have a rolling frame where you're rolling the fabric on, We have ways to attach the quilt top and the panels to your frame. So follow the instructions and move through it. And then we talk about the different styles of frame. Right now we have 2 different styles of frame, the hoop frame and the rolling frame. We talk about what the definitions are so that you understand what frame you have, and then you can turn to the page and start working on it. So we have the hoop frame, so we're going to turn to page 20. You can skip the rolling frame. You don't have to go through all those pages. So we're going to move to page 20, and then we're going to start attaching it. Now it shows you 2 different ways, whether you have the leaders or without the with leaders and without. And that's what you're going to do. So let me get my quilt attached to my frame. I'm not using leaders today, so I'm going to follow this method. So I'm going to lay out my quilt, my batting, my backing, and my top, just like it shows in this, because we're all new to quilting. So we want to lay it out and follow it. And these, by rolling it up and unrolling it on top, will get less wrinkles. So just some important tips that you can follow, or you don't have to. It's totally up to you, but the first time I would follow the instructions. And then after that, make the system or how you want to put your quilt on your own way of doing it. That's what we want. We want to give you tips and tricks, and then we want you to quilt the way you want to quilt. So let me get the quilt on, and then I'll show you how to move on through the process. Notice I have kind of rolled it up, but kind of, sandwiched it together to bring it over to the frame so it's easier to handle, so it's not dragging on the ground, okay? So this is my top, okay? Because this is where the Grace Company logo is placed, so I know that this is the top of my panel. So when I bring it over to my hoop frame, I'm just going to lay it right here and unclamp my clamps. I like to keep my clamps in place on my frame, so that I don't have to hunt around and find them. So when I'm done quilting, I'll just re-clamp them in place. I don't have to put the bungee straps on them, but I know where they're at. Okay, so for this part, I just want to take my little quilt sandwich, okay, and I'm going to put it under the foot of the machine and bring it back behind and then up and over on to my take-up pole. This pole here, any pole that goes through the throat of your sewing machine is known as your take-up pole, because it is the pole that takes up all the layers of your fabric. And that's why it's called the take-up pole. Okay, so I'm going to adjust it. I want to make sure that I have allowance, because I have this little space right here for my quilting to tack it down. So I don't want to get too close to this. So now I'm just going to place this, and I'm going to start placing my clamps on. And then because it's not so wide, you can make any adjustments that you need, okay? Because you won't have to shift or move your quilt on this panel. It's just going to make it that much easier. Notice how it fits on the Cutie Frame? All right. So now I can make sure that all my clamps are in place. I want to make sure that all of them are in place, because if you miss one, you'll notice that you have, because it'll get caught on the machine and the carriage. So, and it can throw off your stitching. So just make sure that you have it clamped in place. And even if you don't have fabric over here, make sure that this is up out of the way as you move your machine. Okay, so now I'm going to take these 2 clamps, these front clamps off. And then I'm going to kind of undo my quilt just a little bit, okay? Because I want to make sure that everything's nice and straight as I've brought it over. And we're free motion quilting, so you're okay if there's little inconsistency. But I always like to use my panel or my quilt top to kind of make sure that it's nice and straight, okay? So I'm going to use this line right here and kind of make some adjustments, okay? And now I'm going to take my front clamp here, making sure that my sandwich one side on, then the other. All right, now notice that. And then I'm just going to kind of turn it to get extra little tension. See how that came up? And now I have a little slop right here, so I could use my bungees, or I can just unclamp it and maybe tighten it up just a little bit more. But you want to do both sides again, okay? Just make sure. Totally up to you. All right. So now I'm going to take my bottom fabric and I'm just going to kind of roll it up. And as you can see, it kind of rolled up by itself. And I'm just going to roll it up. And then I'm going to put my little clamps into place, okay? And this one doesn't reach, so I'm just going to bring it up around and clamp it anyway, so it's out of my way. This one right here is going to clamp. And if you have to adjust, make sure you're adjusting, because that's what they're there for, is to adjust as you quilt. So as this side gets smaller, you'll have to adjust them. Okay, now it's up out of my way so I can start quilting. All right, so let's talk about the thread and threading the machine. Okay, so make sure you're going through your pre-quilting checklist and marking off all the checks. And I'm going to take my thread, and now we're going to thread our machine, okay? So I'm going to open up my package here for my thread. So now you're going to find the little end, and you're going to pull it. And I'm going to pull it out, and now I'm going to thread my machine. So you're just going to thread your machine. Now, if you don't remember how to do it on this Keyneat 19, it has the instructions for me on the machine itself. Some machines will, others won't. And if you have a hard time remembering, make sure you follow your machine guide, okay? And it does give you that point in your little guide that we wrote for you to follow. So if you don't remember how, you want to make sure that it's threaded correctly. And like I said, if you have a hard time remembering or missing little things, get your little manual out, turn it to that page or photocopy that page, and make sure that you're following the instructions like you need to. So mine, I come from the top here to my little post here. I'm making sure that I'm coming from behind. I kind of try to follow the same rules that I like to give me that great experience so that I remember it. It's good for you to just practice, but even a more experienced quilter can miss something. So make sure that you double check your threading, okay? So I've gone through this little disc. It's really important to go through this little disc. Now I'm going to bring it back behind my tensioner. This is my tensioner right here. I'm going to bring it up over the spring. Now notice I pulled it towards the center of the tensioner. A lot of times new quilters especially don't understand that you have to floss the thread between these two discs to get the tension correct. Now, if you're quilting and you find that you have loose stitches on top, chances are that you haven't threaded it between the disc and it's just sitting right there. It's actually going up and over, but because it's not threaded, it's just sitting there, and that's where your tension is going to be really loose. And notice that as I pull it, see, it just snapped through and I flossed it through. So now I can bring it up over the spring and down over this post here, and then I can finish threading it all the way. And kind of check the tension as you're moving through it. You shouldn't have too loose of tension at all. It should be kind of feel like there should be some tension on it, kind of like a yo-yo, okay? Springing back and forth. Now I bring it through this guide here, but notice there's this needle guide right here for our Quilting machines, and most domestic sewing machines will have a little guide as well. Right above the needle, they'll have a little guide that helps align it so it sews better, aligning to your needle. So mine is right here, so I'm just going to hurry and thread it through this little guide, and this one's called the needle guide. And then See how that's straight above the eye of the needle? And then I'm just going to thread my needle and change out my bobbin. Okay, now I have this nice long tail. So let's talk about changing the bobbin. Make sure that you're picking the bobbin for your machine. Mine is an L-class bobbin because I am actually quilting with a quilting machine, and it takes a larger size. Move your machine off to the side, okay? And then just pull it out of the way. Now, a lot of the domestic machines, they will have where you change your bobbin on top or right here underneath. Mine is underneath, so it's really easy to change. So I'm just going to pull my bobbin case out. All right, so now we're going to put the bobbin into the bobbin case, okay? I've taken mine out, and I want to make sure on domestic machines, most of them turn counterclockwise. So if you are not sure what direction your bobbin should turn when it's in the case, look at your instructions and read about it. It's really important for you to get better tension and better stitches to put it in correctly. Now, on most of the long arm quilting machines, it will turn clockwise, okay? So I want to make sure that that's the direction my bobbin is turning as I'm quilting. So I'm going to just pull on my tail, and this is how you tell. Pull on your tail, and it's supposed to turn the directions either clockwise, the directions of the hand on the clock will be moving, or counterclockwise, depending on your machine. So mine is clockwise, but look, it's pretty tight. I'm gonna just loosen it just a tad, but it's probably okay. I'm just gonna loosen it just a little bit, okay? Remember, it's lefty-loosey, righty-tighty, and I wanna turn it to the left just a little bit, and there, it feels a little better, okay? So when I put it in, and this is true on any machine that you have, when you're putting the bobbin case in, if you do not hear it snap into place, then it's probably not in the hook, all right? So when I put it in, I'm going to listen for that snap. Hear that? If it did not snap, take it back out and reinsert it to make sure it's inserted properly. Now I'm going to close mine, and you'll just close up your door, and you're just going to move it to the center, and now we're going to kind of test our tension, okay? So I have my quilt all set up and ready to quilt, but I want to practice my designs first. So that's where I'm going to tack it down, and we're just going to practice our designs. So let me turn on my machine and tack it down and look at my tension before I start quilting. So I'm just going to turn it on, pushing the on button. And just kind of check out the tension. And I'm going to stop when I get up here and just kind of feel underneath. It looks pretty good. Now I'm going to look at my stitch size too. I probably didn't want it 12 stitches per inch, so I'm going to just kind of take it back down to 10. And this is the chance to get to know and understand your machine, so play around with it. Try the different settings from regulated precise to manual mode, and now if you're quilting with a stitch regulator, you'll have that opportunity, but notice how my stitches look just a little bit bigger now, and I really like that. And I'm going to kind of practice my loops, kind of play around with your quilting style while you're tacking it down. Here's a chance to kind of have fun. And what I'll do is just kind of get the wrinkles out. I'll kind of push it in that direction. So let me cut my thread, and I'm going to turn it this direction because I didn't get that little extra tension that I wanted. Okay. So one important step that's really extremely important before you jump in and start quilting is to practice the motion of the designs. And how we're going to do that is we're going to trace. And then once we've traced, we're going to actually try our free motion with our hand movements by just drawing. And then once we feel confident in our abilities, then we're going to go to the machine. And then I'm going to show you a different way to actually learn some of the motions and get a feel for how the machine's going to react to your movements. So open up your little tracing practice sheets. Sit down in front of the TV and practice, practice, practice. So with these, you're just going to start here, right there where it says start, and you're just going to follow. And you don't have to press really hard as you're moving across, but just lightly, just to get the movements down. And you know, don't be so worried, okay? Right there, I kind of deviated off because I'm showing you on there. But don't be so anal and worried that you're not right on the line. Now, I know that there are different ways for people to draw and to quilt. Some like it very accurate. They don't like to mess up. They're very hard on themselves, okay? This is why this tracing is important. These are not actually quilts, okay? So you're allowed to learn and make the mistakes on the paper before you jump in quilting. So take a deep breath and just enjoy moving. And notice how it's up here. So I just kind of want to make it just kind of, and just practice. And now I'm going to start at the top again and just trace and trace and trace so that I get the height and the movements across my quilt. And you're going to try, and it's kind of a little difficult. When you're sitting in front of the TV with something, a hard surface behind you, it's a little easier, and you can be a little more relaxed than I am. Try not to pick up your pencil. Try to make it just one fluid motion all the way across. Now, this next line here has a little variation in it, and that's what's so fun about quilting. You can change it up so you're thinking more. I mean, this will make you smart. I'm not kidding. It's going to really help that brain activity and get those creative juices going. So you want to start right here, and we want to go up and around and do our loop. So if you want to just kind of trace, when you're not actually tracing, just follow the movements and try to get an idea before you actually start tracing. Go up and around, and see, I wasn't exactly on, but I'm not worried about it. It's a little harder showing you here, but it's so much fun. And just keep going over and over it again. Okay, by the third or fourth time, you're just going to be that much better, okay? But we're going to change it up again. We're going to give you, so we're going to give you this line here. You're going to practice it, but then we're going to have a variation of that design where this circles up, this circles down to get that brain thinking. We don't want you to get comfortable with the same old, same old. We want to challenge you, and we want you to learn to love quilting, and challenges are a really important part of quilting. So if you're comfortable with the same old design, it's time to learn a new one. So this is your trace practice sheet, and we've given you several. And we've given you the designs to use, so practice, practice, practice. Now, do you have some blank pages so that you can fill them in and see what your designs look like? So I want you to go through the motions. Now, if you want to print these off and, you know, scan them through and print more off so that you can practice, practice, that is what we encourage. So make sure that you're doing the practicing first. Let's jump in, okay, and show you the next step. So once you've gone through all those steps and you've practiced, okay, if you want to come to the machine, this is called trace quilting, okay? It's not actually quilting, but it's trace quilting. I want you to unthread your needle, okay? So the needle, with the needle unthreaded, it's not going to go down and catch the bobbin thread, so you're not actually quilting. So I'm going to turn the machine on. What you're going to do is I want you to practice this. Even though it's not going down and pulling up the bobbin thread, it's nice to just practice the movements to pull it up. So I want you to insert your needle down in and then pick it back up, and it's going to pull up that bottom thread, and then you're just going to move it away so you have both tails, okay? That's what we practice. Pulling up the bottom thread. You don't want those threads dangling down underneath. And then we're just going to move along the line. Now don't try to be too anal. Just get the motion down. It's not perfect, but you're just gonna keep moving across. Sorry, I had to move my feet. And then you can go back and forth so you get the other movements. But this is what is fun about this panel. You can practice, 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 and then you can thread it and start quilting. Now I know I'm running out of time, but I'm really going to encourage you to get this kit. It's really going to help you, and it's going to give you those tips and techniques and that confidence that you need for free motion quilting. Free motion quilting is so much fun, and there's so many avenues to explore in quilting. I just want you to have the best experience possible, and with this kit, it's going to enable you to jump in and start quilting quicker and faster and the way you want to. So thanks for joining me, and I'll see you next time. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. Right, so
in the select options. Okay. It's also helpful to make sure that you click unselect all regularly so that you only have selected the nodes that you want to work with. I'm going to select one of these nodes by clicking and dragging a box around it. So you click and drag, a box forms, and you can pull that box over the node and it'll select. Then we can zoom in to that node. And when you select two ends of a spline, you will see two blue boxes appear on the spline. Okay. If you click and drag those boxes, also known as handles, your line will start to curve.
I'm just impressed. And see, this is what I love about, what we've just done. See, I've done something different to an extent, I was in the room when you did yours. But we've had a similar idea, but just the variations and the possibilities are endless.
And that's the fun thing. So you can take quilters of all different styles, experience. And I do love the fact that you use the marking tool. I thought that was a little bit sneaky.
Thank you so much, Karla, for walking us through the new Free Motion Starter Kit. That's a product that's near and dear to my heart because it was created in-house by the education team. So be sure to check out the website or your local dealer to get yours. Up next, we have two of our ambassadors all the way from Australia, Lizzy and Jackson, who are going to do the Henry and Hazel challenge for us.
Hi everyone, well, I hope you watch Tips and Tricks. So it's Lizzy and Jackson, and we're here for the Hazel and Henry challenge. So Hazel's here on the left and Henry's over there on the right. So we've both got a quilt, the same block.
But differently.
That's right, we're going to put a little bit of spin on it. So this is where, as two quilters, we get to have a little bit of fun and be creative, and hopefully this inspires you guys to also be creative. So I've already, something I prepared earlier, Jackson, I have actually already put on my 360 Wonderfoot because I am a happy quilter. I love a good quilting tool. Right, so
You've been telling me about it, so I just need to see this because you've told me so much about it, and you're like, it does this, and I'm like, I need to see this, Lizzy.
If you're a good boy, I will actually share.
Okay.
Right, so without further ado, let's get started. Oh, well, no, actually. So I'm going to do all my ditching. And then what are you going to do?
I'm just going to use the automation with the marking tool and then select the sew markings button.
Okay, challenge on. Let's go.
What are we going to do in the border though?
No, you're going to keep them guessing. I'm not going to give you a head start to think about it. This is a challenge, honey. Game on.
True that.
Okay, let's quilt. Hi everyone. So here we are with Hazel. So I like to ditch everything first. For me, it just means that when I come in, I'm going to do some fancy fills in here and outlining, that everything's stable and nothing will move on me. So I decided to use the 360 Wonderfoot. It's really good. It doesn't mean I'm chopping in and out with rulers or ruler feet. So I just literally use the guide the crosshair guide to help me stitch in the ditch. So I've locked off my stitches. I've got my thread just wrapped around here, which I like to bury later. So off we go, just nice and slowly. And it took a little bit to get used to this foot, but I do like this crosshair feature so that when I come to go across the top, when I see it meet that, it sort of took out a lot of the guessing game. So I'm just going to come along and ditch everything. And you'll see the foot is now righted itself. So you know, at first I was a little bit like, oh, hang on, is this going to give me like that too many wines sewing under the influence? But honestly, it's just something that you really get used to quite easily. And I've met the junction again, so just down I come. Okay, and then I'll just do a couple of stitches to lock those off. One thing to be careful of is make sure that you move the machine in a backward movement, because we don't want to get any thread caught underneath our lovely little wheel that goes up and down. So we'll just trim those, not my fingers. And now I'm going to do it so that I'm going to come down here and around. So we're going to ditch all our areas first. And I don't want to over quilt it because they're bright and they're modern. So I sort of feel that when they're actually finished, that they're a fun little cushion. And you can see it's not too hard at all. Snake down there with them. And I'll finish there actually. So what I intend to do with Hazel is, because she is a porcupine, I'm going to make these stand out. So here we go. And so instead of stopping and starting and having to bury threads, I'm going to sneak up backwards again to come back down here. So here we go. And I really do like this foot because it actually just assists me to keep going in the direction that I want. And you'll see the foot's now turning around. Here we go. Now, I want to sneak up here, but okay, so my production assistant has just informed me that we are a hedgehog, not a porcupine. So it's as long as it's wonderful when we finish. Sorry for the confusion, everyone. Coming down. And across we go. Got to the point. Now, I do want her face to stand out, so it's really important for me to come in and just come down. So, and I'm coming down to do a nose because I do want her nose to be pretty special. And then what I'm going to do is just sneak up, and what I'll do is I'll come through and I'll backtrack just a little bit there. And up we go to the other side of her ear. Let's come across here. Okay, now I'm just going to lock those threads off and pop the other foot on, because that'll give me a 1/2 inch increment. So I'll just show you how to do that. All right, so I did all my ditching and I thought, well, a lot of you ladies might have other accessories at home. So this is out of my 9-piece foot attachment set. I've gone and put the echo foot in, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to really just echo these areas here so that Hazel's quills stand out really nicely. So I literally just used the foot as a guide, just lock those off, and then just you can use a ruler, using the foot as a guide. I'm just going to stop, just line it up. The end, come back, and then I'm just going to use the foot as a guide, and I've just backtracked to here, and now I'm sort of going to do this sort of basic like Greek key. Stop. And remember, when you use a ruler, you don't have to bend down. It's just a guide. Just remember to be nice and relaxed and enjoy it. Now I'm just going to come over to the side, lock those off, and I'm quite happy with that. And I'll just bring that thread up, and I'll bury those threads later. I do like to bury my threads, just make sure I get a nice tail. So this one I might actually do with just straight lines. So it'll almost be like piano key, just so that my quills stand out. So once again, I'm just going to travel down. Travel down the side. It's quite quick. And then I'm going to travel down, and I'm going to do these on a 45. So here we go. Do wonky line. Okay everyone, so I've gone and changed my high-vis foot, and now I want to quilt this background area. Now, this is where I want you to have fun and be a little bit more relaxed. So, if I don't want perfect designs on all four corners, then I don't have to be perfect, because what we're going to create is a lovely little sort of organic background fill. So I have a couple of marking tools which I really like. This is a blue water soluble pen. Now, if you girls or guys use these, it's really easy. A spray bottle of water with 1/4 teaspoon bicarb soda neutralizes the pH and the markings disappear. Or this one's one of those Japanese Mako pens, so you know it can be grey, blue or white. This is my go-to favourite. So what I'm going to do is, before I start, because it's easier than unpicking, all right? So that's usually my rule, to sort of get a bit of a balance, and gives me a little bit of muscle memory and tells my brain where I want to go. So I'm going to start at the side and come in and I do, you know, a nice sort of like leafy design and maybe a curl, and come in and do, you know, a lovely little daisy. And then basically what I'm going to do is come back and echo that daisy so it pops, and then maybe do some scrolls. Now, you know, I always say to myself, we need to do like 1, 2, 3 pebbles before you change to, say, a loop. All right, so that keeps me balanced. So if you need to chat to yourself or get into the mojo, I'm also going to change my machine from Regulate Precise, because that was the mode that I was using, over to Regulate Cruise. But just like the idling function, and honestly, it sort of helps us, because when I come into a point here, if I pause too long or lose balance, it stops me from actually snapping the thread. But the great thing is it doesn't look like I've got a bird's nest on the back. So that's basically what I'm going to do. And then for anybody that was getting a little bit wound up, I'm not going to have enough flowers, you can always come in, and so that you don't lose the idea of what you're doing, is pop flowers in. It's like encoring the design before you start. And then you see I put a leaf here. And you see we're going to have these, hopefully, as nice big Euro pillows. So I want to make sure that my design is well balanced, that I've got leaves and flowers coming from all perspectives. So hopefully you can sort of see this. I'll put another leaf here. And I don't want to over quilt this. I want the loft of the lovely wool batting to pop, and I just want the quilting to stand out, and more importantly the patchwork design. So here we go. So just bring my quilt back a little bit, and don't be frightened to roll back and forward. I think the key to that is keeping yourself relaxed, as Jackson stated before. We don't need that body tension. So here we go. And of course, the boring bit, lock off all our threads and make sure we're all good. And I do start and stop with the needle down. There's not a right or a wrong, it's what you prefer. And I'll just move my straps here. Okay. Nice tension here. So away we go. And you don't have to go at the speed of light. You can just take your time and be nice and easy with the machine. Now, one of the important things in this is I don't want the blue line to cause you to stilt yourself and go, I'm not on the line, I'm not on the line. It's not. It's a fabulous guide and it's a reference, because in a minute when we spray this, it's gone. So those telltale, I was sewing under the influence and I wasn't driving down the line straight, it's gone. That's the creative bit that we get to put in that nobody sees. So here we go. I could even put a curl in here, pop back. Come around and echo this into my curl. Do my pebbles. Put a curl in. Put a little lace in here. And you see, it's okay that I didn't draw all of it, because this has given me the muscle memory to get the confidence to continue to engage on my quilt top. The other thing I want to say to you is you'll see that we've got two different backgrounds there. Don't let the patchwork actually stop you from you deciding, well, this needs to be one space, this needs to be another space. Let it all flow, because when it's finished and you see the photos, what that's doing is just giving us lovely reference and area on our quilt. Okay ladies, so I'm just going to show you how with my spray bottle here, just spray it and we just get rid of our blue lines just so that we don't confuse ourselves. And just before I change threads, I do check that I've actually quilted all areas, because I have been known to miss a bit. So now I'm just going to do Hazel's body. So this, I think I'm just going to do lovely curly cues. So got that nice and tangled as we do. So let's go up here. Do a couple up down to lock off those stitches. And there we go. So I'm doing sort of small, medium and large curlicues. That's just so that's her fur, so it pops, it stands out, and it puts more interest on the surface. So I've just snuck around here just to ditch, just so that her eyes pop. background is done. Hazel looks good with the light blue thread. Just bring up the bobbin thread. And then we'll just change the thread again. Don't be frightened to change thread. I think that quilting is such a powerful part of what we do. Adding or changing thread colours definitely adds elements to our quilting style. Once again, I've changed thread, this time spicing it up, ladies, a bit of variegated thread. So don't be frightened to go, well, I've used variegate nowhere else. Honestly, it's emotional. If the thread colour fits and you're happy using it, just go ahead. I'll give you the license to have fun and be creative. So just going to do a little bit of thread work here so that Hazel has some toes. So really happy with that. And then I sort of think that I'm going to do lines up because they're her legs. So I sort of wanted to sort of have a technical meltdown, no bobbin. So I'm going to do a total contrast in the geometric. So I'm going to go from circle to, this is a messy square background, and it's fun because it's just back and forth without too much rhyme or reason, because that's what makes it great. And it's a great background design for skill building. Okay, so but you're not going to let him look? Oh, okay. All right, so my little Hazel is finished. So we'll just have to wait for Jackson to do his, and we will have a little fun reveal.
Okay, so I'm now ready to quilt Henry the Hedgehog. So what we decided to do is I was going to leave the room while Lizzy quilted hers, and then once she was quilted, she covered it over, and it was my turn to quilt Henry. So I'm planning to do some stitching on my hedgehog with the automation. So I'm going to use the marking tool within the software to do my dip stitching, and then I've also gone along and marked half-inch points away from the hedgehog, where I'll also use the marking tool within the automation and just select sew markings. Because of the size, I'm going to do one half of the hedgehog, and then I'm going to do the other half, and then I will do some hand-guided quilting in the actual hedgehog and in the border area. So stay tuned and see what I create. So I'm going to share what I've done to create my markings. So I simply used a quilting ruler, and I just used the half-inch marking on the ruler. I marked one line, then I come along to the other seam and I mark that. So when I'm using my marking tool, I'm going to aim for that intersection point of all these markings. On the corners, I have just used the ruler like so, and just done a dot. Now this is a water-soluble pen, so once I've done the quilting using the marking tool and select sew markings, I will then just wash them away and it'll be good as good. So, I'm now going to bring the machine over and I'm going to talk about what thread I've selected. So, on the background and border, I thought it would be nice to have something a little different opposed to white. So I've actually gone and placed a nice light blue thread on. So when that's stitched on the outside of the hedgehog and in the ditch and everything, I think it's going to look quite nice and add that interest to the quilting. So before I turn my automation on, I've checked my machine, I've got it tensioned. Now I'm actually going to go over and tighten the belt, which is really important for successful sewing with automation. So once that's done, I'll show you how I use the screen to place my markings.
Yep.
Okay, so now I'm just going to show how I'm using the marking tool to actually ditch stitch. So I'm going to exit out of here. Now I have gone into select and sew, and I'm just going to select any pattern. Okay, and then I'm going to tap open. What this does is it just enables me to use the select and sew function. So I'm just going to place it, move my machine, place it anywhere. I'm not actually going to be quilting it. Then I go into my toolbox and I'm going to tap my marking tool. And I'm going to add my markings. So the thing with my markings is where the needle will land is my target. So I want the needle to land there, so I use my marking tool to select that. And the markings on my quilt, which I've already covered, are where I'm lining that up with. And I just tap add marking when I've lined it up. Now, for example, if I go away where I don't want it to be, I simply tap remove last and I'm back to where I was. So then I simply go add marking and I just move my machine, aligning it with the marks that I've previously added 1/2 inch away from my remove. And then, so I marked them 1/2 inch away all the way around. And then I simply just come along and do that. So I'm going to continue doing this until I have done all my markings. Now, my machine may be getting in the way here. I say my machine, it's Lizzy's, but it's gorgeous, I love it. Okie dokie. So, okay, now I'm going to move my machine near my start point and I'm actually going to pull my bobbin up just in preparation to make life easier. Now, in the bottom corner above the quilt button, I deselect pattern and I select marking. Thus means I'm only going to be sewing the red line marked, not the actual motif shown on the screen above me. I then select quilt, hold my threads to the side, and then I tap sew. The machine engages the carriage, and then the magic begins. And now see where the blue line is going? That is showing me where I have actually had the machine travel along and stitch. Okay, so now I've done my ditch stitching and my stippling in the first part of Henry the Hedgehog. I'm thinking I want to give him some spiky hair, make him a bit of a groover. So I'm simply just going to do half And I'm going to do my needle up, needle down. Then I grab a pin. And this is my favourite trick because we don't have time to be holding and moving with one hand, and sometimes we don't even feel comfortable doing that. So with the pin, it holds the thread out of the way, reduces the risk of it obstructing our foot and our quilting. So I'm in precise regulated. I'm actually loving this mode. And I just start the machine, and I'm going to do just some simple wiggly lines. Almost as if he had spiky hair. And this is a very fun motif, no matter what your skill level. It helps you build your confidence on the long arm and get a feel for your machine. And I'm going to add just a little swirl because, you know, spiky hair sometimes does fall a different way, I guess. Now I've just stopped. I stopped the machine, needle up, needle down. Now come back. Now one of the things that I like to do to help me get a nicer finish on my work is I actually pull my bobbin thread up, trim the threads, move the machine to the side, and I grab a self-threading needle and I clip them into it, like so. Then I just come into the quilt top and gently bury them. And that just gives the quilting that extra bit of strength in terms of longevity, so it won't come undone as easily, and neatly tucks it away. And I do have to do that here as well, which I'll do in a moment. So now I've got Henry's face to quilt. I'm a little unsure, so I've been thinking, do I go something with a stipple, or do I just do something fun as if I'm drawing on him? So I'm going to start by pulling up the bobbin near his eye, and I'm just going to take my pin out of here and place it there for now. And now I'm going to do his ears. And I'm actually just going to echo around his face to an extent with a wiggly line. Now you may notice I have actually stitched on the black. That's okay, it's part of the process and it adds that interest. So now my threads are in the way of where I want to quilt. So I simply place my pin out of the way and just wrap my threads around it, and I'm good to continue quilting. Now in here I'm just going to do some simple arcs just for fun. Stop, and I'm going to tie on and tie off. Then again, I would bury my threads, but I will do that off camera as I've already done that a few times already. I'm quite happy right now, as you may be able to tell in my voice. I have just finished Henry the Hedgehog, which means I need to grab my bottle of water. It's just a misting bottle that applies a gentle mist. And all that does is it eliminates and removes my markings that I've previously made, so then no one knows that they're actually there. And they're actually one of my favourite things, these spray bottles. They have so many other uses, which I'll get into later on in videos. However, the spray bottle just gives that gentle mist to dissolve the ink that is in the ink pen, because it is removable by water. So I just do that, and that's Henry done. Now it's time to get Lizzy in and compare the pair. We're going to have to get some blindfolds for this because it's going to be interesting. We're ready for the reveal?
Yeah.
Yeah?
All right. So, hi everybody, welcome back. So, we're a little excited here about the reveal, and we decided we would do a coin toss.
With a good old Aussie 50-cent piece.
So, let's see what the kangaroos say.
So are you heads or tails?
Well, I'm Queen Lizzy, so I'll be...
Oh, you're so good! Okay, so, heads or tails? I'm just gonna...
Okay, you go first.
Oh, okay. And boom.
Oh, wow, you used the blue thread.
Yeah, so I thought the blue thread would add that little bit of interest to the background.
Oh.
And then I've added, I've just used blue thread for the whole bit. I added some textural elements and gave him some ears. I gave him spiky hair because, you know,
Well, he is
got to spike it up.
Yeah, spike
And
up. No hairspray, sweetie?
No.
No hairspray.
Not now.
Yeah.
And then I've used the marking tool to do my ditch stitching and 1/2 inch around.
Oh, gee, that looks really good. Really good.
Thank you.
It's brought out the elements.
Yeah, I thought by adding that 1/2 inch around it would really, you know, highlight the hedgehog.
Well, Henry does look like a boy.
Yes.
Yes, I do like the modern twist.
Bit spicy.
Yeah, so does Henry want to meet Hazel, the girlfriend?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Hit us with your...
Righto.
You
I picked
just
that.
flip it back.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. So, well, cause
Oh, my Lizzy.
she's a girl.
You've given
So
them
she's done it.
toenails and...
See?
You're an inspiration, aren't you?
Like you, I did change threads a couple of times and decided to actually use 3 threads because she's a girl. Okay, so
All about the accessories.
well, exactly. So yeah.
I'm just so
It's
impressed.
funny that
Like
we
this-
both did the same sort of modern elements here. And I did a little bit of leafy. So I
like
gave,
the environment they're in.
yeah, that's right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I just love how you've given Hazel some nails.
Yeah.
And they're like slightly painted, like,
Yep. So what I think we need to do now is we'll take them off the frame and then we'll turn them into the cushions and we'll do a little photo shoot of Hazel and Henry.
and then just like ding ding in the video.
Yep.
Oh, this is going to be awesome. I'm just impressed. And see, this is what I love about, what we've just done. See, I've done something different to an extent, I was in the room when you did yours. But we've had a similar idea, but just the variations and the possibilities are endless.
And that's the fun thing. So you can take quilters of all different styles, experience. And I do love the fact that you use the marking tool. I thought that was a little bit sneaky, but because I don't know that we actually said that we could cheat and use the QC tape, but I will always say, you get somebody that says, oh, that's cheating, but the truth is, bad design, bad thread colour, bad quilt. And yet, how is that cheating? You used great thread choice, great design, and software.
And I utilised the tools that I had available.
Which is perfect.
We both did, really. Like, you utilised the free motion and ruler work, and then I've utilised the marking tool.
Yeah.
Because honestly, there'll be someone out there who would love the effect of ruler work on that quilt.
Maybe not confident.
But it's just a bit scared of it. And this is honestly a really easy and efficient way to achieve that. Yeah. And I didn't have to move the ruler. I just went ding, 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 and then it just did it for me.
All right, well, let's get these off and we'll actually make our lovely
So off to the shops we go.
Okay.
Who doesn't love shopping?
All right, so as we press this down, we'll go ahead and make...
Welcome back. That was a great segment.
That was a pretty darn phenomenal segment.
Yeah,
that was like,
amazing.
who came up with that idea? I don't know. Was that you, Karla?
No.
No, that was a good one.
Lizzy and Jackson.
All I know is Karla was busting out. She's Nathan, hey, let's go have this competition. I was like, no. So with all of your talent, I'd be crying.
No, Nathan's very talented. He's
Well,
a very good quilter.
no. But I think it fits part of the theme, right? On my way to something new. So that might have been something for me to try.
Yeah.
Reach out a little bit, do something a little bit new. Sorry about that. Yeah, so again, joining you back.
Yes, I'm so excited to be here. This is a little bit new. So I'm Laura Nosnik. I'm an account executive here at the Grace Company. And then joining us again, we have
Nathan Nosnik here with marketing and sales. And
I'm Karla Jerome. I'm education. So
yes,
nice to have you.
Yeah, we're super
Wonderful.
excited to be here. A couple different faces, as you can see. We had Mark this morning, and then even later today, we'll have a couple new people come on just because we're excited to be with you guys, and we all want a chance to get to know you all. So I wanted to really quickly, I want to talk about the segment that we just watched, on the way to something new, right? That's the theme of this Spring Fling, and I thought that was what they just showed us was a great example of on the way to something new and how, hey, there's really different ways to kind of achieve something that can be the same thing.
let me ask Karla. So this is put on the spot a little bit.
Yeah.
But Karla, she is the creator, the inventor. She has some. So let me throw this out there. So now when you saw those, let me ask, what are a couple other projects that popped in your mind on how? Because obviously there's a little bit of a pillow. What other ideas quickly come to your mind? With something like that.
It'd be fun to make a whole quilt and make a family. I thought that would be really fun. A hedgehog family, you have mom and dad and
Henry and Hazel
and the little babies.
And then I would have to say one would have to be upside down probably.
Oh, absolutely. You have to make it quirky and different. Yeah, so don't be the same.
Well, there you go. So I just thought about that because she's always looking at ways of taking something that you might know, whether it's traditional or modern, and then putting a varied spin. And one other thing too, really quick, let's go ahead and welcome in Kourtney. We're going to have Kourtney join us. Welcome, Kourtney. Kourtney is joining us for this segment as well, so thanks for being with us today. So.
Thanks for having me.
With that, Kourtney, we were just asking a question. We were watching the Henry and Hazel bit.
Oh my gosh, so cute.
Yeah.
Right?
So stinking cute.
And one question I asked Karla, and then if you're out there with us too, let me go ahead and have you engage. What else might come to your mind on how you might do a spin either with that little pillow or with that kind of an event where they're different quilting motifs? Was it different colors? Was it maybe a
Right.
different cut? But I was asking, what would come to mind? What would be something you think you might do? And I know that you fit into a different realm of quilting, so you do a lot of fashion too. So.
Yeah, well, maybe let's get maybe a little bit of an intro, Coke. So this is
Oh, there
Kourtney,
you
right?
go,
So let's
Kourtney.
say, maybe what do you do here at the Grace Company?
Okay, so I am the manager of the education team, and I have a background in art, and I do love quilting fashion. So I would totally put one of those cute hedgehogs on the back panel of a
Oh,
cute
yeah,
jacket. Wouldn't that be
absolutely.
so stinking cute?
Overalls would be great too.
Oh my
the
God.
bib on overalls.
I'm a little
fun.
baby.
Yeah, so cute.
We have a couple people mentioning a few things. Sleeping baby hedgehog, which is kind of what we just mentioned, is one of those.
Sweet.
A couple here. One was a color variation, right? That might fit into a season potentially.
Oh, yeah.
Like right now with it being
That's a good
spring.
one.
You can. Oh, my question is what does an extreme hedgehog look like though? Extreme paper piecing. Just kidding, so.
Yes. An extreme hedgehog would have more points.
I'm imagining it queen size, so
Yes.
you can sleep under it.
Having one giant one.
The one giant hedgehog, that's all I need.
And here we go. Someone, Paula Becker, she's putting in a whole hedgehog wardrobe. So.
There you
Oh,
go.
there you go. There's your extreme right there.
Good. Looks like a couple other things. What other comments do we have here that we can kind of share regarding some other thoughts if you have something on there? Someone said, again, I was thinking seasons, spiked colored hair.
Oh, that
which
would be
an
fun.
interesting one.
And punk
There
hedgehog.
That's a good one too. Applique, instead of doing maybe a paper piecing piece,
Right.
which would be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that would be an easy
Yeah,
way
that
to
would be
add
kinda
some things
cool.
and actually do it as you quilt. I know Karla's done a couple quilts. I've seen others out there where you're cutting and building.
You know, a hoodie would be fun too, with the little spikes coming up over. That would be really fun. You're the face of the hedgehog and it has the spikes. That could be fun.
It'd be very fun.
Yeah, that'd be super cute. Yeah, this is great. See, this is all about the theme again, on my way to something new or on your way to something new. And really, this is incredible. I think we, like, none of this is not pre-done. This is like on the spot, thought of something new. And so really, there is so many different ways for you guys to create your own thing on it, right? And so that's part of, I know an earlier segment we had talked about was the free motion starter kit. And I think that's a really good way to get into doing something new, right? Being able to get a feel and still, even if it has a pattern, be able to kind of make it your own with that.
Oh, absolutely. Make it yours. Put something unique and personable in it. If it's a piece of fabric or your twist on it, do one upside down. I don't care. Just make it you. Have fun.
Let's do a quick shout out. I'm curious to get maybe some answers and some comments.
Absolutely.
Karla, really quick, let's kind of do this while people comment. I'm curious to get your thoughts on that Quilt Motion Starter Kit. So I'm looking for your comments. If you were joining us here about an hour ago, a little over an hour and a half ago, I think we were doing, Karla did the introduction of that getting started, the Quilting Starter Kit. But with that, what were your thoughts on it when you saw that? Did you feel like that might be something that would help you, etc.? And tell us a little bit about that. I know that this has been a long time in coming.
It
Share with
has
us
been.
just a little bit more.
You know, sometimes it's really hard to get the ideas here. And it takes a little while. And this was a long time in coming. And not necessarily because you can print off a panel very easily, but it was the instructions and the experience behind it. And that was what was really important for us to achieve here at the Grace Company, was giving you a great experience and jumping in for that free motion. And it's intimidating. It really is. And it can be very scary. And it's like, what do I do? How do I start? Because you want to be an award-winning quilter right out of the bat, and you're not. So
maybe one day.
Maybe one day. It's just baby steps. So anyway, this will really help.
So any comments that you guys have on that starter kit, we would love to see what those are. Karla, I know that we had Justice as one of the team members. He came
yes.
through.
That
Now
was
he
fun.
works in warehousing. He's our operations manager. So you think here's somebody at Grace Company. He hasn't quilted. He's never pieced anything. We brought him out, and I don't know if anybody else knows about part of that experience at all, but maybe
It
you can
was
share with
great.
us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so Justice, he had never done anything with quilting, and he was ahead of our project managing at the time, and he was kind of overseeing the project. And what he did is he jumped in, he took the instructions and the panel, and he jumped in, he threaded the machine, he got it all ready to go, and boy, I can't tell you how much fun he had. He was so literally pleased with what he had accomplished. He did the instructions ahead of time, so he did his doodling, and then he went to the frame and did everything, and it was just so much fun to see the excitement and the enthusiasm, and it's like, man, he's a quilter now. Yeah, you can't say that he's not, because he's actually done a project, and he was so pleased, and you guys should have seen it. He did such a great job.
Yeah, a word that comes to mind, I'd say he was kind of tickled.
Yeah,
he came to my office and says, boom, look what I did. So good things with that. So let's look at some of the comments we have.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say one that I had saw, Janet had came in and said, it was kind of to that point of, they said they just loved that it was really bringing a teacher at your fingertips. So being able to have that knowledge there. And I thought that that was a great point, because really it is something that, again, kind of quilting, and I have to say maybe from my point of view is, getting into quilting, there's a lot, right? You're like, what? I don't know what I'm doing. I got to get fabric. I got to get backing. I got to get batting, right? So I'm like, hey, I don't even know where to start. So with the Free Motion Starter Kit, it is a fantastic starting point that gets you on your journey onto something new. So I thought that was a great point there.
And can we just do a little bit of round of applause? What for? Why? Kourtney was the one who did all the design work on that too. So. She's like, why are we clapping?
Yeah, I was going to
Way
say,
to go.
Kourtney, you are a designer. She's a fabulous artist, but quilting is different.
It definitely is. It's definitely a different medium to work with, but there's a lot of overlap there, like colors, composition. There's so much overlap there, just a completely new medium. It's amazing.
Yeah, I love this. A lot of you I can see are thinking of all sorts of ways of integrating this. One was like, it'd be a great way to teach your grandchildren if they're not quite sure and they're going to get involved with it.
Absolutely.
Another comment that I saw was that just somebody getting like, I just don't know anything, so where do you begin? And that is pretty daunting if you're kind of left on your own. And in fact, Karla, I know this is one of the things that you have a passion for is, you know, we've made tools for a very long time.
Yes, we have.
And we know that really the next step is to help engage you with those tools in a way that helps build your confidence and just make it an unforgettable experience. That sounds pretty extreme, but really we know that if you can touch something, once you do, you can start to find some comfort. It's the beginning of many years, you know, to come of you finding success with part of your quilting experience. So.
Yep, that's how you grow as a quilter. Little steps at a time and trying something new. Which brings us to our our theme for the year. So
on my way to something new, absolutely.
Yeah. And I am actually a little bit curious. I want to see kind of to that theme is I want to hear from you guys. What is something new that you've maybe learned, maybe either this year or through the Spring Fling event? Because I'm very curious, because I'll tell you what, from even watching the segments, there's like the other day or last week, if you joined us, we learned how to make a purse. Today we saw those wonderful hedgehogs, and so we've really got a lot of wonderful educational pieces. So I am very curious to see whether it's information on the cutie that Nathan had talked about. That was a great piece if you were joining us last week as well. So again, I'm just really curious to see what you guys, again, either this year or throughout the Spring Fling event learned.
So feel free, if you're on the Facebook or YouTube, we have a comment section. If you're on the Grace event platform as well, we do have that section where you can put in comments. If you're just joining us, again, welcome for joining us. If you weren't here last week, there's a lot going on from last week. We have Watch It Agains too, which is really fun. But thanks for being with us. Make sure to put those comments, and we're going to try to look at bringing more of those up as we engage with you, engaging with us and our all the experiences that you're being a part of.
I did see a comment from Paula. It was a great one. She said, does fixing my dishwasher count? Yeah. You tried something new, you got it fixed. Congratulations. That's awesome.
That does count as something new, by the way. Though that's just part of it. Stepping outside of.
You didn't learn it here, but that's okay. You figured it out.
You're learning. That's the important part, is making small steps. So that's a really critical piece.
That's good. Yeah. I love these comments. Yeah, they're great. All of them is one of them is just said more confidence in things that they don't know how to do. And I thought, oh, that's a kind of an interesting one, right? Maybe a little bit different way of thinking about learning something new, right? Building your confidence and being able to maybe get started on something. So I thought that was a great comment there as well.
I had another one, which is interesting. You know that we do computer automation. Somebody actually brought up Pattern Cat and said designing my own pattern, which is a digital method of taking a design that you can have in your mind, building it on the screen, and then letting the system automatically quilt it out. That's my preferred method of quilting.
Yeah, he's very
Designing
good at
some stuff and quilting it versus me free motion, so, you know.
Yeah. He's good at both. Don't mind for you.
Oh, this is a fun one. This is Dolores using the 360 degree foot. So the 360 Wonderfoot. So that's a cool one, because that in itself is a new product for Grace Company. So that's super fun there.
That's very engaging too. It's a lot of fun to watch and play with as you're moving along your quilt, because it does the 360 and it's like, okay, I'm to the corner, it's going to do its little 360. It's like on the ski slopes. You're watching it.
If you haven't seen that and you're not sure, Grace Company came out with a brand new foot that works on the unique machines. Karla, you spent a lot of work on this. The owner was behind this quite a bit, and I know there's a lot of collaboration. And it's a foot that you can put on your machine, and it actually has a bearing, and there is what we would call like a lens that has a print on it that helps you free motion if you're free motion quilting, whether you're offsetting it, whether you're following, you want to do stitching in the ditch. So it's a way to engage with free motion quilting in a way that you've never expected. We call it the Wonderfoot 360. So
it's a lot of fun.
That's one of the comments we came up with. I mean, that came through. We have another person, Paula Becker, stating on part of that, but that's part of what it is. Fantastic. Always looking at something innovative, right?
Yeah. Let me actually really quickly, just so you guys can see, I do have it pulled up on our website, so that 360 Wonderfoot, so you guys can kind of see those different feet that are included with it. So this is just on graceframe.com. So again, this is really kind of what it looks like as an overview. And then maybe Karla, because I know you had spent a lot of time on this, is you can see that there's a couple different inserts, is what I want to call them.
Little inserts that are not hard to take on and off as you're quilting, so you can change for the offset. The offset just offsets where the needle is, so you can just follow the seam line and, offset it a quarter, and that's the stitch in the ditch one. So it's the crosshairs, so you follow your seam, and when you get to that corner, you know that you're going to turn, and it's just going to follow along with you. So it's a lot of fun, and it is really, really nice to use, because you don't have to use the ruler and the ruler base and everything else. You just have to use the foot.
Yeah, with that, one thing that comes to my mind when I think about this, the first time I saw it, first you're kind of like, well, what does it do? Then you start to use it. And one of the things that's interesting is because it kind of moves and follows with you, Karla, when we talk about loops and other things, it almost gives you this other control. It's an interesting piece as an addition to your machine that kind of puts a little bit of confidence behind that. I know what would be something that you've really enjoyed with it.
It makes your loops more loopier, because it's, I'm just saying, a more curvy, a better figure, okay? So anyway, as you're going around, because it's turning, it really isn't, there's not that jagged, jerky motion. It's just really smooth, and it makes your loops really pretty loops. So if you haven't seen it, check it out. It's a lot of fun.
So with that, maybe if there were to be an opposing side, like we're trying to look at what is, on my way to something new, well, let me ask this question. Has there been something that made you frustrated? Oh, that's another piece. Now, let me talk about that with quilting. It can be outside of quilting, but we want to try to keep this, because that can go all over the place. But with quilting, let's say, has there been an experience, because this is one question that we were curious to know as well, is would there be something in your quilting experience that made you a little frustrated? Let's see what answers you might have for that. Any thoughts on some other things that we should look through as we're getting a few answers on that?
Really quickly, as far as maybe the frustrators, I know we have a lot of videos out there for education, and one thing that I do want to talk about is actually Tuesdays with Grace. It's something that Karla's done that is some great educational pieces, whether it's on automation, the new Wonderfoot, managing fabric on the Cutie. Really, there's a whole slew of things that gives you education at your fingertips, I'd say. So again, it's Tuesdays with Grace. You can access it just on our main website, so graceframe.com. If you scroll just a little bit down, I think like a fourth or so down, you can sign up for it there. But that's really a wonderful tool for kind of help maybe coming past or getting through some of these difficulties that you may find in quilting.
So Karla, talk a little bit about Tuesdays with Grace.
Tuesdays with Grace it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of work, but a lot of fun. And I so enjoy interacting and engaging with you all. It's my time to jump in and just really do what I love, which is quilting. And you should know that by now. If you don't, I'll try to be a little bit more peppy and happy about it. So anyway, I just enjoy quilting, and I love teaching. I didn't think I would, but it has just been so good to me, for me. And it has really helped me as a quilter, because you push me, and you push me to get things done. You push me to expand my creativity. You push me to just try something new all the time, and that's what I'm always thinking of. What's the next thing? What can I give for you to experience with quilting, interact? So
Wonderful. Yeah. Well, I know one thing that we kind of have in going in with our theme is just on my way to Slay News. We actually have this fun little reel of some different people that are going to show you some new projects that they've done or new things they've kind of gotten into. So we're going to go ahead and kind of just bring them on and kind of again show you some of those wonderful on my way to something new.
Hi Claire's Company, my name is Anita and I want to share with you a quilt that is new to me. It's a applique quilt that I am making for spring. Trees, flag, be happy with the truck and the camper. We live in Florida and my children went to FSU, so there's the FSU flag. Flowers, a bee, thermos.
Hi, Cindy Shostrom from Rockford, Illinois, Songbird Quilts. My thing new was trying machine applique, restoring a 1950s quilt.
Something that I have never tried before is what I have since learned is called fussy cutting. I'm going to use my plastic template and put it right over the center of those flowers. I've got lots of beautiful flowers and I want them to be in the center of my block, so I'm going to fussy cut.
Hi, I'm Angie. Here's a video of my something new. It's actually our attic. We're turning it into my new long arm. Needs a new floor, needs to be painted. I will keep some of those handprints on the wall. I haven't purchased one yet, but I'm in the market for one. Can't wait for the spring fling.
Even though I've only been quilting for a couple of months, I decided to give English paper piecing and following a pattern a try. It's been quite the adventure as I cut out different pieces. My first attempt at English paper piecing was making a flower, and hopefully this pattern will turn out.
What are you doing?
I'm tying a knot.
You're tying a knot? Are you making a quilt?
Yeah.
Who makes quilts?
I do.
You do. Okay, blow the camera kiss.
That was so cute.
So sweet. That little girl was so cute. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for all those people who showed us all the new things that they're doing. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the frustrations. I've had a ton of frustrations because I'm a brand new quilter. Well, you'll see. I think tomorrow I have a video that you'll see where I have a lot of frustrations. But I love Tuesdays with Grace for that reason, because it's like a community. And that's like the biggest reason I got into quilting, was I just wanted to be a part of a community, especially during the pandemic and everything that happened. I wanted to be able to have that community that even though like through virtual, which is kind of how it started a little bit, we weren't able to like actually be out with people at our events, so we wanted to make sure that we could still have our community even virtually, which then we did Tuesdays with Grace, and then we did the Fall Festival.
Right.
That was a lot of fun. Yeah. And then Spring Fling, of course. We've had so much fun with that, but the community is like what it's all about. It's amazing.
Reaching out to you all, and you all mean so much to us, and you're so important as part of the Grace Company. You're the biggest reason why this company exists, and thank you for all that you do, and your encouragement, and your appreciation, and your love of quilting. Thank you.
Now with that, I know there's a couple giveaways. Do you want to do that a couple now, or do you want to do that here in a minute? Because I know I have some other things to talk about as far as a couple next things to look forward to in a little bit.
Yeah,
but are we?
Yeah, no, I want to talk about the giveaways, because this is kind of to the point of we want to help create a community with you guys, and really with that is we honestly love to give things away. I don't think you can say anyone in this room doesn't want to give something away, right? You're just like, I'm gonna throw this in there. Nathan, I know you like to add on extra stuff, because why not, right? So I know some of these giveaways that we're gonna be doing actually is 3 different ones. One of them is $1,000 gift card. Woo! $1,000 gift card that you can use on any items for Grace Company. And then we're also gonna be giving away a Cutie Frame and then our cutter combo. Now, these are actually gonna be chosen from those that have pre-registered. And one thing that I know we've maybe gotten a couple questions on throughout this event is, hey, do I have to pay to register? And guess what?
No.
You don't. It's completely free. The whole registration, even being entered in, is free. And then I know in some previous videos, for example, Karla's Cactus quilt one, is we actually give you the pattern for that for free as well. So if you actually go on to, and I really quickly do want to just show you guys on our website how you can kind of get to that and see some of those past videos. So this is just our main website, so graceframe.com. You simply are going to click it and it's going to take you to a screen like this. Now this is because I have registered, so that's how I can come see my account information. But what you'll do is just right over here, there's the event schedule, so you can come see any events that we are looking to do. So this is for today, Wednesday, April 6th. And then one segment that, again, I wanted to talk on is if you guys are just joining us for the first time today and weren't able to quite catch us last week, as we do have this Watch Now or Videos on Demand segment. So these are all the pre-recorded segments that we have shown. So if you wanted to re-watch that introduction to the Free Motion Starter Kit that we talked on, or Karla talked on a little bit earlier today, you can come in here and watch it. If you're interested, again, to see that Hazel and Henry challenge, you can do that. And so again, this is really so you can come back through and watch any segment, again, that you want to be able to get those patterns or really learn a little bit more about it. And so I do want to show you here just really quickly so you guys can, again, see how you can get those patterns. Go ahead and find it here. Again, we had Nicole Moore's studio tour. That was a super fun. Let's see here. Yeah, right here. Boom. So this is, again, all you're going to do. You select that segment. And then this is where, if you want, you can actually just hit here and hit play and it'll go through that segment with you. But if you scroll down just a little bit further, this is where it talks a little bit about what happens in that video. And then down here at the bottom, this is, again, where you can get that pattern for free. So again, that registration is free. And then any patterns or anything we do is also free for you guys.
Better than Netflix. You have to pay for them.
Very true, very true. This is a free thing that we have for you guys. And then I know even on the free things, with some of these giveaways that we're doing, is we do have some amazing deals that are specific for you guys, again, that you can check out on that same platform. That main homepage, there's the events page, or I think it's the big deals. You guys can click on those, scroll through, because we do have some great individual pricing designs as well as combo pricing. So if you're looking at getting maybe a machine and a frame, we do have some amazing deals that way.
Yeah, so let's do a quick shout out on how you might be able to get onto that. So maybe if we can bring up right now, just you can go to the website. So that's www.graceframe.com. So you can key into the website in order to find that out. You can also call in. We have our phone number that you can call into. That's 1-800-264-0644. We do have chat as well if you're online. We do have customer service reps there available that also help answer any questions. And then again, you can reach out to all the dealers. So we have several different methods in which you can engage and find out what those promotions or those specials are. And again, if we kind of come back and we're talking about, but there may be something for you, Kourtney. The answer is yes, there could be. It could be thread. Maybe it's thread.
Always.
Maybe it's cutting tools.
Absolutely.
Maybe it's a new cutie frame because you don't have a lot of dedicated space, but you're like, dealing with fabric is a struggle. So that with sewing machines or quilting machines. So really every single thing that Grace is involved with part of Spring Fling, we really have a little bit of something on sale, something that everybody can pick up on and use to help improve your quilting experience. So
I saw a really good question.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, how long will the videos be on demand? Do we know?
Good question.
That is a really good question. I'm not quite sure. I do know that we are planning to keep up this site for a decent amount of time after the festival. I don't know for sure how long, but I think we are even potentially looking at bringing it over to our YouTube channel. Again, just as videos that you can go back through and watch later there. So.
And I'll throw out a little something. We know that has been a request, and we are working on a way to help make these type of videos more available anytime and more easily accessible. And so you'll see some updates to our site. Like right now, these type of events and events with our dealers have become a bigger part of what we're doing. We want to make sure that that's easy for you to get into as well. So with what we're doing, let's go ahead and do a couple of the giveaways, and then we can talk about a couple other things as we move forward.
Yeah, so again, just real quick, these are pulled from those that have pre-registered. So, and I will say this, is we do choose the winner of these the day of the event. So if you have not registered, you can still register and still have a chance to win for tomorrow and even the next day.
Yeah, so if you're streaming on one of the other platforms, log on to the event platform, get your name in there so you have a chance to win as well.
Yes, but yeah, the first giveaway we're gonna do, and I think Nathan, you kind of list off a great list of things that you can get, but it's with that $1,000 gift card. So this is a wonderful one. Again, really, $1,000. I know if you were watching last week, Jana mentioned, she said, give her a call. She'll help you pick out some things. She's got a whole slew of things she can help get you that.
Return, come early.
Yeah. You might already have it.
That's right.
Couple that with the gift card.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, but let's go ahead and do a drum roll for this, again, $1,000 gift card here.
And the winner is...
Sheila! Congratulations.
Oh, that's so exciting.
Congratulations. That's a wonderful one. And again, Sheila, we will be reaching out to you because this is chosen from those that have pre-registered. So congratulations, Sheila, though. And hopefully you do some great things. And again, we'd be more than happy to help give you a list of different things you can get for that $1,000. But I know the next giveaway that we're going to be doing is going to be the Cutie Frame. Now this frame, I have to say, has a bit of a sweet spot for me because this was the first frame I ever really did anything on. And so it really was a very unique experience for me that showed me that, hey, you can do this with your own domestic machine. And then I know last week, Nathan, there was a video that showed you really is what is the Cutie Frame made of, and everyone, I know there was a ton of comments that came in during that segment because it was such an informational and really interesting and different way to see the cutie.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, people when they look at this, now from a frame perspective, we've been doing business for a little over 35 years. You guys would know we started with hand quilting, we did hoops. We kind of created the domestic version of quilting with wooden frames, and they've continued to progress. And so this one is a frame, and people think because we have these clips, they're like, oh, how durable, or what's the materials? And I kind of forgot that I really hadn't introduced that to our quilters. Right. But now it's the safety glasses, and so it's meant to be used over and over and over, and simply used over and over with your machine at home, or of course 15 or 19-inch machines that can be put on there. But it creates, in essence, a frame that you can have for life or pass on to someone you love if you decide to move up. And then Kourtney, I know that you've had some experiences quilting on this as well. Yeah. What has been your experience with Cutie?
So I am in the process of quilting my queen size quilt on the Cutie. So it's pretty great. Yeah, no, it's amazing that I can have, like, I live in a, like a normally small place, and I can do it on my table, like at home. It's so cool.
Yeah, with that, I know, just so everybody knows, they also wonder, like, oh, am I limited? So they look at it, they're like, oh, it's small. Well, any size quilt can be done. So if you're getting this, there's no limitations. It can be really taken with you and put in a place that's most convenient from a space perspective. And with that, you can also add stitch regulation for certain machines. Right. And so if you don't have a machine that's stitch regulated, to make those even stitches, and computer automation is available on a frame like this. And so people are amazed. You're not limiting yourself. Get started where you're comfortable. Again, on my way to something new, this might be a way to start something new for you.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Well, let's go ahead and do a drum roll for the winner of this Cutie Frame here. Throwing a different pattern there. Sylvia Galbraith. Yeah.
Congratulations. Oh, that's so great.
Congratulations, Cutie winner, Sylvia.
And then I will say, because there was a couple different comments that I know came in there, I'm saying either they love the Cutie or they wish they had it. And I have to say that right now we have an amazing deal, again, on all products, but even especially that Cutie right now, where you absolutely can get on your way to something new and get into it with that Cutie Frame.
Someone was saying, I need one in my vacation home. Vacation home. Someone said, I'm on my way.
Take it with you.
There was also a question that was asking if you need the legs to have the automation. Can you put the automation
on the table? It can just attach to the top on a table. Right. You can get legs. A lot of times people bring these home. They're storing them or putting them in a closet. They start to complete more quilts. They're like, hey, I'm going to find a permanent home. So you can get legs as an accessory. Automation works with or without those legs. Awesome. So yeah.
That's so cool.
That's a great question. Yeah. And then kind of moving along, our final giveaway for this segment of those that have pre-registered is what we call our cutter combo. So what is in that is our 45mm comfort cutter, our 360 circle cutter, and then you get a double pack of blades, and then you get 2 blade refills again for that circle cutter. Now I know Nathan and I know Karla and even Kourtney, you guys do a lot more cutting than I do, and I know Nathan, you actually have a little bit of some history, I'd say, with our TrueCut. Why don't you share maybe just a little bit of what I'd say kind of maybe sets it apart from other cutting things in the industry?
Keeping it simple if you think about this, and this is known, you can give me a 3 if you are finding that cutting can cause a little bit of challenges, whether that's stress in the hand, the wrist, the arm, or the shoulder. And what we're going to find is a lot of us, that is one of our least favorite things, right, Karla? If we're doing this, some of us are okay with it, but at the end, it's a fatigue. It wears on us. And so one of the things our owner challenged us with is, hey, if there's a challenge and there's a problem like this, how do we solve it? And so this is one I personally took on. And so this cutter that we're looking at, I went in with some baked clay and a few things, and Karla trying it amongst others, came out with a more ergonomic way. And in fact, I would say it's the most ergonomic way that you can cut. We have people, I'm not sure if you've read any letters that ladies have sent in at all.
Absolutely, yeah. We've been selling it for quite a while. The style, how it works has kind of changed, but the style has never changed because it's such a good ergonomic style, and it really does help. I mean, I just broke my wrist this year, and I'm feeling it, everybody, and I've got a steel plate in there, and you know, when the weather changes and stuff, I can still quilt because I love the Comfort Cutter. It is my favorite. I probably have 10 of them at home. I'm not kidding.
And it does
It
really
does.
shift where the pressure points happen. So it does help you if you have arthritis or if you find pain in joints. A lot of us put pressure on our index fingers. Those things go away with the Comfort Cutter. And then we have our shoulders. And then we have the 360 circle cutter.
Yes.
Every time I demonstrate that, everybody they jump back. They're like, no, did that just happen? Yes, it works amazingly well. It's a very easy process to use with the circle cutter. I don't know if you can click on that at all, if it takes us into it. But the 360 circle cutter is one that you can cut up 2 to 12.5-inch circles, all with the same cutter. It is one that makes it easy to cut, up to 4 layers of fabric, or we would say 2 layers of denim. I usually cut one or 2 if I'm doing the circles. And Karla, you did a circle quilt. I love it. It's one of my favorite.
Circle quilts. So I do. I love it. It just makes it easy, and you get those accurate circles, and you can applique. You can, you stitch around them. You can do whatever you want.
So it's a pretty awesome combo. So let's go ahead and give this one away.
Let's go ahead and do a drum roll for it here.
Cindy McRunnell. Congratulations, Cindy.
That's wonderful. And then I do want to say, we did have it pulled up on the website, but again, even if you guys, in learning about TrueCut, if this is something that you want, you can absolutely get it. And then right now, you can see here, with usually sits, about $100.70 there. We do have it discounted down at $80.56. So this is just a sample, I'd say, of one of the deals we have, because we have deals on all things. Again, Nathan mentioned earlier, whether it's thread, you're looking at getting into a machine, looking at just getting into a frame with that Cutie Frame there. Again, we really do have deals that are on all of our products, again, specifically for you guys and this event that we have here today.
Yeah, with that, speaking of events, something to keep in mind. One is there's been a wonderful history of what these events have done. And we've hoped that you've enjoyed those. In fact, put a couple comments in there letting us know what other events you've joined from Grace Company, whether it's Tuesdays with Grace. We have had Fall Festival. We did a Spring Fling the last year and a Fall Festival before that. Well, guess what's coming up in July? Kourtney, I know that you were pretty excited about this.
Oh, guys.
True surprise. So, let's talk about this really quick as an event. Kind of just do a little intro about our events. Go ahead.
Okay. Are we doing Australia?
Well, yeah. Let's start.
Okay. Can we talk about Grace around the globe?
Yeah.
Because I'm so excited. Okay, so we are going to Australia, which I am so excited for. I've always wanted to go to Australia my entire life. We're going to Birmingham, England, I believe, and I used to live in London for a little while. We are going to Canada. That's it. Yeah, we're going to Canada soon. Yeah, I'm so excited. Oh my gosh.
And with that, we were looking to do an event in the summertime. We know it's vacation time, so the thought I had is if we're on vacation, hey, I'm still looking at some emails, I'm still watching my favorite movies, and one thing we thought about is how can we bring quilting to you? And what we thought about is let's take you on a trip to some of these different countries so that you can see what quilting is like in those countries with those quilters, with those shops. So we're excited about bringing part of events like that to you as well, along with On the Road with Grace and being with us in so many different places as we experience them. We hope you can experience them with us as well.
Yeah, and then I would say to that, if you guys are interested in watching that, which I think you all should to be. I think we're all super excited for it. Is make sure to follow us on all of our social media accounts. That's how you can make sure to tune in for these amazing events that we're going to have for you guys. So again, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Grace Company, even our newsletters will also have some information there for you guys. So just make sure to give us a follow there.
Yeah, so if we can bring those up, let's take a look at that and see what those social media handles are. I know we have a couple Instagram ones. It's at Grace Frame, Grace Company Quilting. So again, Grace Company Quilting would be one. Karla, also we have some things with Karla going on.
So this is Quilts for Grace, and it's number 4, and it's Karla Quilts for Grace.
You're gonna want to follow that because it's pretty entertaining and fabulous, honestly.
Yeah, I have somebody who helps, and she does an awesome job.
She's so cute.
So Cute Madison, who I did the video with, the doodling video. So if you don't know who she is, that's Cute Madison.
Wonderful. I know we have a couple other great things coming up. Anything else we want to talk about before we get excited about what's still here today that we're going to be doing? So what's coming up next?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to just really quickly, because I know you talked about Madison, I want to say just a reminder that if you guys missed any segment or want to go back and watch it again, that you absolutely can do that. So again, very simple. You start out on our main website, so graceframe.com, and then it'll be that pretty much that first banner that pops up. It's going to say Spring Fling. You say visit now, and then again within there you can go to those events and see those on-demand videos. Yeah, and so again, those are really some great videos that we have for you guys that you'll be able to go back and watch at any point.
And so much more to come.
Yes.
So with that coming up, I think we have Jackson. He has a trunk show coming up as well, so that's going to be really fun. He says gaining confidence, I think is part of what the name of that is. Also, we have the second half of the Cactus quilt for Karla.
I quilted. So
Oh, there you go.
That'll be a fun segment.
Pretty fun stuff.
Oh yeah,
How are you feeling?
absolutely. I loved it. Actually, this was one of the ones that I didn't want to pull my hair out. So it was a lot of fun.
Well, it turned out amazing. I'm so excited for them to see it.
So hopefully, maybe I'll have it done. I'm going to show it on Tuesdays with Grace. So if you want to see the finished product, come and join me on Tuesdays with Grace and just register so you know when it's coming.
Yeah, and I know that there was quite a bit of innovation that went into that. Always looking at trying to stretch and push and stretch and push.
Time.
With that, I know one of the last ones is I'm going to do a presentation, so stick with us on the automation, QCT5, our Pro Automation. I'm going to walk through some of the simple features, some things that will probably intrigue you quite a bit because little did you know you don't need to be an expert quilter even to use automation, and it can do quite a bit for you also.
And you don't have to know the computer inside and out.
Don't need to.
Very easy.
Very true. And I'd say, we're talking about what's coming up next. And if you guys have to step away for a minute, there's actually a way to add this to your calendar so you guys can make sure to be notified so that if there is a segment that you want to kind of watch live, you absolutely can add it to your calendar there and be reminded of those segments. But I think we're going to go ahead and kick it off.
Anything else, Kourtney, you thought you'd like to share with part of the what's coming up?
Well, I just want, you guys should really just add my video to your calendar. It's called Quilting on a Queen Frame or Queen Quilt on a Cutie. Definitely check that one out. It's a little awkward and great. You're going to love it.
Well, thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for joining us. And we're going to go ahead and look at the trunk show with Jackson now.
Yay!
Hello everyone, my name's Jackson from House of Jackson here in Australia, and I'm a proud Grace ambassador. And today I thought I'd take the time to share 2 of my quilts where I've tried something a little bit different and share a bit of the story behind them. So first of all, I have this quilt on the wall behind me. Now this was the first time I tried needle turn applique and vice applique. So I used a product that fuses to the back where you trim away your excess and then fold it over. I quite enjoyed the process. However, instead of hand stitching it, I did actually do it all by machine, which was a lot faster than if I had it done by hand. Then the other change I did was, instead of doing these little hexagons for the diamond panels, I actually cut little diamonds, stitched them together, added a border, then I appliqued those on. Then over here where we see the fans, one thing that I decided to do to mix it up, instead of appliquing them on, I did it as a drunkard's pas or a curved seam and actually pressed underneath. So instead of pressing away or open, I actually pressed under to give it a slightly raised look as if I had actually done it by needle turn. Then when I come to the quilting, it was another new experience for me because up until this quilt, I had only quilted normal patchwork and I hadn't actually quilted anything with any applique as such. So because these appliques were quite a feature of this quilt pattern, I did some different background fills. So in this block, I did some pebbles and did some different variations of pebbles to add a nice texture, yet bring the quilting to life. By doing this, it allowed the applique to pop where it wasn't quilted. Then over here, again, I did another background fill, and then I repeated that for the other two applique feature blocks. Then in the center, I decided to do some fussy cutting and add a border. Then I did some ruler work quilting on it, which was quite fun. The other little thing that was quite fun for me is, instead of appliquing just a circle, I again fussy cut these meteors and I appliqued those down. This actually gave a focus area for the fans and makes them pop a little bit more. And as you can see, I have actually got the fans in sets, which are quite different. One of the other things that I quite enjoyed about this quilt that was again a little bit different was the quilting on the outer border. So instead of doing something all over the border, I actually stitched along every one of these stripes in the whole pattern, which was quite fun, but a little bit different. And it pushed me to try something that I wasn't normally comfortable doing. And it was great practice, and honestly, a ruler came in quite handy for that. The other thing I did quite differently for the whole quilt was when I did do the binding, I did it so it was a little thicker than I normally do my bindings, just to add that extra element to the quilt. And for the backing, I chose a vibrant purple spot that was quite dark as well. So it really adds another element to the quilt when you turn it over. Then for the petals, I have done some, not petals, the leaves, sorry. I have actually done some leaf stem sort of style quilting to add that element of nature to the quilt. So the quilt pattern was by Kathy Dowdy, and it was in one of her books that I did purchase. Next up, I have a quilt where I try something a little different. So I've done a few quilts in the past where I've used improv patchwork. However, most of the blocks are all improv, and then I have some borders or sashings, but this time I decided to mix it up a little. So I'm yet to bind the quilt. However, I have recently finished quilting it. Now, one thing that I've done is I have used an improv. It's going to be a bit hard to hold up. So if you hold it there, it's out of focus. Cool, cool, cool. And up high. So what I've done is I have made an improv block in the middle, and then I have added different borders around the center to continue that improv look. I quite enjoyed doing this because it was fun creating the improv, but it was very quick and easy to add the other borders when I was using some graph paper that helped me work out my seam allowance. Then when it came to the quilting, instead of doing all whole cloth freehand, I used my automation and I actually designed this on pen and paper in Repeat. Then I digitized it using the software to create the quilting design. I then stitched it out at 14.5 inches, so it has a nice density that adds an element of texture to the quilt and makes it look like it's been free motion quilted. Then on the back of the quilt, I have used this vibrant floral style fabric to really add another element on the back to make it a bit different. When it comes to the binding, I'm still not sure what I'm going to do. I think I might use some of my scrap fabrics, join them together on the 45 and do the binding that way. However, I'm yet to bind the quilt, and when I finish it, I'll be sure to post some photos. So I hope you've been inspired by watching this little clip on things that I've tried and done differently. And don't forget to stay safe, stay inspired, and stay quilting. And also stay around for the other amazing ambassadors videos to inspire your creativity. Take care, everyone.
All right, so as we press this down, I'm gonna go ahead and make one nice 12-inch circle. And there we go. So very easy, very fast. I don't know if we were able to get that on camera because that just goes super fast, right, as we go around, and very fun. And so when you do circles like that and it comes out that clean and that fast, who wouldn't want to do more circles now, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think I speak for a couple people out there. I mean, who wants to cut a circle, right? Cutting a circle isn't really something we like to do, but I'll tell you, when I tried this, I definitely went through some backwards, like, I'm just gonna cut another circle. And I was like, how about this size? And I cut another circle, right? So something that I think you'll find that you just love and is super easy, as Mark pointed out, very effortless to make really 2 to 12 inches of a circle.
That's right. And how we adjust that is on this pin, we simply just twist the bottom of the knob, and now we can slide this up and down the base.
Like I said, I do trim the bunny ears at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, and when we press, we're going to be pressing those over next, and it's nice not to have all that additional, even though 1/8 of an inch of fabric is not a lot, but these are tiny little corners. But when we get to the bunny face, I do trim a regular 1/4 inch. On all of those markings can also be found on your TrueCut ruler.
There's also one of the nodes that is highlighted in green. That is our starting point. And a node that is highlighted in red. That is our stopping point. So our design is going to flow from the start to this stopping point. Okay. So now we're ready to edit these lines so that they curve. Okay. So we'll select edit, and we want to make sure that we're in the select options. Okay. It's also helpful to make sure that you click unselect all regularly so that you only have selected the nodes that you want to work with. I'm going to select one of these nodes by clicking and dragging a box around it. So if you click and drag, a box forms, and you can pull that box over the node and it'll select. Then we can zoom in to that node. And when you select 2 ends of a spline, you will see 2 blue boxes appear on the spline. Okay. If you click and drag those boxes, also known as handles, your line will start to curve.
I'm just impressed. And see, this is what I love about, what we've just done. See, I've done something different to an extent, I was in the room when you did yours, but we've had a similar idea, but just the variations and the possibilities are endless.
And that's the fun thing. So you can take quilters of all different styles, experience, and I do love the fact that you use the marking tool. I thought that was a little bit sneaky, but because I don't know that we actually said that we could cheat and use the QC tape, but I will always say, you get somebody that says, oh, that's cheating, but the truth is, bad design, bad thread colour, bad quilt. And yet, how is that cheating? You used great thread choice, great design, and software.
And I utilised the tools that I had available.
So this is a circle ruler template, and this is a feather template. We developed these wonderful rulers, so if you're looking to do feathers, here's a nice template for your feathers. And then here's one for circles. We also have a super slide, and it's a 1/4 inch thick. And then we also have our slice, which is a 1/4 inch thick. And then we have our mini slide, again, which is a 1/4 inch thick. And the reason why the thickness is important is for long arms. If you're using any of our Quilting machines, you would want to get the 1/4 inch thickness rulers. And we have 1/8 inch rulers as well for your domestic machine. I'm going to hold a couple of them up here, and they're the same design, so super slide, mini slide, and then we have slice. And for our Quilting machines, we do have a ruler base for all the 15, the 19, and 21. It's very easy to attach, very strong, and very durable. I'll show you the back side here. You can see it slides right onto the throat of your machine with this knob. So this just goes right onto the throat of your machine, and it gives you that platform that you need to put these rulers on there.
And notice that the faster the machine goes, I want to move it a little faster to keep my stitches nice. We don't have stitch regulation on the machine, So I am in charge of getting my stitches to be adjusted. So I just want to maintain my speed and my movements, and it will help keep your stitches nice and consistent.
We're now going to move into our pantograph screen. So this is the option we're going to use to sew edge to edge. Don't get too confused. This is the fun stuff we're going to talk a little bit later. Recording, pattern cat, etc. So we did select and sew. Let's now do a layout of a quilt, and I'm going to go into one of my favorite modes, which is called Power Panto mode. And I'm going to use our ruler to do a measurement to determine how big and how wide this quilt is. And so I'm going to take my machine down here on the left, and I'm going to go to my left corner, top left corner. Tell it I'm going to go and scan across my quilt to the far right side of this awesome mock quilt that I have. And I'm just going to come as far down as I can with the system, and I'm going to tell it that that's how wide it is. You do want to take a measurement, because really what we want to do is go in and determine exactly how tall it is, and that will give us our final dimensions. So here is the space that we're now working with. I measured from the top left to the bottom right. I then adjusted so I know how tall the entire quilt will be.
So in gold, you are able to select multiple blocks, same or different, and we're going to tap on multi-placement. And then you have all these choices that you can make for every single block, and you're able to stitch them out all at once. So that's very cool. So just wanted to show you that. Okay, next we will go to pantograph. So we're going to go back to beginnings and pantograph. Okay, so one thing unique about beginnings that you're used to, like right now the height says 15.8. If you were to go up into the safe area, you see the safe area height being 16.67. And of course the width, 35.59, I'm going to X that. And so the width is the same as the safe area width. It defaults when you first open up, but you're used to your height being reduced, okay?
And what that means is that when we go and we push the clamp on top, it actually works like a ratchet. So I want you to listen to this here. So you can hear that ratcheting sound here. So that is actually what allows us, once we put the fabric on, to grip onto the fabric and then to ratchet or to create tension. So I'm gonna pull this back off. I love pointing this out here with two pieces. Let me take off this one. So what is this? No, this is not just plastic. I love getting a little aggressive. These are made out of what we call polycarbonate. That is the same type of thing that safety glass is made out of. So it's incredibly durable, incredibly strong, and long lasting. And the reason I do this is you're not going to be breaking these. Now, I always tease, don't run over them with your car, because yes, I'm guessing you can break them. However, they've been built and they've been made out of this polycarbonate so that as we squish and as they expand around our fabrics, that they keep that same spring, and they will keep that same spring regardless of the amount of quilts that we're doing. So I really like to talk about and show that spring, because that springing component is one of those that helps it hold and wrap around the fabric to hold it nice against the rail of the frame. On this, I love pointing out the detailed design. You'll notice that these are unique in their shape. Not only are they unique in their shape with the ability to work with the square rails, but there are also these other parts.
Let's check out my sewing studio. So when you walk in, you're met with my long arm, which is on a Grace frame. This is a Juki sewing machine. It's a Juki long arm. It's the J350 QVP. It's sitting atop a Grace frame. And I'm just doodling on some fabric. I just had some folks over to try it out. There's many people's names. See, there's Sharon, there's Janet, Phyllis. I don't think anybody else put their name on it. So just some doodling going on there. Let's go on this side of the sewing room and talk about what we see here. I've got a design wall along most of this wall. And what the design wall is made of is construction foam that I have just put some flannel around it and nailed it to the wall. Very simple, very effective.
Your precision foot. This is a really good foot, has the little prongs poking out to help you measure as you're quilting. And so with the ruler, it's just going to give you that nice precision lines as you are quilting, so you can mark from one point to the other and get those nice crisp lines. Another thing that's nice about this is that it pivots and turns because it's on a bearing. This is a patented piece that we've come up with because you remember our Wonderfoot 360, what an awesome foot that is. Well, we've continued that on with this foot as well. So it gives you that nice turning, and it's easily goes against your ruler as you're quilting. So that's the first foot I'm going to show you. Then the next foot I'm going to show you is the rolling foot. Okay, this is also on a bearing, and you can see how easily it rolls, and it's made to roll against your circle templates and any other template that you have, and without all that friction on it. And it just actually, if you've got a lot of problems with your hands, it's just going to make it that much easier for you to glide around each of those templates. So love this foot as well. So that's the next foot I'm going to show you. Then the last foot I'm going to show you is our True Track foot. This is a really cool new foot. And what it does is it's like our track and guide on our cutters, but it's on the foot. So it's just going to clamp on there and give you those nice straight, even lines all the way across, so you can measure going down, and boy, it'll make all the difference in the world.
Even with the ruler work, just go nice and slow and steady. Don't bear down on your ruler base. Remember, the ruler is there as a guide to actually assist you. Here we go.
Set your machine on top of the carriage, and then you tighten the clamps, and the machine is not going anywhere. The next thing you want to add is the take-up rail. This is the rail where you place the top of your fabric. And the Cutie take-up rail, if you'll notice, is square, and it fits into this kind of triangular notch, so it doesn't move or vibrate.
Thank you, Jackson, for inspiring us to take new leaps in our quilting and really gain confidence. Up next, we have Karla's part 2 of her cactus flower quilt. Remember, you can always download the pattern by going to events.graceframe.com, clicking on this video, and downloading the pattern.
Hi everybody, welcome. Thank you for joining me for part 2 of the cactus flower quilt. I'm really excited to get quilting on this and get it done. So it's totally finished. But I want to talk to you today about thread colors and quilting it and getting it set up, and bobbin thread colors when it's a dark background. So let me jump in and start talking to you about this. So I love our finesse thread, but it doesn't come in every color in the rainbow, okay? Well, maybe it does in the rainbow, but it doesn't come in every color that I need. So I had to go pillaging around to find certain colors, and more so for this diamond block here, that color, and for this corner square. Now, as I'm talking to you about threads, I'm going to use a mixture of variegated and solids because I think that will be kind of fun and a little different on the quilt. You choose what you like. However, I'm not going to choose sparkly thread and then kind of a matte finished thread, like a glide thread. If I'm going to quilt with a glide thread, I love glide thread as well as our finished thread, but I would quilt with all the colors being glide because then it'd have that sheen that I want throughout the quilt. But because I'm not going to use the glide thread, I am using our thread. I just wanted to find thread that would work. So I went and I found this signature thread, and I've had this around a long time just for this moment. But it's going to work for this block here. It's a variegated, so it's got the lighter and the darker. So, and this is what I'll do to see if I like the thread and what it looks like. You know, so I don't mind that, and then it looks really good in this block here. Even though it's going to have some light spots and some dark spots, it'll stand out. But if I'm using variegated throughout, the flowers will really pop, and these will really pop. And then if I use black thread right here, that will keep that in the background, and the background's not going to distract from my flowers. And that's what I want. I want my design and my flowers to pop, but I don't want my background to, you know, take away from that. So as you're quilting, think about what you want to focus on as they're looking at the quilt. So I went and I rounded up thread. Some of this may work, others might not. But, you know, I can just pick and choose, and I'll go and find the threads that will work best for the colors in the quilt. Okay, let's talk about the backing and the bobbin thread. Okay, I'm using a black backing on the back, and I don't mind if the color that I'm quilting with is the same color on the back. It doesn't bother me. But if it bothers you, then you're going to have to work with your tension, because I'm going to be using some lighter colors and some darker colors. So if I'm quilting the background piece, black is fine because I'm using black and black. But if you don't want that colored thread pulling through on the back, and you're not willing to change your bobbin, you're going to have to be really careful with your tension so that it's not pulling up through the top and down through the top isn't pulling down through on the bottom. So just, you know, quilt the way you want to quilt, but be careful. And it doesn't bother me because I'm going to wind my bobbins, and I don't care that the pink or the blue is pulling. It's not that it's pulling through, it's the color on the back. Because I think it shows the design of the flower. And when you turn it over, you'll see that little pop of that pink or that blue on the back, and it's really fun. So that's the way I like it. But again, you quilt how you like. Some people get really, I don't want to say anal, but it's really important for them to have consistency, and they don't like the colors pulling through on the back, so they want to use the black on the back at all times, okay? So, it doesn't bother me. So we're just going to jump through, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to wind bobbins, because it's really important for your setup is to get everything that you need prepared so you don't have to stop quilting and wind bobbins or change the needles. If you have all your items there and ready for you, then you're not hunting around and looking for them. So let me run to the side right here. I'm going to come back to on the side of the machine and show you how easy it is. First of all, I'm going to take this because this is what I'm going to quilt. These points, these diamonds and these points, and the corner blocks with. So how you thread the machine to get ready for the bobbin, I always have my cone right here on this side. This is for the bobbin. So I'm going to pull it up through my thread stand, and it's a cone, so it's going over the cone right here, okay? So if you have just a single shaft on the thread, you'll want to remove some of that. But ours has a single shaft going up, and see it's whiter on the bottom. Where this one has this top piece, but it's whiter on the bottom. So it works for all, okay? So now, see this right here? This is a guide. And notice that you have two little holes. One's a little higher than the other. Okay, these holes are really important to threading for winding your bobbin. This is up a little higher, and this is down a little lower, but this guide, as I thread it, is going to align with this hole here on your little tensioner for your bobbin thread. This is also a tensioner so that you can adjust the tension to make it nice and even and consistent as you're winding your bobbin. So I always go from the back, even when I'm doing the post, okay? So I'm gonna take it, my thread, I'm gonna get my hand out of the way and pull it through the top one, the higher hole. Then I'm gonna loop it back around through, come through the back again, and then pull it through. Okay, so now I've threaded this little guide here. Now I wanna come up to this hole here, and for the tensioner, and I can try and see if I can see it, but I don't know if I can. There we go, I'm standing on my tippy toes. And my eyes aren't like they used to, so. All right, so now I'm gonna put it through this hole right here. I'm gonna grab it with my other hand, and notice how I've got it. I've pulled this thread back behind this little tension knob. I want to slide it through, just like on our other tension knob at the front, slide it through and make sure it goes between the disc. And notice, as I snapped it in, how it moved up. There you go, and I slide it through the disc. Now I'm going to come back around this way, and I'm going to kind of wind it like this a couple of times, and then I'm just going to turn it on. And see? And it's going to automatically stop when it's supposed to, because this is one of the items that they check before we send the machines out. Really important. And you don't want to underwind the bobbin, but you don't want to overwind it either. Okay? See how it stopped right there? I'm just going to check my tension. See? It's not sloppy, it's not loose, it just looks nice and tight and even. Now, see this, there's a little thread cutter right here. I'm just gonna slide it off the post and take this and cut it off. Nice and slick. Grab my next bobbin. Keep it all threaded because it's all threaded and ready for you to go, and God, it's as easy as this to wind bobbins. You can get them done in no time, but with mine, I'm going to have to change the colors of thread. That's okay. There we go. It's almost done. Okay. Anyway, that's how easy it is to wind your bobbins, and it doesn't take any time. I just guesstimated that I would need 2 bobbins to quilt the sides. I probably will only need 1. I don't have that much of an area to quilt, and I'm going to accentuate it with the black background. The reason I have the black on is because I've been tacking down the edges of my quilt, and that's what I want to do on this quilt here. I just want to stabilize it so it's not going to shift or move. I'm using a bamboo batting. It's a little slicker, and as I'm using the automation, it can really kind of shift on you because it's a little smoother. So notice that I do have the wrong side up, and I did that intentionally because of how I'm going to quilt it. I thought I would stabilize it a little more, and it didn't. But I'm not going to change it because I'm not worried about it, okay? This is not going to be one that's washed. It's just going to be hanging up in the showroom just for people to look at and just for you to see the fun design. So I just want to show you what I'm going to do right here. So I'm just going to tack along and tack down the seams. This is called stitching in the ditch. Now, I didn't want to change to my Wonderfoot, but the Wonderfoot would be awesome to use for stitching along these. But I would change my thread. I'm not going to use the black to sew around my flowers. I would put the pink on that I'm going to use to quilt with. So just be careful as you're quilting. Sometimes we like to skip steps and we don't like to change the thread, but it's worth it to get the results that you want. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to tack this down for right now in this area because this is where I'm going to be quilting right here. And so I want to pull up my bottom thread. Now on our 21 Elite new machine, which I'm using today and I love, it has the needle up, needle down right here. That's the needle up, needle down button. And this is start and stop. I thought I would hate that because I was so used to jumping over here, but I love it. That's one of those new cool features that I absolutely adore because I love having them right at my fingertips. So I'm just going to pull up my bottom thread and I have it on what we call a single stitch, which is a full stitch. So it's going to go, the needle's going to go down into the quilt and then come right back up, rather than having to push the button twice. Now you can set it so that the needle will stay down and you have to push it again. That's called a half stitch. Just the way you want to quilt. So I'm just going to move along here and just kind of tack down the edges right here. And because I have the belts on, it's a little harder, but I'm just going to work with what I've got just to show you. Now I'm not going to go any further, okay? I will as I'm quilting, but I'm going to just kind of quilt this little block and this little block right here. So I'm just going to bring my needle back up, because I left it in the down position. It's easier for me as I'm going across the quilt, tacking it down, to have the needle in the down position, because then I can start from where I left off. And that's just really a nice feature, to have it stop in the down position. Okay, so this is what I'm going to work on. I'm going to quilt this little block here. So I'm going to change my threads, and I'm going to quilt this one here, because these are using the same color thread, which I'm going to use right here. And I've already wound my bobbin, so I can just take this off and put it off to the side right here. So as I'm threading it, let's talk to you about how easy it is. Now I'm done winding my bobbins, but I actually don't want to leave it over here. I want to move it over. And again, it's tall, so you just have to bear with me. I'm height challenged when it comes to this machine, but that's okay. I know some of you are as well. Okay, so notice how I took it from the back, or the side right here, and pulled it through right here. Now I'm going to come to the back. Let me just cut my thread, because I want a clean piece, and I'm going to come from behind again, just like I did with this one here. I'm going to come from behind, and I'm going to put my thread through the hole and pull it, and then I'm going to loop it around and come from behind again. Now the rest of it, after I've done that part, I can do right there on the side. Okay, so this bottom hole here on my post is lining the thread up with my first little tension. And it's got a little disc as well, so I want to make sure I'm threading my thread through the disc. So I'm going to come from back through the top hole and pull it forward all the way. If I pull it, I have a little bit of tension on it. It's easier for me to tell that it's going between the disc, okay? Now, if you need your glasses, make sure you're putting your glasses on for this so that you don't miss these little steps in threading it through. Because, you know, it's very, very easy to miss seam, and the thread can come from behind, but it needs to be for proper tension between the disc. All right, so now this little hole here is aligning it diagonal with this thread guide. And now I want to bring my thread back behind, and I want to floss it towards me between the disc. Now, this is a step that a lot of people miss as they're quilting, because they'll just leave the thread back behind here. If it's not pulled between the disc, again, you're not going to have even tension. So if your thread is sewing loose on top, chances are that your thread's not pulled through this disc right here, this tension knob disc. And so just look at your thread on top and on bottom, and then it's aligning it. You're going to take it through the arm. This is the arm that goes up and down. You're going to pull it down through back here. And then this is a really important needle. This is the needle guide right here, okay? You want to make sure that you thread it through there and then through your needle. And then all I have to do is change my bobbin thread. Because remember, I have the black thread in there. Okay, I'm just going to take my black thread out. I'm going to put my nicely And I'm going to just kind of check the tension on it because this is a different thread. So it has a little bit different feel. And it feels okay. There's a slight little tug. I just want to make sure that the thread's turning the correct direction. It's turning clockwise, not counterclockwise. Most of your domestic piecing machines will be counterclockwise. So I'm just going to cut a little bit of the excess off. And I don't, because my backing is so wide, I don't have to really see. I can just hear what's going on. So I will hold the bobbin case right between these fingers, right here. And then I can make sure that the thread's off to the side, my thread tail, and then I can put it in underneath. You don't even have to see, you just have to feel, and then hear the snap. Once you hear the snap, it's in place. Now I can come up here and I can get ready to use the automation and show you how that works, okay? So before I pull the thread up and everything, I have to set my safe area. So we're gonna open up my automation, and you can tell I'm helping Marie beta test, so you'll see a lot of different versions of the automation on there. That's a fun thing. I get to learn the automation in various ways. And so now I double tapped on Quilter's Creative Touch. I've been in simulation mode. I don't want to be in simulation mode anymore, but I know that it's really important for me to move my machine to the middle, away from the sides, and then tap on no. I don't want to continue. Now I've opened the software and we're ready to set our safe area. And the safe area has a lot to do with the width of the quilt, but the depth of the sewing machine. So let me open up, because I'm going into select and sew, because they're both blocks. And I'm going to move up to the upper left, and I'm going to move up and off my quilt, okay? So it's okay, because I'm not going to sew off my quilt at all. And I'm going to tap on the screen. So now I'm going to move across my quilt. And I'm going to pull forward as far as I can go until I hit the back of the machine. This is where the throat of the machine comes into play, and it's placing the depth. This is how far I can quilt without hitting the back of the machine. So I'm placing the bottom right. That is my safe area. Now, because I picked some specialty patterns, and I've already imported them into my tablet. I went in earlier and imported them. I'm going to come up here to where it says patterns. This is a file folder. I'm going to find my batch. Now the batch folder is where all those imported designs come into, and then you can separate them and replace them. I'm going to tap on that and open it up. Double tap, and then these are the designs that I have imported from previous and for now. So I'm going to come over here and find the design that I want to use. And so what I'm going to do is use this beauty diamond, this half diamond, okay? And then I have the beauty full diamond, and then I have this beauty for my block. So I want to use this half diamond because it's a 60 degree, just like the little end shape is here. I'm just going to tap on that and open it up. All right, and I'm already in, lo and behold, my triangle placement. Who knew? I'd already be choosing that. So anyway, see, it's just a fun, simple design that's going to look really pretty in this. It's going to give it a little texture, and that's what I want. When you think of a cactus quilt, you think of spikes and texture, and that's why I picked that, because it has kind of the spiky designs on it. And so let's place it, and let me show you what I'm going to do to make sure my placement is accurate. I'm going to use the marking tool. Now the marking tool on the Select and Sew screen is found in two places. It's up in the plugins or down in the toolbox. So I'm going to open my toolbox here, and I'm going to scroll down or just tap on marking tool. Right here, and you'll see that the marking tool, now I'm on the marking tool screen. And that's where I want to be, because I'm going to mark around this. And if I want a more accurate marking, I'm going to turn my needle down so it's a little closer. I'm not going to actually use my needle jog. I could if I wanted to, but I like to adjust it just as far as I want. So I'm going to pull it off to the side here. I'm going to look at my hand wheel in the back here and notice that there's arrows pointing you to the direction that the hand wheel turns. So if you'll just watch that, and I'm going to look at my needle and I'm going to turn it down, and there, I think that's as close as I want it. I don't want it dragging on the quilt, but I want it close so that as I move around the block, I make sure that I am doing it accurate. So now I'm starting at this position right here, and I'm going to tap on the add with the little plus sign underneath it. And notice I have a little brown dot that appeared on the screen. Now I'm going to move up this direction right here to this point here, and then I'm going to tap on add again. Now I'm going to kind of go in increments right here and come up to this point right here. There we go. I had to position it. Tap on add, notice, and now I'm just going down to this point here. And I'm going to tap on add again. Okay, that is the outline of my design. And now I can place my design, and while I'm here, I'm just going to tap on this one right here, and it's going to move to that point there. Now I'm going to go up and move to this one right here, and I'm going to tap on this one right here. And now I'm going to go up to this point right here and align it. And then I'm going to tap on that little node there. See, it's going to sew in this area. It's not going to be as wide as I want. And that's where the marking tool comes in really handy. I'm going to see what it looks like with me pulling it out just slightly on the sides and to see if that will work. And I might have it in fifth. I think that's what my problem is. So let me go back up to my placements. And nope, I have it in stretch. So now it's going to stretch. But let's try this other triangle. And then let me place it again. Just play around with it to see how it works, because it's the way the design is made. It might work a little better with this triangle than the 90-degree triangle. And then right here, let's see what that, see, I like that better because it's filling in the whole area. So instead of using the 60-degree triangle placement, I changed it. So it now is at the right angle or the 90-degree triangle, and it fills it in much better. So it's going in, and that's the look that I want. So that's the placement I'm going to use. And that's what's so fun about the program. You just need to try different ways and figure out what's going to work best for you. So that's what we're going to sew. And I'm going to come over here. I'm going to see where it's going to start. So I'm going to pull my bottom thread up right here. I'll do a little single stitch. And then we'll go into the quilting interface screen, okay? And we'll say we're ready to quilt. So let's do a single stitch to pull our thread up. I think I'm pretty close to where it's going to start. I did my little single stitch with my button before I came into the automation, so now it's already pulled up. And now I can tap on quilt. Now you can go into the quilting interface screen and do your single stitch, but once you're in it, the automation has taken over. Notice on the screen on my machine, it says now quilt motion. So that means it's in automation mode, and you can't use the buttons of your machine. Now you can use the single stitch on the screen, but we don't need to. So I want to double check and make sure that it's not going to sew out on the black, because I don't want that colored thread to be on the black. That's why I went back into this screen here. I want to zoom in and see what it's going to look like and make sure that it's not going to sew outside. And see right here, it will when it gets to this point here. So I want to go up to this point here and kind of change my placement and see if I can't move it that direction just a tad. All right, so I need to pull it out this way and up and keep doing it. All right, notice that? Now you can place it as many times as you need to make sure it's nice and accurate. But look how it pulled that side in, and now it's not going to sew outside, or it's going to be right on that seam, and that's what I want. And that's why I went back, because I really wanted to show you how important it is to get that placement just right, and you can be really as accurate as you need to be, because I marked all the way around my triangle. So now I can go in and quilt. And now I'll just show you from this screen as well what you can do. For your single stitch, there's one at the top of the screen, and there's also one in the toolbox. Let me open the toolbox here. There's your single stitch, okay? I'm just going to use the one at the top of the screen. I'm going to move over here to where it's closed, because I can't use my buttons now, and do my single stitch, okay? Notice it's set for one full stitch, and now I can tap on sew. And just watch it sew. As it's sewing, I just want to hold the threads out of the way. It's doing the tie-off stitch. And then after it starts sewing, you can stand back and watch it do its thing. And I don't want to get in the way, so I'm going to just pull my threads off to the side and let it do its thing. It's always fun to watch it, and so if you're watching it, you could be leaning up against the pole. Don't. Just stand back and enjoy it. You'll also notice that because I'm not leaning up against it, it's able to sew nice and freely, and it's not jerky. How much fun it is. And see how nice and accurate my placements are. Now it kind of came over right here just a little bit, but I'm not worried about it. It's very cool, very cactusy design. Now, because of the different threads that you're using, make sure you're watching for the needle size and the weight. The needle size has to do with the weight of the thread, so I had to do a little bit of testing, and it also will affect your tension as you're quilting. So, don't be afraid of changing your tension for the different colors and weights of threads. It's just something that you learn, and you become more confident in your quilting abilities and in your quilting. Very fun. Anyway, I'm going to continue quilting this fun design all the way through my quilt, and I just want to encourage you to jump in, try new things, challenge yourself, and try different ways of quilting. It's what makes it fun and exciting, and we always like to learn something new, and we grow as quilters and as individuals. So thanks for joining me. I can't wait to show you the finished product at Spring Fling. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much, Karla, for that part 2 of your cactus flower quilts. Up next, we have a demo with our QCT5 Automation Pro. Be sure to watch all of the amazing things that you can do with our automation.
Hi, thanks for joining us. I'm Nathan Erznosnik with the Grace Company, and I'm excited to be sharing with you right now about our Quilters Creative Touch Pro system. If you haven't seen some of our other wonderful videos, I've talked about beginnings, we've talked about wonderful gold, we have some other hints and tips. Take a look, visit us online at YouTube. But right now, I'm really excited to talk about what are some of the unique differences that we actually have and how you might use our Quilters Creative Touch Pro version 5. You might be asking yourself, if this is one of the first time you're looking into automation, is it for me? How hard is it? How simple is it? And I love to tell you, I myself have finished several quilts, and with the Quilter's Creative Touch Pro, I'll tell you, I think it actually makes me look way better than I actually am. And so I'm going to show you some of those simple pieces that really bring a lot of power. One of the things I love always to start out with my demonstration is how easy is it to actually just take and sew and quilt a pattern. And we're going to start with that. We're going to go into the system. We're going to select a pattern. We're going to output that pattern. Once we're done, we're going to talk about some amazing other features. How easy is it to do a quilt edge to edge from top to bottom, and how that process is completely automated for you. And then we're going to talk about a couple last key things. How easy is it to take and create your own pattern? I don't know. You might think, well, I need to learn new software. I'm going to show you how easy it is by simply taking the machine and moving it over the surface. And we're going to do some output, and then we'll touch on a few other fantastic features. So stick with us as we go through this. Right now, we're going to take a jump into the screen, and we're going to simply select and sew because we're wanting to sew a pattern. I'm going to go in and select a block. And again, I'm just going to choose a simple pattern to quilt. I really love this. This is one I designed quite a bit of time ago. We're going to go in because we really want to place this in a block area. I am going to use 2 points, which is a real easy way because all we have to do is, if you'll watch, we'll move the machine over this area. And if we were to look at this as our block, we simply can move it up to the top left corner. And we can simply touch the screen on that gray spot, which is the top left corner. It automatically moves the pattern where it needs to, and I can simply come down to the bottom right corner and again tell it that that's it, where the pattern needs to go. It automatically sizes it. It tells it where it needs to go on the surface of the fabric, and we're literally ready to quilt. So I'm going to go ahead and hit quilt. It then takes that pattern, and you'll see that it will slightly change it because it turns it into stitches for us. And I am going to hit sew, and we'll get started. Now, the great thing about this machine is that it actually knows where the start, where the finish is. It will automatically move. And in this process we're going to do right now, I have set a number of tie-offs, and so the system will automatically be able to start and finish the pattern with whatever the tie-off amount is that you want to do. I like to swipe it. Again, we can do this and automate it. We'll show you that process as we move along here in a little bit, but for now, we're just going to let it quickly sew that pattern out from beginning to end. One thing I love to show you is that the system actually knows where it's at, how much is left, how many stitches are in this pattern. And right now you can see it just tracing around. And if we go back down to the quilt again, we can see that it's moving right through that entire pattern. Again, starting from the beginning and moving through clear all the way to the end. All right, there we go as we come to the end. We're all finished. You'll see that it will go ahead and it will do its own tie-offs because we've set those before. You can completely adjust those from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. If this were some kind of a show quilt, we would actually want to knot and bury this. But for now, because I'm showing you actually how easy this is, I simply will take the machine and we're going to go ahead and I'm going to do a quick tie-off here at the end. And then I'm going to trim my threads right here at the surface of the fabric, and we are done. And I love to show that again. So if I were quickly kind of to kick back over here to the screen, I simply selected the select and sew. I chose the pattern I wanted to quilt, and I went and told it where to go on the quilt and literally hit the quilt, and it output that from beginning to end. So I love showing everybody as we kind of get into this how easy it actually is to use an automated system. This same function also exists in the beginning version, so it's a slightly lower cost version of the software. And what I'm going to show you next is something very unique to the Pro system. And what I have over here on the quilt, and I'm going to kind of scan this camera over it, you can actually see that I have actually put, if we look at the quilt surface here, I have written that this is the top left edge of a quilt. And what I'm doing is I'm mocking up a small quilt. Here's my top edge. and here would be the right edge of this quilt, because I'm going to do what I'm calling a mini quilt. So if we kind of look at the surface here as a whole, one of the things I love that we're looking at is we're going to be able to quilt in this entire area, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to set it up. We're then going to identify the center point, and I'm going to show you how that's an automated process. It will join and create one complete pattern and sew this from edge to edge, from top down, until it can't sew anymore, and it will simply tell us how to mark the quilt and how to continue quilting. So we're really excited. So let's watch and let's get into this. So we're going to go back. We're now going to move into our pantograph screen. So this is the option we're going to use to sew edge to edge. Don't get too confused. This is the fun stuff we're going to talk a little bit later. Recording, pattern cat, etc. So we did select and sew. Let's now do a layout of a quilt, and I'm going to go into one of my favorite modes, which is called Power Panto mode. And I'm going to use our ruler to do a measurement to determine how big and how wide this quilt is. And so I'm going to take my machine down here on the left, and I'm going to go to my left corner, top left corner, tell it I'm going to go and scan across my quilt to the far right side of this awesome mock quilt that I have. And I'm just going to come as far down as I can with the system, and I'm going to tell it that that's how wide it is. You do want to take a measurement, because really what we want to do is go in and determine exactly how tall it is, and that will give us our final dimensions. So here is the space that we're now working with. I measured from the top left to the bottom right. I then adjusted so I know how tall the entire quilt will be. On the screen, I'm going to show you how fun this is. We're going to go select a pattern. I like going into the continuous mode. Before, we simply chose a pattern that fit into a block. So we have blocks, continuous line, triangles, something later on I would say come back and watch another video. We're going to talk about how easy it is to do borders and corners and many other things. But I'm going to go into the continuous one here. And I am going to choose a pattern that's a little bit different because it looks basic, but I love to show you the pattern of this software and how it can actually create variations. Now, again, I can simply choose a pattern. I'm just going to show you. Oh, here's a pattern. It puts it on my screen. We can decide if we want that pattern smaller or larger. Actually want a little bit of spacing in this. However, I am going to create a new pattern. I love doing this because people think, well, Nathan, that's such a simple pattern. That doesn't look very interesting. Let me show you. I'm going to put more patterns on the screen, and what I'm going to do is shrink the space, and I'm going to overlap them. There you go. I've now created this wonderful fill pattern that I'm going to use to sew from the top to the bottom. Here's the power of the Pro system. Not only does it allow me to design the top to the bottom of the quilt, the left to the right, but it actually just did that very simply. What if I want to make those patterns larger or smaller? You can see how easy it's the touch of a button to make those patterns bigger or smaller, or how much space we want. And now here's the fun thing. I'm going to click to sew this in zones, and it will actually join these to create as few patterns as possible to sew it down the entire quilt. So I'm going to quickly go in and say sew in zones. It's going to ask me if we want to save it. At this point, I'm not, because we're just going to do some demonstrations for you right here to show you how easy it is. It actually has taken this, and in the Pro version, one of the fun things that we have is we can actually go through and see how this is going to quilt. And so I'm just going to kind of show you this animation. And one of the great things is it is actually combined and automatically will sew between each one of these patterns to make this one simple pattern. Now, what this button is showing us is that it's looking for the center point. Now, one of the great things in the tools that I love to use is actually the measuring tool that allows us to automatically find the center point. What we're going to do is we're going to move the machine over to the top left corner of the space. We're going to simply touch the screen and tell it, here we go, let's use this, there's the top left. I'm going to go across the top of the quilt to the far right side. Again, remember, this is my awesome, wonderful, small quilt. Once I've done that, it actually has pulled and it has told me that this is the distance. There's a magic button. Okay, not magic, but pretty much it's pretty cool. What we can do is we can touch this, and what this means is it will automatically move the machine to the top and the center of this area that we move the machine between. So there we go, automatically moving to the center point between there. There we are. It's automatically been positioned. When we do that, the machine actually stays fixed in place here. So you can see me trying to move this around a little bit. It's kind of just locked in place. So it actually is moved automatically to the center of our space. If we go back to our screen, we can take a look. I can just simply touch it, and it will automatically perfectly place that pattern exactly where it needs to go with exactly the amount of patterns we need. And I'm now ready to simply sew this out. So here we go. We're going to hit sew. It's going to engage the machine. Now, the great thing about this is it will automatically move wherever it needs to start the pattern, and it will automatically be able to do our tie-offs as well. I'm going to kind of move my hand in here and I do a little bit of a cheater pull just to get that bobbin underneath the fabric. Again, I would recommend, we have a couple different videos that talk about how to pull that bobbin up. Did a couple tie-off stitches and away we go. And all I can say is, here we go, Mom, no hands, woo! There we are. And so now I look like I'm the best pro possible. I'm going to get this done perfectly. But lo and behold, because we're using the automated system here at Quilters Creative Touch Pro, it's automatically going to go not only from edge to edge, but it will go down the entire quilt surface as far as it can. It knows how much can exactly fit into the space. When it's done, which we're going to get to here shortly, it will actually help us mark the next area for us to roll our fabric. And the machine will even tell us how far we should be rolling after it marks it. Here we go, we're getting close to the end of this process. It's pretty amazing. Not only has it sewn every row as it's gone from left to right, right to left, it's actually joined this. I've not even had to touch the machine. There's been no tie-offs, no breaks, and it's literally quilting the entire area that can fit within the space of the machine. Here we go, we're getting close to the end, and then what we're going to do is take a quick look at what it's going to do in order to help me roll and mark this and get this fabric to the next position where we can simply tell it it's ready to go again and begin quilting again. So it's finishing its tie-offs. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and we're wanting to pull the bobbin at this point. So we're going to go into the system and it's going to tell me how to pull the bobbin. We actually also have an automatic process. So here we go. We're going to move it away. Here we go. And it's going to move to the side. I'm going to pull and I like to hold that thread. We're now going to move back and then we'll single stitch it. Then we're ready to be done with this process. So I'm holding that thread so you can kind of see there. And we're going to single stitch is what it's telling me to do. Hit single stitch and then it tells me to move away. And again, one of the great things about this software is that this can be fully automated depending on your comfort level. So I'm just going to trim that right at the surface since it actually already did its tie-offs. And if we come back to the screen, we're done. We're going to hit back. And now, because it's sewn everything, we're ready and it says finished, proceed to the next zone. Okay. Have you completed sewing the zone? Yes, we did. That includes pulling the bobbin. Yes, I've done that. Then yes, if I'm ready to continue. Again, love those built-in instructions. Now the machine, we'd say like, what's going on? If we take a look at this, it's moving on its own. It's moving to wherever it needs to because it knows exactly where we need to mark and where we will need to then move and roll this quilt so that we end up with the exact perfect spacing. Pattern to pattern, area to area. So we really don't have to work out math. We don't have to try to figure out how to do this. The system has moved. I am simply going to use the single stitch and let me quickly take a minute to show you. We're going to single stitch this. It'll put a hole into the fabric here. So now I have a hole as a marking place. One thing we like to do is you can put a piece of tape under it to mark it. I'm just going to leave it right now because I can see that fairly clearly. Come back to our screen. It says done. So it actually tells me that I'm ready to go and I can hit continue. It says, are you sure all of the zones? Yes, I have done that. So I don't need anything else. Yes, I'm good to go. It says the machine will now move to where the fabric marker for the next zone should be. So like, what does that really mean? Let's watch this and see what's going to happen. So we kind of take back and take a look at this whole screen. The machine's now automatically moving however far it needs to in order to give me an understanding of here is my mark and how far do I need to move that mark. Let me grab a pen. I'm going to make this mark a little bit darker so that everybody here can see. I'm going to kind of put a little bit of a cross on it just so you can see a little bit better with the camera. But it automatically moved, and this is the great thing about the Pro system is it literally does all your quilting and all your marking for you. All you need to know is the size of your quilt. You choose your patterns, and it's easy to go once you go up to that center on the top. So I'm going to go ahead, and we're just going to easily and quickly roll our fabrics. Now, one of the great things about this is I'm going to read the screen. Let's take a quick close-up. It says this does not have to be precise. So back down to our fabric. I want you to kind of watch this as I'm moving it. This is not an accuracy. All we need to do is get it closer to this needle somewhere. So I think that's pretty close. We're going to add a little bit of tension back to this here. There we go. Put a little bit of pressure back on our fabric. So now we say, okay, it's asking me, have you moved the fabric? Yes, I did. I'm ready to hit okay. So there's my mark. So what I can do now is move my machine's needle back over the mark that we had. If you look at our screen, we're going to go ahead and touch that. It automatically has repositioned whatever the rest of our quilt will be. And now we simply can sew it, and it will go through the remaining entire process by sewing as many times, or as in many times you can roll this through the throat of the machine. Any size quilt can be done with the computer automation. So in the software, we have quite a few more features and functions than we have on the beginning. So let's go back to our screen. What is this? We have Pattern CAD, which is a design software. We're going to briefly touch on that. Quilt CAD, which is a layout software for putting multiple patterns together. Here's one of my favorite, Record. And I'm going to show you this. So I am going to go ahead, and we can record with or without sewing the machine. I'm going to kind of move over here on our quilt, and I'm going to do it while sewing so that you guys can see, and then we'll actually just let the computer automatically duplicate what I'm recording right now. So we're going to move down here to the surface. I'm going to hit start recording on the screen. As we do so, I'm going to turn the machine on, and I am going to go ahead and I'm going to sign my name. There we go. Beautiful. And I'm going to stop that. There's my name. That's beautiful. Not really, but it's good enough. I'm going to stop the recording, but now I'm going to put this back out and just quickly make an edit to smooth it out. We're not going to spend a lot of time, but I want to show you how nice this is going to be, because there it is. I'm going to turn it off. Let me zoom in just a little bit. There's the name. I can actually take the same pattern and with a couple things, smooth it out just a little bit. But now we're going to actually just go back, and we're going to save this. There we go. There's Nathan. I'm just going to put Nate. We're good. So there we are. So my pattern has been saved. Now, if you'll notice, back when we placed our original pattern, we can use 2 points or multiple points. I'm going to quickly place this pattern. Let me pull my bobbin here. And then I'm going to resew exactly what I just recorded. So again, part of the power of the system is, one is I can sew and record. So what I did is I traced my name in the record mode. I came back, and because I did a quick edit to it, I'm now really ready to place it. Let's go ahead and place it just below it. Let's put 2 points. Here is my wonderful Nathan as a name. And let's go ahead and let's quilt that out. So we're going to simply quilt it. I'm going to then hit sew, and we're going to come back to the end of this here in a minute and see what it looks like finished. So there we go. One was recorded. The second one, the automation did. How amazing. Not only is it that simple to do, but we have this amazing other function in part of the Pro where you can actually design and edit your own. Again, we're just going to show you just a small bit of how fun this is. We're going to go down, and I'm just going to do the same thing. So I before used the machine to sign my name. Now I can use my finger to do the same. And instead of now having to record, I literally just created that on the screen. We can take that same pattern now, and let's call this Nate number 1, number 2. There we are. And now we can take that pattern that I just drew and now quilt that out. So if we come take a look at what we've been able to do with the system, it's been amazing. We've been able to take and go from simply placing patterns and using the patterns on the single placements. We've been able to go and take edge-to-edge quilts from the top clear down to the bottom, and it will go through any size quilt. The other question you might have is, does this work on hoop frames? Absolutely. It's not only does it have the smarts to break patterns up and down, but left or right, so you can do unlimited size quilts with the automation. And then it has some amazing, wonderful tools like the record feature or the drawing and the editing feature. There are also other software design elements where we can take, place, and match multiple patterns in multiple areas. This is one of my fun things I love doing because people say, what is that and how is that? This is just a fun thing to do. I'm, again, just kind of playing around a little bit, not telling you too much on how this is done because little do you know it's a secret. I'm just kidding. Not a secret, but I'm going to quickly do some variation here just to show you how fun this can be. And there we go. Look at that pattern. And then I'm going to take the center and we'll just do something different. Voila. So again, looking at the software from the beginnings to the Pro has several more features, and come back again for more videos. I'm going to dive into a specific thing that can only be added to the Pro. That is the gold features. Other wonderful things about cutting out spaces if you don't want to quilt in an area. Fonts and texts. Also the ability to be perfect and do all your borders all at one shot. So again, with that, come back, look for more, subscribe, follow, and link and see what we have on YouTube and our other channels. And with that, we're excited not only about this video, but wonderful other videos that we have talking about the wonderful functions of the Quilter's Creative Touch. We look forward to seeing you here a little bit later and continue to watch our videos. And thanks for being with us today.
All right, so as we press this down, I'm gonna go ahead and make one nice 12-inch circle. And there we go. So very easy, very fast. I don't know if we were able to get that on camera because that just goes super fast, right, as we go around, and very fun. And so when you do circles like that and it comes out that clean and that fast, who wouldn't want to do more circles now, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think I speak for a couple people out there. I mean, who wants to cut a circle, right? Cutting a circle isn't really something we like to do, but I'll tell you, when I tried this, I definitely went through some backwards, like, I'm just gonna cut another circle. And I was like, how about this size? And I cut another circle, right? So something that I think you'll find that you just love and is super easy, as Mark pointed out, very effortless to make really 2 to 12 inches of a circle.
That's right. And how we adjust that is on this pin, we simply just twist the bottom of the knob, and now we can slide this up and down the base.
Like I said, I do trim the bunny ears at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, and when we press, we're going to be pressing those over next, and it's nice not to have all that additional, even though 1/8 of an inch of fabric is not a lot, but these are tiny little corners. But when we get to the bunny face, I do trim a regular 1/4 inch. On all of those markings can also be found on your TrueCut ruler.
There's also one of the nodes that is highlighted in green. That is our starting point. And a node that is highlighted in red. That is our stopping point. So our design is going to flow from the start to this stopping point. So now we're ready to edit these lines so that they curve. Okay, so we'll select edit, and we want to make sure that we're in the select options. Okay. It's also helpful to make sure that you click unselect all regularly so that you only have selected the nodes that you want to work with. I'm going to select one of these nodes by clicking and dragging a box around it. So you click and drag, a box forms, and you can pull that box over the node and it'll select. Then we can zoom in to that node, and when you select two ends of a spline, you will see two blue boxes appear on the spline. Okay. If you click and drag those boxes, also known as handles, your line will start to curve.
I'm just impressed. And see, this is what I love about, what we've just done. See, I've done something different to an extent, I was in the room when you did yours, but we've had a similar idea, but just the variations and the possibilities are reckless.
And that's the fun thing. So you can take quilters of all different styles, experience. And I do love the fact that you use the marking tool. I thought that was a little bit sneaky, but because I don't know that we actually said that we could cheat and use the QC tape, but I will always say, you get somebody that says, oh, that's cheating, but the truth is, bad design, bad thread colour, bad quilt. And yet, how is that cheating? You used great thread choice, great design, and software.
And I utilised the tools that I had available.
So this is a circle ruler template, and this is a feather template. We developed these wonderful rulers, so if you're looking to do feathers, here's a nice template for your feathers. And then here's one for circles. We also have a super slide, and it's a 1/4 inch thick. And then we also have our slice, which is a 1/4 inch thick. And then we have our mini slide, again, which is a 1/4 inch thick. And the reason why the thickness is important is for long arms. If you're using any of our Quilting machines, you would want to get the 1/4 inch thickness rulers. And we have 1/8 inch rulers as well for your domestic machine. I'm going to hold a couple of them up here, and they're the same design, so super slide, mini slide, and then we have slice. And for our Quilting machines, we do have a ruler base for all the 15, the 19, and 21. It's very easy to attach, very strong, and very durable. I'll show you the back side here. You can see it slides right onto the throat of your machine with this knob. So this just goes right onto the throat of your machine, and it gives you that platform that you need to put these rulers on there.
And notice that the faster the machine goes, I want to move it a little faster to keep my stitches nice. We don't have stitch regulation on the machine, so I am in charge of getting my stitches to be adjusted. So I just want to maintain my speed and my movements, and it will help keep your stitches nice and consistent.
We're now going to move into our pantograph screen. So this is the option we're going to use to sew edge to edge. Don't get too confused. This is the fun stuff we're going to talk a little bit later. Recording, pattern cat, etc. So we did select and sew. Let's now do a layout of a quilt, and I'm going to go into one of my favorite modes, which is called Power Panto mode. And I'm going to use our ruler to do a measurement to determine how big and how wide this quilt is. And so I'm going to take my machine down here on the left, and I'm going to go to my left corner, top left corner. Tell it I'm going to go and scan across my quilt to the far right side of this awesome mock quilt that I have. And I'm just going to come as far down as I can with the system, and I'm going to tell it that that's how wide it is. You do want to take a measurement, because really what we want to do is go in and determine exactly how tall it is, and that will give us our final dimensions. So here is the space that we're now working with. I measured from the top left to the bottom right. I then adjusted so I know how tall the entire quilt will be.
So in gold, you are able to select multiple blocks, same or different, and we're going to tap on multi-placement. And then you have all these choices that you can make for every single block, and you're able to stitch them out all at once. So that's very cool. So I just wanted to show you that. Okay, next we will go to pantograph. So we're going to go back to beginnings and pantograph. Okay, so one thing unique about beginnings that you're used to, like right now the height says 15.8. If you were to go up into the safe area, you see the safe area height being 16.67. And of course the width, 35.59, I'm going to X that. And so the width is the same as the safe area width. It defaults when you first open up, but you're used to your height being reduced, okay?
And what that means is that when we go and we push the clamp on top, it actually works like a ratchet. So I want you to listen to this here. So you can hear that ratcheting sound here. So that is actually what allows us, once we put the fabric on, to grip onto the fabric and then to ratchet or to create tension. So I'm gonna pull this back off. I love pointing this out here with two pieces. Let me take off this one. So what
Welcome Welcome back, everybody. We're so glad you're joining us here. We just had a few really great sessions where we got to see Karla's Cactus Quilt Part 2 and then Nathan's automation. So we have the stars of both of those segments here with us. We did see a few questions pop up. So Karla, I know you saw one of those questions. Can you maybe give us the answer there?
I did use QCT5 with the automation, and it's a lot of fun. It's just one way to engage with your quilt, and also it's a lot of fun to pick out different patterns and designs and import them in and try something new that way. So that was a lot of fun, experimenting.
Absolutely, yes. And Nathan, I guess, tell us a little bit, I mean, they just watched a whole segment on automation, but how can automation help them jump in and try something new?
I love that. It's a great question. One thing I always like to talk about, if you're out there and you're thinking about this, one is we really want to probably be an owner of finishing your own quilts. And I know that's one reason people get into buying the frames and the systems. Some people might say it's cheating. I didn't say that. Some people throw that out there. I'm not a big believer because I believe there's still a component of creativity that requires you to decide what you want and where you want that. And not only that, but if you have the QCT Pro, I did a little bit of a demonstration, you can be incredibly creative in that software. I myself, again, I have been part of quilting for 16 years. I'm not the best free motion quilter, but with that, I feel like with the design, I can be the perfect quilter. And some of us, we want to get projects done, and so there is potentially a lack of confidence. The automation is one of those items, kind of like stitch regulation for your machine, that it just kind of immediately will allow you to be more confident in completing your quilt. And so I love it, a great accessory. It's one that you probably really want to consider if you're going to be getting into this. But right now, it is on sale. If you buy a machine, there is a discount that's running with automation. So if you've considered that, think about that as well. So I love automation for that reason. It makes me look a lot better than I am. So
yeah, and I think that brings us right into this next segment. So this segment that we're part of now is fears I faced when quilting and jumping into something new, which is really our theme for Spring Fling. And that brought something up for me. So what made you nervous to start quilting? And I don't know, maybe some of you guys out there, maybe tell us, what are some things that made you nervous to start quilting? I'll say for me, Karla, plug your ears, you're gonna hate this. I'm not artistic, or I think I'm not artistic. And so that was
so not true.
See, she always says that, but it's something that I don't feel super confident in yet, and especially when it's something I've taken a really long time piecing. I'm really nervous and scared to jump right in and mess up or feel like I'm going to mess up my quilt. So I personally, the way that I kind of overcame that is with automation. I could plan something out, I could make it really nice and neat and exact using the automation software that's gonna give me that really nice professional look when I'm still working on my free motion skills. I'm gonna get there, Karla.
That's good.
Don't you fret, I'm gonna get there.
One thing I wanted to look at, there were several questions coming through, and let me just kind of clarify. Automation is available on all of the frames that we manufacture. So let's just first clarify that. And then we'll start with the Qnique line. So the 15, the 19, and the 21s. You can get the QCT with those. You can add to it anytime you want. The other thing that's pretty neat is we have stitch regulation. And what we like to talk about is if we can stitch regulate your home domestic machine, we most likely can computer automate. So we have a list, and some people are starting with this back on their domestic home machine. The amazing thing is with Grace Company, our goal is to help you be comfortable starting where you feel like it fits your budget. Because if you start with this computer automation as an example with your home machine, it's the exact same unit that runs the 15. It's the exact same unit that runs the 19. It's the exact same unit that runs the 21. So your investment in that new process can actually grow with you as your skills grow and as your space grows if you're looking to add additional features through different machines and frames. So.
Yes, and I'm seeing in the comments here, perfection is not a good thing. And I say this all the time. I'm a recovering perfectionist. I'm working on it. I'm really working on it. And that's something that a fear, and I guess it aligns perfectly with this panel, something that I need to work on overcoming and just being willing to jump in and make those mistakes and learn through that process. I'm going to get there, guys. I'm really going to get there.
I'm picking that you really learn. Yeah. And I've done a lot of it.
Now with that, again, we brought up last time, Janessa, maybe we need to get you on that free motion starter kit. So that'd help you. So.
Absolutely. Also, another way that Janessa and both Kourtney have learned, and just through watching them and their experiences, is ruler work. Hey, if you want a little bit of perfection, the rulers really can help guide you through that, and they can really give you a a great look to your quilt where you're not so wobbly because your foot's up against the ruler and it holds you nice and steady. And you know, there's great designs that you can use and make on your quilts just using rulers. Hi, Kourtney.
Absolutely, yeah. No, rulers is probably my favorite so far. I want to get better with free motion quilting, but I do like that exactness. And even if you are doing rulers, you're not always exact. No. But once you just do it a lot, like talent is basically just like a passion for doing something, but with time and just like practicing it. So I saw that somebody was mentioning that somebody has, like, everyone else has more talent. You don't want to embarrass yourself, and I totally understand that. But like, you've got to get past that, because that's not true. Just simply not true.
It's not true. You have more talent because you've pieced, and you've done piecing wonderfully, and you've got that quilt ready to go. Now it's just learning the techniques and how to quilt it, and that can be intimidating, so I say doodle. Doodle, doodle, doodle. Yeah, it just gives you that confidence, and then it helps that muscle memory. Oh God, there's so many ways to engage before you start quilting and learning the techniques and tips. And I even doodle with my rulers. So I learn how to position them and learn how it's going to work, or you know, what designs I want and how I'm creating the ruler design, and then I can fill it in with different fillers. So there's so many ways that you can grow to be a better quilter and not have the frustrating experience. So, yeah.
And one thing that I want to bring up, so Karla, you've been quilting for a very long time. I want you to think back to the first time you did a quilt. What was, I guess, a fear that you had faced, and how you overcame that? And in the comments, you guys let us know what's something that maybe you're experiencing right now, or back when you first started. Let us know in the comments so we can share some of those. Something that you were fearful of, and how you were able to overcome that. So yeah, Karla, I guess
it was hand quilting. So if you can think back to when hand quilting was really popular, it was that. And it's just making my stitches look nice and even. And that's what we want to achieve, that great look. And even if you're kind of wobbly, and there are ways to create that, and using the rulers is one of them. But when I started back hand quilting, it was making the stitches look nice and even, and the stitch regulator helps with that now. So we have all these tools now that really help us eliminate all those problems. And it was the hunching of the shoulders and the neck and everything like that. So yeah, you really start to feel it after a while. So, you know, just ways to stand at your frame so you're engaging with it, that it doesn't become uncomfortable. And I've really found that if I'm frustrated and I have to walk away, I can't tell you how important it is.
Just hang out there and keep your frustration. That's not ideal.
Yeah, just going over it, making the same mistake over and over again, and then you start getting a little frustrated, start swearing. I mean, when you start swearing, everybody, it's time to walk away.
Great. Yes, and I think that's a really good point, is not quilting when you're tired or in a bad mood, because I feel like if you're tired or your sewing machine knows, like it knows that you're having a hard day, and it wants to give you all of those issues and stuff like that, and then you come back the next day and you see, oh, I just threaded it wrong.
Oh yeah.
I've done that many a time. So I guess let's look at some of the comments. Let's see. Sorry, go ahead.
Somebody who made a comment about keeping the fabric layers together, that she struggled with that, you know. And if you do basting, big basting stitches can really help with that. I mean, it takes time, but if that's something that you struggle with, that's a way to engage and keep those layers together.
Overcome that fear.
Another one we have by Sean Matthews one, and this is, I think, the overarching that we probably all kind of fit into. Just does it look nice, right? I think that's one of those challenges. And I think you mentioned ruler work. There are ways of not trying to feel like you need to free motion. A lot of people will honestly just start by stitching in the ditch in order to hold that quilt together, at least to complete it. And then I know, again, I'm not just trying to plug the free motion starter kit, but I kind of am. But there's just some simple motions. I like to talk about people, if you think of a straight line, really, if you can just add an element to a straight line, pretty soon that adds variation. And so some of those things, it's not necessarily about it looking good as much as it is allowing you to work through that process and complete it. And it depends. When you really get into quilting, sure, it can be the standout part. Oftentimes, in order to finish a quilt, you really just need it completed so that you can give it away or use it as a gift. So it might even be stitching in the ditch, or be a little bit more brave and reach out and start adding some elements to it. But
But if you don't try something new, you don't grow as a quilter. You're just doing the same. It's like driving the same direction or taking the same path every day, and you're just not working those muscles and that creativity. I can't stress how important it is to challenge yourself and try something different. That's how you grow. And so if you haven't done any free motion quilting and you are just a dedicated automation quilter, try the free motion. You know, loosen those belts and try it and see how it works for you. So that's how you grow, and you really learn so much as a quilter by trying something new.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up the amazing mama. I love that name, by the way. Love that. So I was less afraid when I started because there were very few quilters near me. So I did more out of the box things or things I didn't know were wrong. I love that. There's a beautiful thing of social media and being so exposed and seeing so many creative people and the amazing work that they're doing. However, there sometimes is a downside, and I catch myself looking at these like incredible quilters and immediately starting to compare myself to them, like, oh man, I'm not as good as them. Like, there's so much, like, how will I ever get there? And so, yeah, it's kind of that double side of there's so many things to be inspired by, but not letting that put fear in and make you not want to jump in and try that. So I can definitely relate to that. Just kind of having your own little bubble and being willing to try new things and figure stuff out. And I love that. That's a great comment.
That was great comment. Thank you for it. Yeah. And we have a lot of great comments coming in. And you know, we want to hear about what things you're frustrated about, and how can we help you, encourage you along the way. That's what we're here for. We're here to make those tools, make it easier for you so that you can engage with what you've purchased, and that's really important to us, that experience, and we've all experienced it.
Now, one other item I want to bring up. Sean Matthews, her comment just says, again, I've been practicing for a year now. I'm pretty good, but not perfect. And I just want to come back. You know, you do evolve as you do it. So you do have to start somewhere, and then that journey will take you, again, somewhere new. So I think that's a great way to encourage you.
I was several years ago, or even when I started with the education, but yeah, I didn't get there by just sitting back and using the automation all the time.
It was kind of funny. I just moved and I was cleaning and reorganizing my quilting area, and I found that it was one of my first days working here, the first free motion quilt I ever did, and man, it was rough.
It was great. It was fantastic, and she did an awesome job.
And of course, I've got like pep talker of the year over here encouraging me. Man, you guys, it was rough. I did like some flowers, and not a single one was even close to the same size or shape. And I tried these little stars. It was rough. However, it was so cool to look at that and see from there to where I'm at now. And luckily, again, I had someone in my corner helping me and encouraging me. And I hope that you guys do. I hope that you have someone that's there to encourage you. And if you don't, guys, we're here. We want to encourage you to try those new things and face those fear of just jumping in and trying something new. Another thing that we wanted to bring up is your why. Why do you quilt? And I think this is a great question for Karla. And we want to hear in the comments from you guys. So what's your why? Why do you love this hobby? And Karla, why do you quilt?
I don't know. I just have this little inner drive in me. And I just started, and I just fell in love with quilting way back when. Even the hand quilting, I just have always loved it and always challenged myself to grow as a quilter. And there were years, that I didn't do as much quilting as I do now because you have kids. I think there's a time and a season for everybody and everything. And I think it's really important for you to find your time and your season. And really, that's what will help you as you grow.
I love seeing some of these comments. Donna says, for the challenge. And Becky says she loves to create, and it's Dolly's happy place. And Nora, she said her grandma taught me and I'm passing it on. I love, that actually connects to me. I remember as a young girl being in my grandma's sewing room, and I can still see it and smell it and feel it. And just every time I am working and quilting and in my sewing room, I feel that connection. And so I think that's the case for a lot of quilters, is it's that connection to the past and also connecting to kind of future generations as you're passing on and creating something that people can continue to kind of just love for years and years to come.
A couple others that I really like too is Paula Becker. She was talking about that her husband and her daughter encouraged her to do that. that. So I don't know if that's happening with everybody, but you can encourage others. You can encourage friends. You can encourage those people around you in a community. So I really like part of what that is. And I think that's a lot of what quilting is for me as a community, are those that love doing part of what this is. Again, I was at a retreat this last weekend, and one lady stood up, and because memories are made, right, around this process, your hobbies, what you love, those you love, that you're connecting with. And she was here, and she just said, this is a time to be joyful. And what she was talking about is there was a person who had passed away in the last year that used to go to all these retreats, but she was like, it's not a sad moment, because she would want us to be enjoying part of what we have started to love together, and to find others to love it with too. So I thought that was a really interesting piece. So.
Love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so nice to be able to be a part of this community, and you all are so talented. And don't tell yourself that you're not, because you are. And that's what I want to encourage you to just know, that you have this team behind you, cheering you on every step of the way. And it is therapy, and there is satisfaction in creating a quilt and giving it to somebody. So, that can pull on the heartstrings, because they're so happy to receive that gift. I know I have my grandma's quilt, and I showed you the other day, but that really means a lot to me, because like I said, I'm the youngest of 9, so to be able to really get that little piece of history is just so meaningful for me. And just to carry on these traditions, we need them now in this world of confusion, and there's so much tension. We want to eliminate all that tension, so it's a good thing to be a part of.
Here's a great one by Holly Hicks. Why don't you kind of share that with us, Kourtney?
Oh, my quilting journey began in the Cancer Center when I was introduced to beautiful quilts, works of art. Please keep donating to hospitals, care centers, and etc. You're touching others deeply. I'm so sorry.
No,
I'm dyslexic, so I can't read very well. I'm so sorry. So sorry.
That's great.
I love that. I think that's such a great. And Holly Hicks is actually, she's a vendor here at Spring Fling too. So, and the contribution that they're making in the quilting world, just to keep that going. And I think just hearing her say that, it brings me back to Luella, who is just a wonderful part of the Grace family, and she does such an amazing job. I don't know the number. It's 400 quilts this year for the refugee organization here in Utah, and just incredible the impact that she's making with her quilting. And she has no fear. That woman, man, bless her heart, she's incredible. And there are so many people out there like that. The next question I want to ask, we've got a little bit more time, is what next project do you want to do? What's something that you are looking forward to doing? I know we've brought this up a few times. Kourtney, can I start with you? What's your next? I know you've got a few things up your sleeve.
Probably several steps.
Yes. So actually, this kind of works because I'm a little frightened of paper piecing. Because I'm not always exact. In fact, I'm a perfectionist, but I'm not exact, and so I constantly get frustrated. But there are so many cool paper piecing things, and it would look incredible on a jacket. Like
yes, it would.
So that's something I really want to try. That I am afraid of, but I'm not gonna be.
Nope.
Anymore.
Yep,
So it's fine.
I love that. And Karla, I know you've got 700 projects that you're working on.
Absolutely. And the list keeps growing. I just want to, we're going to be doing some classes here. We're going to be traveling, and so we're working on tips and tricks for you to engage in these classes in Australia and everything. I'm looking forward to those, and those are going to kind of push me out of my element as well. And lots of things I've got more baby bubbles coming. I've got, the Tuesdays with Grace. I've got another So Easy pattern up here. Hasn't evolved yet, but it's coming, and just ways for you to grow as quilters as I grow as a quilter.
Yes,
so.
And I mean, again, Karla always has a million things up her sleeve. Be sure to follow. She has a social media account, Karla Quilts for Grace, and then also our Grace Company social media, where you can see all the fun new projects that
I'm not sure if we can
Kourtney.
bring that up really quick too. That way, take a note here, grab that as we're going through, so that you can have and look at connecting with her later. I know there's two ways of doing that. One is, again, Karla Quilts for Grace.
Yes, with a K.
So at Karla Quilts for Grace, and the other one is Grace
Grace Company Quilting.
There you go,
Yes.
Grace Company Quilting. So
Yeah, so be sure to follow along with all the fun things that are happening there. I was looking, Nancy wants to make a jacket too. Yes. Janelle's really excited and looking for just finishing all the projects. Man, me too. I've got a lot of projects that are just sitting there that need to be finished. A lot of bindings that need to be done. We'll get there. Let's see some of the other ones. Oh, Dana wants to try a whole cloth quilt. That would be really cool.
That would be a great challenge.
Yes, and I say this all the time, I really want to see what you guys are working on. So if you guys will tag us on Instagram, that's a really easy way for us to see the great things that you're working and doing. And also, if you guys weren't already aware, Tuesdays with Grace has an ongoing quilt show. It's not a competition or anything like that, but just basically a brag board of showing us the things that you're working on. We also have a forum, so if you're like, man, how should I quilt this? You can post it, and other quilters will go in and give some recommendations and fun things like that. So be sure to join us on the Tuesdays with Grace platform too.
There's some great questions too. Janice, I did see yours, so email me, Karla@graceframe.com. If you don't already know, I'd be happy to explain it to you. She wanted to know the difference between paper piecing and foundation piecing, and so I've got a great answer for that. So take a little bit, but maybe we can cover that on a Tuesdays with Grace.
Oh, that would be so much fun. That'd be great. And then one last question just to round up. We've talked a lot about fears and things that make us nervous. And now I want to hear, what's your favorite thing about quilting? What makes you feel comfortable and maybe not fearful? I think for me, kind of what I talked about earlier is just being in a space where you kind of have that creative outlet. A lot of people brought up that it's like therapy for them. And that's kind of the case for me too. I guess, Nathan, what's your favorite thing about quilting?
one of the things I like best, and it's probably stems from some of an artistic background. I did pottery growing up. I've been drawing. Is the fact that again, this is going to sound like okay, sure, maybe, but I feel that the process of moving and gliding the machine over the fabric for me is not an intimidating piece. Like, oh, sign my name. And so I find that I can be at an event or I can be on a quilt and I can kind of, it's what might be next. Is it a loop? Is it a combination of loops? Is it a wave? And I find that for me, like even, I haven't done many classes or anything on feathers, but I'm like, oh, what does this look like? And so I just love the experimenting part of what this is because I don't kind of know what it's going to do. And for me, because when I've done my own, I've done more stippling or some simple things. But when I put a piece of fabric that I'm a little less worried about, I find that it lets me kind of reach outside of what I might be creating a kind of some concerns or boxing me in. So I enjoy it when I put a piece of fabric that is not meant for too much of a purpose outside of letting me kind of just create. And so I would say that's the part that I like. And I get to do that quite frequently at shows or with unique individuals. And so that's the part that I like doing most probably.
Yeah. And I love seeing some of the comments come in. Jennifer said, it's quiet. And I love to see a project come together. And Gary says, time for me to be creative. Robin says, love shopping for the fabrics. Same. Love that part. And picking out the thread.
Okay, whoa. We're going to do this. We're going to blow this up really quick. Give me a 5 if you love shopping for fabrics. That's what I want to see in here. 10, 5. Give us a 5 in here. We're going to probably lose everything. Make sure to come back and tell us what you love. Your favorite thing about quilting is because we're going to lose them here. But that's one of the number one things everybody likes. That and patterns.
Designs.
The designs.
Yeah. Shopping for new designs.
And
there we go. Look at that.
Oh, everybody.
Dolly.
Duh. I mean,
Rosemary.
that's one of the best parts of quilting.
Cindy. No, I'm just kidding. So.
I love it. Well, and I think that brings us right up to our next segment where we've got some really fun fabrics. We've got a really fun, unique pattern. This is by one of our vendors, Cotton Street Commons. Really excited for this one. It is Return of the Poncho. And I'm really excited for this segment. I actually got to meet her at QuiltCon, and that's how we got connected. And she was walking around in the world's cutest poncho I've ever seen. I was like, who is this woman? She is amazing. And she really is. So you guys will be really, you'll really enjoy this next segment from her, Return of the Poncho. So enjoy, everybody.
Hi, my name's Marcia, and welcome to Cotton Street Commons. Today, for our video, we're going to do two things. One, we're going to work through a tutorial on a brand new pattern. It's called the Return of the Poncho. I'm going to show you right here, and let me show you in real life what they look like. Front, and then it has a really cute hood, and here is the back. As you can see, there are a lot of flying geese on there, and this, if you didn't know, is a flying geese. Let me show you the other one I made. I used a white background for this. And here is the back of the poncho. And I love the coordinating hood that goes with it. Before we get into the flying geese, let's talk about the poncho one more time. Again, here's the pattern cover. And we showed this at QuiltCon, and all kinds of people tried them on, and it was so fun. We had girls, boys, men, little cute older ladies. And let me give you a list really quickly of what all the things they thought they could do with the poncho. Ladies were buying it for going camping and sitting out at the campfire. One really great thing, if you happen to be in a wheelchair, is unlike a quilt, which you'd wrap around your legs, you have to worry about getting caught up in the wheel. So in this case, it sits on their lap, they can put their hands underneath it and stay warm, and it covers up their legs. It's great for surfers. It's great for game day. How many of you go to those games in the cold? Put the poncho into your school colors and you are set. I happen to live in northern Utah, and even if it's 30 degrees outside, if the sun's out, I don't want to wear a coat. I usually put on a vest, or in this case, I'll put on my poncho. I've got some airiness on the sides, and it keeps me snugly warm, and you can't get better than having a hood. So let's now talk about flying geese, because that's the critical part to our design. Let me show you right now a flying geese tutorial, and this is about sizing, because that's what's most important, are the measurements, and it will be under the free patterns section so that you can get a reminder of the measurements. I'm going to demo today a couple of ways to do flying geese. One of them is called the 4 at a time. What's the benefit of this? Well, 1, it's faster, and 2, there's less fabric waste. So I can make 4 of them all at once. That works okay on the poncho, because the poncho, as we see it, has mostly only 2 colors in all of it. But what happens if I need to mix up those colors? I'm going to show you in just a minute a combination of fabrics. A friend of mine named Johnny asked me if I would make him a poncho, and that's what we'll be demoing throughout the day. But he wants it scrappy, and we have different fabrics for every single one of them. So now we've got to come back and do a 1 at a time flying geese. Okay, here we go. So for a 4 at a time flying geese, our most important parts are our width here and our height here. So again, width and height, width and height. So our finished flying geese for these purposes is going to be 6 inches wide by 3 inches high. So to do 4 of them, we need one large block, and 4 small blocks. So with our 1 large block, 4 small blocks, now we need the size. So again, we talked about a 6-inch wide flying geese. So no matter what size you want, we're going to add 1.5 inches to that measurement. So in this case, instead of 6 inches, we have got a 7.5 inches. Let's see if you can see that really quickly. 7.5 inches. And then we're going to make it square. So I cut a 7.5 inch by 7.5 inch square. For my smaller squares, I'm going to go 4 inches by 4 inches. Remember, our height is normally going to be 3 inches. So I'm going to add 1 inch to my 3 inches, which makes it 4 inches. Now remember, this is all written up on this, which will be on the website. So next thing we need to do is mark our 4 blocks. I've got them on the wrong sides, and I am going to draw a diagonal line from one point to the other. Okay, I've got 1 more to go. Again, I'm going to put it right on that line. And I've traced my line. Now, on here, my large block
I'm going to take my first two that I've drawn, and we have a little bit of play, but I'm going to line them up in that corner out there. I'm going to put a quick pin just to hold it in place. And I'm going to come down here and I'm going to do the same thing. And as you can see, my line makes a continuous line, lining up towards the corner. These are a little larger, and we've done that on purpose because it gives us some trimming room. So now I'm going to head to the sewing machine, and I'm going to stitch 1/4 inch on either side of this line. So remember, I'm going to stitch 1/4 inch on the line. Remember, I'm going to stitch 1/4 inch off the line on both sides. Okay, I'm back from the sewing machine, and I used a darker thread this time so that you could kind of see. I've got my pencil line now, and first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my scissors. You could do this with a rotary cutter. I forgot before I tell you, remember when we laid those down, they overlapped a little bit, and you want it to overlap. So I'm just going to take my scissors, and I'm going to cut along this line. And now I've got two pieces. One thing I want to do with the flying geese is, because there's a lot of layers and a lot of sharp corners, is I want to press my seams open. So I'm going to set my seams. Make sure you can see that. I'm going to set my seams, and then I'm going to come back I'm going to press these two seam, or this seam, I guess it's one seam, two sides. Open this up. I'm going to press that seam open. I'm going to come and press it from the other side. Now, if you can see real quickly, I've got a little piece of fabric up here. I want that fabric up there. And now let me set the iron out of the way for just a second. I'm now going to take one of my blocks. Here's my line I've drawn, right sides together. And this time I'm going to put it down in this corner. And I'm going to have it, and it goes up and past. So I lined up on this corner. It's like I've got a little fox face or some little eyes. I'll throw a pin in there for me to hold it in place. I'm going to do the same thing with the other piece. Then I'm going to go to the sewing machine, and again I'm going to do exactly the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch on either side of this line. So let me go do that, and I'll be right back. Okay, I've come back from the sewing machine. As you can see, I've sewn down both sides. I'm going to take my scissors, and I'm going to cut on my pencil line. Let's do that with both pieces. Okay, I'm going to cut on my pencil line. And now let's press it open. Set my seam, open it up, and again I'm going to press this seam open. And again I'm going to press this seam open. I'll flip it to the other side. Here we go. We're not done yet. We're going to trim. Let me get the other three ready. Okay, we've got our block to this point, but now we need to trim it up, and we're going to trim it up to 6.5 by 3.5. And again, this is my very most important point right there. That point of that flying geese, I need to make sure I've got a 1/4 inch above that. So I'm going to take a 6.5 inch ruler, which I happen to have, but you can choose whatever size. And I know that halfway over of 6.5 inches is 3.25. I don't know if you can see that right there, but there's my 3.25 line, and I'm going to line that up with my point. Just like that. Now, the nice thing about these TrueCut rulers is I have this guide, and it's on all 4 sides. So I'm going to get in my guide, and I'm just going to whip down that side. I'm going to rotate this around. I'm going to rotate this around. Let's see. I'm going to rotate the block around. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put that line at my 3.25 right now. Okay, I've got my sides trimmed up. Now we need to get this going here. So I'm going to come along, and again, I'm going to find my 1/4 inch mark, which is this larger slash right here. I'm going to line up here because that's a good line and that's a good line. So I've got that on my 1/4 inch. I'm maybe only trimming tails or the tiniest of things off. And then I'm going to come back down for one more cut. This time I'm just going to line everything up. Put this on my 3.5. I've got my 2 edges where I want them to be, and I'm just going to trim down that little bit. Now I've got a perfectly trimmed. Now I've got a perfectly trimmed. Now I've got a perfectly trimmed flying geese, and again, my important part is this point, and I've got a 1/4 inch there. Now I'm going to make an individual one, and in this case, I've got 3.5 by 6.5. My finished size is going to be 3 by 6, same as our other one. This is what the pattern calls for, the Poncho pattern, and so that's why I'm going to show you this one. I've got 2 white squares that are 3.5 inch by 3.5 inch square. I've gone ahead and done my line on those. Let me do a line on one more. I just match up those points. It's the easiest way for me. Put my ruler down, and with my pencil, I'm going to draw. So next, I'm going to pin. Now I've come back with my other 2. These are my 1 at a time flying geese. Remember, I sew on this line, and then I skipped over a 1/2 inch and I sewed another line. And I'm just going to make a quick cut. And I get my flying geese. And I get a 1/2 square triangle. Same thing here. Forgot I sewed on this side with my line so I could see my line. Cut. Flying geese, or oh, sorry, 1/2 square triangle, flying geese. These also still need to be trimmed down to get them really accurate. It's almost time to start on the poncho, but let me show you what got picked for the poncho. This is going to be his background, which is a wonderful Essex. He wanted blues, tan, so we picked out these fabrics. So I can't wait to get the flying geese made and to show you the layout. We've also picked this fabric to be our binding and our hood on the poncho. So again,
here we go. I'm going to get everything cut. I'm going to sew the flying geese, and then we will be back to lay it out and show you the rest of the poncho. Now we're going to talk about half square triangles. So I start with my smaller block. There are 2 of these blocks for each of our larger block. I'm going to mark on them so I have a sewing line, and I line it up with my lines here on my mat. Coming quickly, in this case, I'm using a white chalk. You'll remember in the demo I showed you with a lot of darker things, but I just need it to show up. Hopefully you can see that. Let's mark one more. I don't need a very dark line, but you might, so let me do this a little thicker. So there you can see we've got them lined. I've got them lined on all 4 of these pieces. Now I'm going to take my large fabric and I am going to line up one piece on this side. This is going to be the top and this is going to be the bottom. So I've got that lined up here to here. I like to put a little pin in it just to kind of hold it in place. And especially when I'm using this Essex, it tends to slip around a little bit. So let's do the same thing with our next piece. Again, my line is the point in the center of the top. I'm going to put a little pin in it. Okay, for today, I've already been to the sewing machine. So here's what I came out with. And one exciting thing about this method is, as you can see, I chain pieced. Let's get them all turned around here. I used the thread that would show up, so I can do all of them at one time chain piecing. Now, so if you want to make the half square triangles, I'm going to add a second sewing, and I do this while I'm all still hooked together and chain piecing. This was my first line that I drew. Now I'm going to come and I go a ½ inch out and draw a second line. That becomes my seam line. So as you can see, as we've gone throughout, I still have my double lines all the way through. I'm going to clip these apart very quickly like that. I'm going to come back, and you can use a rotary cutter or just your scissors. And I'm going to cut right down through the middle. Now again, especially when I'm using this heavier linen, I am going to press my seams open. Sometimes it's easy, and sometimes it wants to give me a problem, but this one's working quite well. I then like to turn it over and really give it a good pressing down. Okay, for our next step, I've done that with all of my triangles, and I have this look with all of them. I'm now going to take another marked piece, and I'm going to lay that. My point here is in the middle at the top. These 2 fabrics overlap. Put a pin in it. And I'm going to go to the sewing machine. Maybe I'll show you here. I did the same thing. There's the first line drawn. Let me show you beforehand, drawing that line. I line up my first line. I go over ½ inch. And I give myself a second seam line. I'm going to sew this time on both lines. This is what I came out with after doing that. You can see I've got 2 lines. I'm going to cut them apart now. And let's press one. I set the seam. I turn it over.
and I'm pressing those seams open. I just think it makes for a prettier garment and a smoother seam. I'm going to come from the side and press. And now if you can notice right here, I have got a perfect 1/4 inch above that point. And that's what you want when you get ready to go, is a perfect 1/4 inch. Here you can see several of them already. And again, I've got that perfect 1/4 inch. Now it's time to go back and sew my rows together. I'm going to take you to my living room floor, and there's our pattern layout. On the front, I've already done all the half square triangles, and I've got it laid down and ready to sew together. So here's the front, and then quickly, this one isn't placed as well together. Here's kind of what the back's going to look like. Good morning. I am back again, and I have accomplished a lot. And I like to show the end place where we're heading before I show you how we got there. So let me show you how we're heading. Remember, we are working on the return of the poncho. I am doing it in a guy's version for a good friend of mine. He's picked out the fabrics, and we decided to do it with an eclectic mix of fabrics, a scrappy look, rather than only using 2 colors. So let's see if we can hold this up a little bit. It's a little big, so I can't get it all in the camera. But if you can see, this is going to be the front of the poncho, and we've got all our flying geese triangles placed. Now we're going to talk about how I got to that point. So if you're ready, we're going to start with the half square triangles, which we've already had a tutorial about. So I'm going to show you how I did it for this scrappy version. There are special templates in the pattern to cut the neck pieces. So this is the start or the top of the poncho, and I will be cutting the neck piece out of that. So to begin with, we're going to fold it in half. Then I'm going to go down and show you how we place the template. And I'm going to go on the fold. And again, it marks top edge and it marks fold line. You can do this a couple ways. I pin it on, and I just cut by hand. You can trace around here if you'd like to, but I'm going to cut away just this simply, following the cutaway on my template. Now we've got our back neck ready. This is the last component we're going to work with, and this is actually going to be the hood. So again, I've got just my rectangular piece, and I'm going to fold it in half. I have a template for this also. So once I get to this point, we're going to go down and I'll show you how to line up the template. We're going to fold it on the shorter length. Again, all these specifics are in the pattern. I've got a crease line right there. Here's my next template. And I'm going to fold, line that up on my fold line. I'm going to line up here. I want to secure that with 3 pins. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to cut away that little part. This is actually going to create our seam line, and I will fold right sides together. And now I'll smooth out my line. That comes from cutting quickly. This is going to be a seam line, and it's going to create the top of our hood and be a little bit smoother coming down. I'm going to go and put all these things together, and then we will be back for our next step. I have made a lot of progress. I've got the front, which is here, and now I've got the back. The back
all put together. I've got my shoulder seams. My shoulder seams are sewn. Let me turn it inside out for a minute. Before you sew those shoulder seams together, I've got my batting in. So my batting is sewn into this particular seam. That's the way we get to hide it. We talked about the hat, and I've got the hat sewn now. If you remember, we made that cut. We made that cut here, and we sewed that little curve. This is the outside of the hat. I sewed the batting into this seam just like we did on the poncho itself. And now I'm going to take my lining, and I've got my wrong sides together. And I'm going to put my wrong side in. So wrong sides are touching. Put these glasses on real quickly. And let me pin this, and I'll show you what I've done. I have pinned at that seam right there. Now the rest of it will just all slip in. So again, I'm putting my lining inside of my hood. Now I've got a hood. I'm going to put a couple of pins down the sides just to hold it in place. You could do a big basting stitch if you wanted, but I found that pins work just fine for me. Now I've got my hood. There's my lining. So my lining's showing, and there's my hood. It's this time right now where you want to go to the machine and do any quilting that you want to do, and move on to how to put it on to our poncho. As you can see, here's the front of the poncho. And so I'm working with the back side. I'm going to find the center in the back side. Put those together. We can see this. And there is the center. So here's our hood. This is a right side here. Right side's there. You can see I ran some pins down the center. And now we're going to attach it and get ready to sew it into our poncho. So I'm going to find the center. I just fold things in half to find a center. You can measure if you prefer. I've got a little pin in the center. I'm going to take my poncho, and I'm on the back side, and I've already found the center, and I've put a pin. I'm going to take my two pins that I've got in the centers. I'm matching them up, and I'm going to pin that in place. Now I'm going to come around the poncho, and I'm making sure all my edges are even, and I'm going to pin quite close together as I work my way around. Right now I've come to this little edge where the front meets the back of the poncho. Again, making sure all my layers are even. You go ahead and put a pin right there. That brings me around to the front now, and it doesn't go all the way across the front, and I'm just going to finish that out. Eek, you say, I've got raw edges sitting here, and that's okay because we're going to come back with a final step of binding after everything's all put together. I'm going to continue to pin around the other side, and I'm going to go stitch it together, and then we're ready to put our lining inside. Welcome back. I am getting so excited. We've got the hood sewn on, as you can see here, and up it goes. Let me show you from the front. You'll see here it doesn't come all the way around, and that's okay because that's where our binding's going to go. And there's our hood. You can see it from the back. Here's our lining, and I've got it with right sides in and the wrong side is out. I'm going to slip it over the poncho. So now I've got right sides touching right sides. You want to make sure that hood goes inside. So I've pretty much filled it all the way around. As you can see, I can't see any of the poncho. I've got the outside poncho inside of the inside poncho. I've got right sides going together, and right now that's part of my hood. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to find the shoulder seam, which is here, and here's the shoulder seam on this. And I'm going to line those two up, and I'm going to pin that in place. I'm going to come around to the other side and do the same thing. There's my shoulder seam. Here's my shoulder seam. Pinning those two together. And then it's just a matter of pinning the rest of it together. Put it together. I'm pinning around the neck now because that's the only place we're going to sew the two pieces together. I've got the back, as you can see, all pinned. Coming around to the front. I'm going over top of the hood, remember. And I'm excited because I have a perfect matchup from my lining to my outside poncho. I don't know if you can see, but there it's pinned. From the outside, all we see is lining. And on the inside, all I feel is batting. I can't see the hood at all right now. So that's the way we want it to go. I'm going to go to the sewing machine and attach this real quickly. We have one more step, and that's binding. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back with a binding. So let's just remind you, I have a pretty much solid hood. It's actually done of grunge, so it does have some dimension to it, but this is a scrappy poncho. So we decided to go with a scrappy binding. That's always a fun way. I've used all the fabrics that are in the thing. A couple of things, let me show you. Remember, when you're doing it, we're going to press the seams open. For the poncho, I have done a 2.5 inch binding, or my cut 2.5 inches, because I want just a little wider binding on it, because I want it to make a statement. So, a little bit different than we might bind a quilt. I'm going to find the center, which is right here. And I'm going to take the center and I'm going to put it in the center. I'm going to pin it to the center of the front. Just a minute and I will show you. See if I can work backwards. All right. There it is, pinned in the very front in the center. Now you'll notice there's no raw edges here, but we're still going to take the binding over it. And I have pressed down this seam so I have a nice flat area to work with. I'm going to show you, we now have where this makes almost a straight L, but we're going to work our way around it, easing our binding around it. I'm not going to make any turns or curves with it, and it actually goes really well. As you can see, I'm just going to ease it on. I'm going to continue up the side. Put a couple more pins in. You want to pin really well right here at this seam. So again, you can see there's the inside. A couple more pins right here in this curved area. Now I'm going to work my way around. I have come around to the back of the hood. Let's get back there. Again, I'm just pinning everything right now. And now I have a little cheat for binding, especially binding for what we're doing here. Again, I'm going to come around to the back, and I have overlapped my two bindings, my two pieces of binding. I'm going to find the center or a good place to cut. I'm going to cut through both layers of binding, exactly even. I'm going to take it off. I'm going to sew a 1/4 inch seam to sew it together. And then I will go ahead and put the whole binding on. Okay, I'm back with our pieced binding around the hood. I am so excited. If you can see, let me show you how it came out. Isn't that fun? Really scrappy. I can kind of show you on the back. If you look close, again, we've got our scrappy binding. There's our hood. That's where we're going to stop. So let me show you quickly. Here's our poncho. Here's the front. Binding's made a nice round collar there. Now just to wrap it up, let's remind you where we started. Again, this is Return of the Poncho. And here's the back side, which is beautiful. We decided to make a scrappy version, as you can see here. And we've even done a scrappy binding. And this is made for my friend Johnny. He happens to be my quilter. And so it's going to go off to him and he's going to do his thing. And then it'll get a finished binding as soon as all the quilting's done. Thanks for joining me today. I just want you to know I do have a YouTube channel. It's Cotton Street Comments on YouTube, and I try to put tutorials that go along with some of the patterns that we do. This video is going to get added to the channel and attached to the poncho so that you can remember what it is you've seen today. Again, thanks for joining me, and follow along with Cotton Street Comments.
Welcome back, everybody. Wasn't that so much fun? We were just like on the edge of our seats. What's she gonna do next? Oh my gosh, look at those fabrics. We absolutely loved it. So
Karla, how's she gonna finish those edges?
That's what I was wondering.
Seriously, it was so much fun to watch. And thank you so much again, Marcia from Cotton Street Comments, for that fantastic video. I have to tell you guys a funny story. So I follow Cotton Street Comments on Instagram, and that poncho that she was making, she needed a gentleman to model it for her. So she had a salesman that came to her door trying to sell her something, and she's like, hey, actually, can you model this for me really quick?
Can you hold on a minute?
No, she did. And so all the pictures are of this random guy that showed up on her doorstep. So be sure to check out her Instagram. So maybe, Nathan, that leads us into how can we find out some more information about our vendors? We had a lot of people asking about the pattern. So how can we find them?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we want to look at a couple things. Janessa, part of what we're looking to do here, I know we're going to do a wrap up. That's part of what this is. We're going to do some Plinko. I know we've been holding off. That hasn't been something we've been doing earlier, so stick with us. We're going to do that. What I'd like to do really quick is just do a shout out to some of our vendors. So if we go ahead and bring up my screen, I want to kind of show everybody part of where we're at right now. So this is the events page. And again, how we get there is through the main graceframe.com. We can click join the festival or events. Inside of here, if we look up top, is what we call the vendor hall. And when we click on vendor hall, we can see all of those others who are participating regarding vendors. And hers is coming right down here. So we can visit her booth. And then again, each vendor has a chance to put in a few coupons. Right now, she is providing a free download of a pattern so that you can get a free pattern from her. However, when we go to her website and we connect with her website, you can see that this pattern is right here, and she does have a discount. So right now, Janessa, they're doing I think she's doing 20% off anything on her site. And so I just wanted to do a quick shout out on all of our vendors. Thank you for being with us. And if you're visiting with us here, I encourage you, reach out, look and see what we have from the vendor mall. It gives you a chance, if we kind of step back here again, to see a little bit more on the different sponsorships that we have as part of Spring Fling. So
yeah, and again, it's been really cool to connect, and all of them have such amazing, unique things to offer. Just something for everyone, which is it's really fun to see. So I guess, I don't know, you guys, do we want to hold off? Do we want to go for it? What do you think?
I know one of the things we wanted to do is look at tomorrow's schedule briefly. Yes. So let's do some Plinko and then stick around because we're going to go over tomorrow's calendar of events. I want to talk to you again about part of the promos and the specials. In fact, what we can do is we can talk a little bit about that as we play some Plinko. So I know that this is new for me, this on Spring Fling. So how are we going to do this?
Okay, so something fun that we're doing for Plinko this time around is we've got our lovely little bucket of different options that we can have, and we're going to draw and see what we're going to end up with. Oh, we got the big one. Okay,
whoa,
so our
What
first
is
Plinko item is a $200 TrueCut gift card.
Nice.
So really exciting one there. Okay.
I'm not sure if I approve. That's beefy. That's
Yeah, sorry,
awesome.
I didn't get your approval on this one.
Take
Sorry,
it.
Nathan.
Hope that's a winner. Plinko
All
chip
right.
go in there.
Up next, we've got a rectangular ruler
Rectangle
bundle.
ruler?
So that one's really exciting. So Nathan, what comes in that rectangle? What sizes come in that bundle?
The ruler bundle, we're going to call it the triangle ruler bundle. So that's the 6.5 by 24.5. It's a 6.5 by 12.5, and our 3 by 18 would be the 3, in essence, rectangle rulers that we would put into that ruler bundle.
Perfect. All right, and then up next, we've got some True Grips. Karla, why does everybody love True Grips?
Oh, they just keep you just where you want to be. Sometimes they're a little too sticky, so you have to pick it up and move it, but man,
problem,
they keep
right?
it nice and solid. Yeah.
Perfect. Oh, and then finesse thread. We've got,
love that
this I think
one.
are variegated.
Yeah.
So there's
It's a
whole
4-pack
assortment.
of threads. Nice.
Yep, 4-pack there. And then next we'll have, our square ruler.
Square
So
ruler
what are the
bundle.
sizes for that one?
So we have 3 square rulers. The largest, the 12.5 square. We then have a 9.5 square and a 6.5 square. In fact, Marcia was using, I think, that 6.5 through a lot of her
to square
process
up.
there. So that's one of our square rulers and our amazing cutting mat. So thank you for using that, Marcia. It was
Yes,
awesome.
awesome to see. And then last we'll have our 60mm straight cutter.
Wonderful. That also has some neat new features.
Yeah.
You can use that with your regular rulers. You can use it with the TrueCut rulers that do have a locking track and guide system. And our new ones have,
The quick release.
quick
And
release and
the magnetic. So
magnetic
it makes
pickup.
it even more safe, really safe, easy, and
You don't have
accurate.
to touch the blade. If you have a blade that's on the surface, because of the magnets, you can just take the cutter down and it will pick it up and stick it right to your cutter. Put the clip in and you're ready to cut. So.
Yeah, if you're wondering, they did a live demo of that this morning. Oh, no, it's tomorrow. Ooh, tomorrow. Yeah, sorry.
Tomorrow.
All the days are getting jumbled in my head. Tomorrow they're going to be doing a live demo showing us those new features of the magnetic straight cutter. So make sure to, that's right after kickoff tomorrow with Mark and LJ. So be
All
sure
right.
to join us.
So
for
how
that.
do we do it? How do we select a potential winner with somebody who's with us live here?
Ooh, I think we'll ask a question.
Okay.
What is the name of the store that you can purchase the return of the poncho?
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. Who's the
Return of the
vendor, I
poncho.
guess? Yes.
Vendor.
We'll give everyone
Vendor's
a
name.
minute or two
Yep.
to get that in.
Not very hard if you know where to look.
Good job.
Okay,
It
let's
does start
see.
with the C, though. I'll
Yeah.
throw that out there to everybody.
3 words.
Yep. C-O.
It's really common.
C-O. It's what a lot of what we would consider our quilts are made out of.
There
Oh,
it
we see a
goes.
few
Stacy.
answers.
Yeah.
Oh, great job, Chris. VGL.
And then I drive down this.
Just
I'm
some
just
great
kidding.
hints there.
We thought you needed
Ah, there you go. Congratulations,
Yeah,
Chris. All right, so
nice
here we go. We're gonna
job.
drop some Plinko down. What's it gonna be?
See. Ooh,
Oh,
the
finesse
4-pack
thread.
of
Wonderful.
finesse thread.
Awesome.
And so the way that you can claim your prize is to email melinda@graceframe.com. So melinda@graceframe.com to claim your prize. Okay, should we do
With that, really quick on the finesse, just so you know, that can be used for, Karla, you've done some piecing with that as well.
A lot of piecing with that.
Yeah, it is a 50 weight, and we have 60 colors, in which half of those are solid and half are variegated. And it's what we call the perfect size. And so it's actually 1,500 yards. So I just want to do a shout out for it. When we created this, we found that when customers came into quilting, you're used to buying your 500 spools, or you were like, oh, I got some big cone. If you go to a store, some
Costco cone.
Yes, sometimes they might have a 6,000 yard spool. Well, what we call this is project size, kind of like you buy your fabrics. Threads should match part of what that is, and so we found a 50 weight 3-ply, so it looks and feels, because it actually is polyester, but it looks like cotton.
Yeah,
But it's low lint, color fast. It's stronger, so that if you do use it on a long arm, it's a little bit more forgiving, and it can be worked with those professional machines down to your home domestic machines.
Yep.
So.
And there's just so many fantastic color options. There hasn't been a project yet that there hasn't been a color that matches beautifully. So great.
All right, let's do another giveaway. Woo, what are we
Okay,
gonna do?
all
Next
right.
question.
Well, maybe let's pick one more that
So
answered
go ahead. Oh, yeah,
correctly.
there you go, sorry.
Let's see. Monica.
Yay!
Woohoo!
Nice job, you guys.
Congratulations, Monica. Okay, let's see. I really want to help you get that $200 gift card. Let's see if that. Oh, we did it! Yay! Congratulations, Monica. So Again, you'll email melinda@graceframe.com to claim your $200 TrueCut gift card. So that's an exciting one. Okay, so we're gonna come back. We'll do some more Plinko maybe at the very end to like the final send off for the day. But let's walk through a few other things on our website.
Wonderful. So let's take a look again. So this is the event platform right here. And one of the things I did want to bring up is that we do have a lot of the deals going on. And so I just quickly wanted to take you from the top to the bottom. I'm not going to go through all this because I don't want to make us dizzy, but know that when you land, we have everything from machines to frames. And you'll notice that we've switched up our bundles. Karla and Janessa, we haven't done this in the past, but we've combined a few TrueCut items. So as an example, with the Unique here, we're throwing this accessory bundle in there. And there are options for you to look at this potentially monthly or buying it all together. And so I just wanted to scroll through. We have a lot of things available for you. With that, again, know that if you haven't already registered, you can register. And again, how we can register for the site is, one, go to graceframe.com.
Can I pause
Go ahead,
you,
absolutely.
Does it cost me anything to register?
It'll cost you a big whooping $0. It is free. So to register is free. Click Join Festival, which will bring you to the landing page. Go ahead and register. Now, there's a lot of pluses that come from this. And one of those, if we take a step back here for a minute, one of those really would be taking a look at an option that we have for being reminded, adding things to calendars. I just know I get busy with what's going on. This morning I got a ping, by the way, Spring Fling starting. I was like, oh yeah, that's right, I'm live today, which was good. So, but what other things do you feel like are values of being registered as part of the platform?
Oh man, there's so many different benefits to joining. Obviously, entering to win the giveaways, that's how you enter to win those giveaways. Being able to go and see the vendor booths, being able to enter quilts into the quilt show, also being able to go in and vote on quilts and comment on quilts for the quilt show, being able to download all the free patterns that for Karla's Cactus flower quilt and other ones that we're offering. And then also just being able to join the community and engage with people through the comments section on the actual Grace platform. And also, like you said, being able to sign up for the notifications if there's certain classes that you for sure want to join. And then, sorry, I'm just kind of rambling. There's just so many great reasons.
So that's exactly what I wanted. So let's dive in. I just want to show you a couple of those pieces to help illustrate the value that we have really tried to put together for you as a quilter with part of our events platform. So this is one. This is the community quilt. So where I found this is just on the main landing page. I scrolled down here. So I scrolled down, and then this is the community quilt. And this is fun. You can submit a block, and this block will actually build and add to this. And every time you come in and refresh it, this will change. So this is something that you can actually just add and become part of the community quilt. Karla, you had a great idea, and I'm going to say this because this might be something to try to look at how we commit to this, but one of the things she had as an idea, and we would love to hear your ideas. In fact, you can throw in some comments right now. What would you like to see maybe with this community quilt? And we thought, well, wouldn't it be fun if somebody could just order a calendar and they could go through and choose 12 of the blocks that stood out to them. You know, one I thought about is, you know, what about doing a print that had to do with the community quilt? So I think there's a lot of things that we can do. And this is, again, from all of you, the viewers that are out there, not a full quilt, but just one of the blocks that you might have on one of your favorite quilts or a quilt you've liked. You can upload that. And again, if you come back, it changes. So it changes every time you come in because there are literally thousands of the uploads that you have done and participate. So I love that.
And not only are you joining that community quilt just to be, again, a part of that Grace family and that Grace community, but you're also entered to win a Cutie Frame, which is, I mean, again, just another added benefit on top of that.
So an additional way to enter to win something. So submit one, your name will go into that hat.
Oh, I'm glad you're liking it.
All right, calendar would be fabulous. Yeah, fun. So we're gonna go ahead and kind of dive back in. I wanna show you one of the other options that we have is what we would call the parade of quilts. And again, this is where we are doing, and this is the quilt show. And so I just want to encourage everybody to come in here and look at this too, because you can view the galleries. So if we come back into this, this is where you have a chance to view all of the quilts that have been submitted. If you go into one, many of you have submitted multiple images, so you can go in and browse, you can comment, you can then vote on these. Right now, voting is open, so you can see which ones you voted on, ones that you've recently viewed. And so we've really tried to enhance your experience of looking through all of these quilts again, because again, they're literally I needed to get the exact number. I know there's over 1,000 quilts that have been submitted into these different categories.
There's almost 2,000.
2,000,
Yeah.
So there you go. So I love
the
that.
force is very strong with one in
Oh,
particular.
there we go. Dun, dun, dun. Da-da-dum. With that, Janessa, I know that you started talking a little bit about part of the schedule that we have for tomorrow. And so maybe I can go ahead and bring this up. So this is for Thursday, tomorrow. We're going to have our kickoff in the morning. We'll have Mark and Laurel join us for part of what that kickoff is. we're going to be doing a live as they continue, looks like, coming back to there.
It's
I think
that magnetic TrueCut demo.
there you go. So this is demo live. So join them live as they show part of that. Then we have Kourtney.
Yeah.
Now Kourtney was with us earlier. We're excited to have her back, and she'll be working on that queen size quilt on a Cutie Frame. Coming down,
and that's a question we get a lot, is can I do a larger quilt on the Cutie Frame? And she's gonna help really answer that and show how you can make that happen. So we're really excited for that.
Absolutely. Great thing to be seen. Highlighting the TrueCut travel kit.
This is a fun segment. You don't want to miss.
So let's step back and talk about this for just a little bit.
Yes. Yeah.
Really quick as part of this. And again, I don't want to deviate too much, but it's been fun. We have a fun promo for you tomorrow on this as well. Karla, this has been something that's been on the list for how long?
A long time.
I want to say over a couple years. And if you think about traveling, one of the things is you probably have bags full of stuff,
yeah.
right? Maybe a couple bags, and they have threads and part of your patterns, your piecing. And this is one that I'm going to say we heavily relied on you, Karla, and some of the experiences you've had and what other quilters as they've traveled would say, what would help me bring part of what I love with me? And so you'll be introduced to part of what this is tomorrow. So it's an exciting thing to look at that. So they're going to be highlighting that as we work to continue down tomorrow. We'll be doing another live segment with you at the 1 o'clock hour. We then have Chrissy, the trunk show that she'll be putting on. Chrissy Schoaf, is that how we say it?
Yes, and she's one of our brand new Grace ambassadors. We're really excited about her. She's going to share, she has a really unique quilting journey and just some fabulous quilts. So really excited. I got to do an interview with her, so that's what that segment's all about tomorrow. Really excited.
Wonderful. Be fun. We love the trunk shows. I love to see what they were. In fact, this last week there were a couple of them, and it was really interesting to see what those quilters brought and what their part of their journey has been as an experience. One of the next items we're going to have is from Amanda, one of our educators, and so continuous vines. I believe this is one she's doing with the automation system, right? And she's going to be using Pattern CAD to do some design work. In fact, I've seen some of the clips, and I was like, oh, I'm really glad to see part of what that is because it's really unlimited on what you can do with automation if you love designing, and she'll show you it's not that complicated. With a couple clicks and moving of some nodes, you can create some pretty amazing
and that's
patterns.
one of the requests we get the most is how do you use Pattern CAD, and really just kind of being able to jump in, and she does a great job walking us through that. So really excited for that segment.
With that, we'll then move into frame comparisons. Jana and Mark will put this, they're going to share and talk about what would be some considerations that you might need to think about if you're going to be getting into quilting with a frame. And as we move through, we'll do a live section. We're going to finish as we move through the day with the tips and tricks for free motion quilting with Lizzy, Allen, and Jackson. So another combo, another duo on what that is. Any insights on this from the two of you? I haven't had a chance to know much about what that is.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
I've seen a big old smile.
I know, I'm just so excited. I've got to work with all the ambassadors to help plan all of these different segments, so it's fun to see everyone else get to enjoy them. But yeah, so they got together and just kind of went through and some of the most asked questions that they get as really strong quilters, and wanted to kind of share that with this group. So it'll be a really fun segment.
Great. One last thing, and then what we can do is do Plinko, and then we can kind of call it a day. But if we take a look, I wanted to point this out. So this is under the events. So if we come to the events and we scroll down, again, this is the watch now. So this is where we have listed the videos that have already gone up. And when we go into those, as an example, like let's go down to Karla, your cactus quilt we did yesterday. Sorry, as I'm scrolling down here.
No, it's day one. It's down at the bottom.
But here we go. When we go into it, I want you to show, and I do know we talked about this earlier, but when you come in, one is we have the video. Two is one of the most important things is we actually have the pattern, and this is where you have access to the free patterns. So again, if you go into the event schedule and you look at the watch again, let's go back here so that we can all see. So we come back, we're in part of it. Up top, we have the watch now. That's where we will have access to all of the different segments that we've been able to share with you thus far, giving you then access to those free patterns and a way to kind of watch that previously. Now, one question that came up is how long are we going to keep this live? The plan is to keep this live for a bit of time. And at Grace Company, we are looking at a way to make sure that you can always have access to this great content through another forum. So we're really going to have that. Coming soon. All right, so we have Plinko, and then I guess we'll call it a day here. So what's our last Plinko? Let's do another one. What's a good question that we would like to ask?
I want to hear what, are
That's
you okay?
okay.
Do you have a
No,
question?
yeah.
Okay, I want to hear what segment you're most excited for tomorrow.
Oh,
so
there you go.
we just
Which
went through
segment?
our schedule, so what are you the most excited to see tomorrow? We'll give everyone, I think.
There's a lot to choose from.
I know, I don't know how I would pick. I've got a lot of things I'm excited for.
Yeah.
All right, we'll give everyone another minute or so.
I'm going to throw mine out while we're waiting for people to come up with them. I'm going to say the Kourtney queen size quilt on the Cutie. And I only say that because one is I'm really curious to see how she's going to do this.
Yes.
I've done a couple, and I have a class, that, a video that I did in working through this. I think she's going to have a whole different angle to come at this because usually when you put somebody on something and it's new to them, they kind of come up with some other solutions. So I'm really excited to see what were her struggles, right? What were some of her challenges? What were her solutions? And how you literally can do up to a king size quilt on the Cutie Frame. So I'm excited to see that one because I know Kourtney, she's very creative.
And she's got the cutest
It looks like several
fabrics, too.
people are looking forward to that one as well. And Amanda's and Lizzie's and Jackson's.
So many
content.
Perfect. All right, so I guess let's select. Should we do two?
Let's do two. Yep,
Okay,
let's do that.
perfect.
So we have a couple more people participate. Here we go. So it looks like we have a first winner.
Angela Swan.
Angela Swan.
Looking forward to the frames.
Frames.
Nice.
Good one to know. And by the way, they're all on sale. I'm just going to do the shout out at some, actually, best year prices right now.
Ooh, finesse thread.
Finesse
That
thread.
4-pack.
Congratulations.
Awesome, Angela. And we'll do, I guess,
All right.
one more.
The next
and
one.
remember to email melinda@graceframe.com to claim your prize.
Write this down because
There's
if
that
you're going to be
email
with
for
us
you.
tomorrow or the next day as well as we go through this, this is how you claim your prize. So
Awesome. Up next, let's see. Dolores.
Dolores Kennedy.
She's excited for
Amanda's.
Amanda's segment.
Oh, good.
I'm
That's a
excited
good
for that
one.
one too. All right, here we go. Ooh,
Oh, the ruler bundle.
Nice.
Congratulations, Dolores. All right.
Perfect. Well, thank you guys again so much for joining us. It's been another amazing day, day 3.
Yep.
We're excited. We've got 2 more to go, and a lot more excitement, a lot more education just around the corner. So be sure to join us and have a fantastic night.
Thank you for being with us. See you
Bye.
tomorrow.